Test 1 2 3. Hello, test 1 2 3.
Okay, it's clear.
What you don't do about the minutes?
Vicky is being annoying as usual because we are aware of it. It's something that the electoral board needs to do.
Yeah.
And the chair should have done it. He was the responsible person. So just like it, say we acknowledge it. We have a person to take the minutes today. We can still approve the minutes of the living year the next year.
So I just say it's delayed for the next year.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we cannot do anything about it.
Yeah. Do you want a
Yes, here.
Can you hear me?
Is it alright? But the camera works also. So yeah.
Can I have everyone's attention? There is a vote open for the approval of the agenda. So please, if you want to vote on it, don't have to, but you can do that before 1:15 as it was announced in the agenda. In your email that you received to participate to the GA.
Alright,
Non, non, il faut. C'est bon. C'est à côté. Non, mais si t'as un truc.
okay. Magst du anfangen?
Soll ich machen? Also ich stelle auch kurz so die Agenda. Also so.
Ich bin drauf, du musst weiter hier links sein. Hier ist noch ein bisschen so. Brieux, can you check the camera? Check
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we can see you very well.
Both?
Of course, it's.
We have to stand like this.
We can see both of you. We can see both of you, but of course, like
Can we
there's
dance?
no go.
Yeah. We're gonna roll.
Maybe we can like wait. Maybe we can. This is better, I believe. Is it close enough? Because we.
Yes, courtesy of the European Parliament.
Yes.
Okay. Jesper should be then. Jesper is here.
Ah, Jesper.
Good. We'll wait just for a second for Emrik.
Like,
And we can start.
genau, ich hab.
Glad to see so many faces here already. So excited.
We still need to wake them a little bit up, huh?
Yes. So before giving you the official welcome, don't know where to find it. You should have received an email with a convocation link, but also reminder links where you have a button where you can access the General Assembly. There you can find the votes. for the different voting points over the day. They'll appear as they will be announced by Imrik, our electoral board, who will be back in just a minute. I'll give the microphone, the virtual microphone, to Johanna in just a second. Before we start, feel free to share pictures on our social media about Volt. You can use the hashtags VoltGA or also the hashtag ready424. So we are very excited, and with that, Johanna.
Okay. I think I will wait for a couple of minutes still until everyone is installed as well. But
They're gonna
also
stay. They're gonna stand there.
They're gonna stand.
Yeah.
Okay, then. But can we wait for Ulrich for the official start? But already a very warm welcome also from my part to all of you here who came in person to Namur. So thank you for that. We know that we have only a few members living in Namur, so we are even more happier that you decided to join us today for this GA, and also to all the people online. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we are very excited to launch this GA in a few seconds when the electoral board is here. It's a procedure we have to respect. But yeah, so in the meantime, I hope you had some coffee, some biscuits. And I think it's already an improvement from the last year in Leuven, where we had 2 packs of biscuits for the whole room. And we have windows today.
Yeah.
So this is even...
Okay. Ich schau kurz nach Emily.
Pass mal kurz. Yes. So for the Wi-Fi, so if you are... The good news is if you are a student, you have access to the network. If you're not, or not anymore, then we will have to ask, unfortunately, to connect via 4G. If you don't have 4G, no worries. We can always connect you on one of our computers, which are connected to the networks of the university, for you to vote. It's quite an unfortunate situation where we tried to reach the technical office, but it's on a Saturday, so this is a little bit, we'll have to improvise a little bit. But if you have troubles to vote, please, you come to anyone here. Because, so does everyone know where to find the voting links? Okay, so you have received an email by Volt Belgium, which is the convocation email, but you also recently received a new email asking to register for this GA. And in this email, which was sent 20th of April, thank you very much, you have all the different links. You have your link to the agenda of today, you have the link to the Google Drive where you find all the policies that we will vote on, and a link to Tasker. So a very important note is that you don't need to confirm your vote. So the last vote you clicked, for example, yes, no, or abstain, the last one you clicked will be registered. So don't worry if there's no confirmation message that comes up. That is the system.
All right.
Emily.
Our electoral board is present, so about the announcement of the first 2 results.
Yeah. So the chair of the GA, Xander, was approved. It was open the last 2 days, and so welcome, Xander. And I think also I will verify, but the agenda for today was approved by all of you. So thanks for this, and so we can carry on now.
Awesome. Thank you.
Just as Joanna was saying, you can see on the when you click on the vote, if there's a tick in the box, that means the server has replied to you. That's how you know that the vote has actually worked. So when you click on the button yes or no, if there's a little tick that comes, then it means that it's actually the reply from the server. It's not just your computer doing it.
Great. Then it's our turn again. So let us welcome you wholeheartedly to our Spring General Assembly 2023 in Namur. We're super excited to have 50 plus people present in person and even more following from home. We have begun a journey a few months ago, a few semesters ago. Last year, the executive committee and the provincial committee were elected to start the electoral strategy and deliver. In November of last year, in October of last year, we had a General Assembly in Leuven where we presented to you the strategy, the long-term strategy to arrive to 2024. We have achieved a lot of things and we are very happy to present those results today.
Yes, so as Carlo just said, we are extremely happy to see how Volt Belgium has grown in 1 year. So we have grown at the local level with new teams. Leuven, we have Rebecca and André. We have Brussels with the new city lead, Brieux. And of course we have Jens and Vicky, who was recently re-elected as co-lead for Antwerp. And we are also gaining traction in cities like Ghent and hopefully also soon in a city in Wallonia, namely Liège. This past year, I think, for all of us who have been there for the last month or year has been a very, very exciting moment. A lot of work and a lot of messages probably you received. But I'm proud and also confident to say that in 1 year we have really achieved to have a strategy for 2024, which has still to be fleshed out, and this is also why we are asking you to join us today in the workshops to really contribute and help us to push this strategy even further. We have reached out to other parties with whom we cooperate on policy writing, which we might also form alliances. This is a vote. This will be a vote open to the GA, or discussion to the GA. And we have also managed to apply, for example, for the European General Assembly next November. If we get it, it's another question, but we will keep you informed. All in all, also we've been able to establish, as I mentioned, this election task force, which is really one of the core bodies that we will have for 2024. It is a body that works together and very closely with the policy team. The policy team has done an amazing work, so I want to thank all of you who have contributed 1 hour or 30,000 hours to writing, checking, thinking about policies. This is an amazing work, and this is also one of the core topics of today, our electoral program for next year. So in Leuven, during the last General Assembly, we talked a lot about the strategy. So for those who are joining us new today, you can find all the documentation we have on the Google Drive. You have access to it thanks to your Volt email address. We will not go into detail again, but I will here quickly remind the most important aspect of this strategy. So first, Volt Belgium is here for the long run. Not only Volt Belgium, the whole of Volt. We are in a marathon, not in a sprint. This is why the most important aspect, or the most important goal for next year, is visibility. We want our message to be heard. We want to be in the media. We want people to know about us. We want also to pressure the other big parties to change a bit their policies, the way they behave in politics, or generally how they do politics. This is why we're here. Next year will be a huge year, the biggest year so far for Belgium in terms of elections. So in the first time in history, there will be all elections taking place in a single year. Now it will be divided in 2 different timings. The first timing will be in June, 9th of June. The dates have recently came out. On 9th of June, we will vote on the regional, federal and European level. And in October, we will vote for the local and provincial elections. Now you can imagine that a party of our size, we're growing steadily, slowly but steadily, but still 5 elections is massive. So we have to make choices. One of those choices is not to run in the provincial elections due to the lack of visibility, political visibility of the provincial level. And a very important note is that every election, except the local election, have a 5% threshold per list. So that means that winning the local elections will be the easiest one for us, because there's no threshold. On the other hand, we have we're super excited and a huge interest also to be elected at a regional or federal or European level because of state funding, which for the time being we're relying mostly on membership donations and membership fees and donations to finance all the activities we do. For example, here the GA, thank you also for those who have contributed financially and make this possible. So we will have to make choices. Now, our core target cities will be the big cities. So for the time being, we have identified Brussels and Antwerp, Leuven, Ghent as really the cities where we want to put most of our effort in. That will, of course, depend on our lists. So this is why we need candidates. And this is also something that we hope we're going to share with those who still need to find enthusiasm to run next year, especially looking here at the women to think about if you want to be a candidate or not. But I'm not going to delve too much into it because we have a long program.
A very exciting program even on top.
Exactly. So to run up, this will be a milestone moment for the party. Once we have voted on our policies, we'll be able to shoot our message out and concentrate then on the more strategic level, candidates, voter persona. I give back the floor to you, Carlo.
Yes, I'll take just a moment to thank both our Secretary General Jordi as well as our events lead Ulrike Fuss for organizing this General Assembly today and doing a lot of the preparatory work that is often not seen. Also a big thanks to all our functional leads that prepared a massive amount of work for the presentations of all the workshops and the courses organized so far. So I'm very excited to see and listen and discuss all these topics that we have on the agenda. Without further ado, I give it back to Alexander to formally open the General Assembly. Before that, a big round of applause to everyone being here. We're very excited to have you.
All right, thank you, Carlo and Johanna. We are already running a bit out of time, but that's okay. Welcome, Europeans. Welcome, everybody else. Yes.
And the video.
In the video, okay, yeah. So that's why I want to thank you all also for voting on me as a chair. I'm Alexander Rezepka. I will host you here, and I will be strict on time today for you guys. You might notice that sometimes I will be checking my phone because I also have to vote a bit and there's an agenda on it. But don't fret, I have the full attention for you all and for the program. Now, Johanna already explained the agenda of today, so we will just start with it in a minute. Just a few things. We have the agenda. We will have moments for questions, but do note we also have workshops. So if you have a very pressing question for the policies or for the political campaigning task force, go to them during the workshops later in the afternoon where you have more time for questions. But we will have questions during the plenary, how do you say it in English? During the collective GA together. First of all, we want to say something about the minutes of the last GA. The minutes of the last GA will officially be voted upon next GA. The extraordinary GA somewhere around June. And I would like to see hands here if everyone is okay with that. So please put your hands up if you're okay with delaying the vote for the minutes of last GA. So the last GA in Leuven. Yeah.
Why is it delayed?
It was not prepared properly.
It was not prepared properly. It's not being officially documented, so it's better for next GA to vote on it because it's not there that way. All right. Thank you all. Sorry. Anyone against delaying this vote? Anyone would like to abstain of this very pressing vote? So, a few. All right. Okay. So then officially we confirm we will do the vote next GA. Also, did I already say we have officially opened GA today? Of Volt Belgium, ASBL. So the next thing is the vote for the agenda, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it's already done. It's people have voted already.
People have voted already for the agenda, and it's been approved. So today we're going to have an exciting day with all of you. All right. Now, without further ado, I think we will go to our first real point of the agenda, and I would like to, and that is the candidates for the Secretary of the Executive Committee of Volt Belgium. And I would like to introduce Jasper Koosmans to the stage.
Am I the only one?
Yeah.
It's not good to be the only candidate, but anyway.
So this is going to be a vote for the candidates of the Secretary for the Executive Committee of the National Board of Volt Belgium. We have one candidate, that's Jasper Koosmans, and he will do a short introduction, and we will be able to vote on him today. I think it's already, the vote's finished around, when is it?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock the vote will be finished. So afterwards we already know if we have a candidate or we officially have a secretary or not. So Jasper, please introduce yourself.
Okay, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Goedemorgen. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Jasper, indeed, for those who don't know me. And I'm going to tell you in 2 minutes why I'm a candidate for this position. So for that I have to go back 1 year in time at the General Assembly in Brussels in April, where we voted upon a new board at that time, a new executive committee. Was voted in with Carlo and Johanna as co-presidents, Martin as treasurer, François as fifth board member, and Manon as secretary. I saw at that time before me a very young executive committee, and I was, let's say, I had reservations about that, let's be honest. There was going to be a big challenge with such young people. But at the same day, I was also voted in as a provincial committee member representing the local team of Antwerp, also in the board of Volt Belgium. And I had therefore a front row seat because I was working very closely together with this executive committee on a weekly basis. I was in calls with them, so I was very quick. I was very quickly able to see that my reservations were that there was no reason for fear, and that there was a very talented, bright, and very motivated and driven group of people there. So that was very exciting to work with. At the same time, having a front row seat, I can also see, like, maybe here and there's some areas of improvement where it could be better, but okay, everyone could be better, so that's okay. 6 months later, unfortunately, Manon stepped down as secretary due to personal reasons. She wanted to focus more on her work, I think, which is fair enough. So since then, the executive committee has been down from 5 people to 4, and the secretary position has been vacant for the past 6 months. And so, as my own mandate as provincial committee member is ending today because it's a 1-year mandate, I thought, well, why not step up and take the opportunity to fill Manon's shoes and take up the secretary position. And so I come back to say, okay, I had the front row seat and I saw some rooms for improvement, so what are they? There's basically one. I think that we could do more as a board to communicate internally to our members, because a lot of work has been going on in the executive committee. They've been doing really a lot of work setting up let's say, the skeleton of how we attack the 2024 elections. In the first months it was mostly the board that did that work themselves. Later on, I see Frank in the room, who has taken the position of leading the electoral campaign task force. A lot of work been going on, but I think we could do more to involve more of our members and motivate them, so that we embark on this shared vision, like, hey, we want to go to 2024, we have all these elections that Johanna just mentioned. We need more people to be actively involved in that, and I think internal communication is one area where we could do better, where there should be more regular communications from the board directly to the members, so that you know what's going on, you know where we're going, that you have an opportunity on a very almost day-to-day basis to give your feedback also, and to steer where we are going. I think that's very important. Secondly, my other priority will remain what it has been as a provincial committee member. So I was representing the local teams within the national board, let's say, and this cannot stop there. The local teams need representation at the national level, because the national level cannot work without our local chapters. Our local chapters enable us to involve more people locally, attract new members who maybe aren't directly willing to participate at the national level, but who are more motivated to be involved on the street in activities locally, where they don't have to travel an hour and a half to. That's not a criticism to Namur, by the way. Great to be here. But so yeah, I think it's important that this integration remains and that our local teams are very closely involved with what's going on at the national level. And I want to, as secretary, I want to continue to do that, to keep a very close relationship with all the local chapters and make sure that their voices are heard. So I want to emphasize that. The provincial committee will again be empty, as it was before last year. And now my mandate, I've been the only provincial committee member for the past year, and my mandate ends, so the provincial committee is vacant again, unfortunately. So that's also a call to people who maybe are interested in this position. But as long as the provincial committee is vacant, I intend to keep doing that task of not representing, but involving the local teams. So yeah, 2024, we have a lot of work. I think we have a good group of people. We are very ambitious. Maybe we're too ambitious, but let's shoot for the stars and hit the moon. Let's do it.
Thank you, Jasper. All right. We don't do a long Q&A, but does anyone have any pressing questions here? Maybe one or two is possible. Laurent?
Just for the vote, keeping time for people who don't have Wi-Fi or 4G for the BC.
To have enough time to vote?
The vote will open in a few minutes, and it will stay open until 1, jusqu'à 1 heure. Est-ce que c'est assez de temps?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Anyone else has a question for Jasper?
Well, maybe just one, Jasper.
Yes.
How would you describe the job on its own? You mentioned where you want to focus on, but just to clarify what that position actually means within the structure.
Yeah, good point. Indeed, there are certain tasks of a secretary which are set in stone. They are in the statutes of all Belgium. For example, it's the task of a secretary to call the board meetings, to set the agendas, make sure that the minutes of the board meetings are there, are communicated, etc. So those are the strictly the tasks of the secretary. So that for sure is something I'm going to be responsible for. I'm very aware of that as well. But that's the boring part, let's say, of the.
But you're also contributing to the board as decision organ.
Yes, of course. So the board, so the executive committee consists of 5 people. That's also determined by the statutes, and the secretary is one of those 5 people who is in the executive committee, and that is allowed to take the decisions. Of what all the authorities that the executive committee has per the statutes. They are described. You can read them there. And the secretary has voting rights within the executive committee, etc., etc.
All right. If you have any more questions for Jasper, please come to him later. Ulrike, a quick one.
For Jasper, but I was just asking for the voting link because I had to install my Gmail first on my telephone.
Yeah.
And he asked me the same thing, and then we asked number 3, doesn't know what Generale does. So can we please resend the voting link?
Yeah, same issue here.
Via Belgium also?
Okay, there are some issues with the voting link, also with the email. I will ask Emily if he maybe can explain the voting.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's an issue with the link. We just don't have the link.
Yeah. How do you resend it?
So the previous vote was only 14 people voted, so I think there's more people in this room.
But so this
Can you
link.
go there?
Yes. Sorry.
Jasper, thank you. You can sit down.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe you can chat with World Belgium. Yeah, World Belgium on WhatsApp.
So we cannot share the voting link because the link is personal. So it ensures the integrity of the vote. So everyone got one link, and they are able to vote. As it's written in our election guidelines for election of people for board mandates, we still use the a-doodle system, which is a separate system. So in a few minutes, you will receive a separate link to your Volt Europa email address. And this comes from a-doodle. Check your spam. Normally the Gmail of Volt Europa does not filter a-doodle, but sometimes we have noticed that it does, but in most cases it does not. So this will come in a few minutes. For the other votes, all the other votes that will be about policy, and for example the one of this morning, this is just in the invitation to the GA that was received, when was it, on Thursday or something?
Can you please I get quite a lot of emails with similar titles. What was the title exactly for this invitation?
There was also an email for the chairperson, and if you search for chair,
Yeah.
I think you might find that one, and that's the same link.
To everyone, I am right now in Tusker quickly preparing an additional email
Voilà.
to send to everyone with so you will have a new email with the token to
Great.
enter the page. Okay? So
Yeah.
in 10 to 10 minutes maximum you should have it.
Thank you.
An
So-
additional note for the Tusker voting email. Unless you set the preference to have it sent to your Vote Europa email address, that specific Tusker voting link will be sent to your personal inbox. So that's good for you to know.
So I hope it's clear. Just to repeat what everyone said, for the people online, there is for the election of the candidate, in this case just for Jasper, you will receive a separate link via the a-doodle system on your Volt Europa email. And for all other votes, that is just on the landing page of the Volt GA of today, it's a Tusker link. You will soon receive again a new email with the same link that you got already on Thursday, so that you can access all the votes. It works throughout the day, so this will be the same link. And as Carlo mentioned, if you specifically requested not to use your Volt Europa email address, then that link will be sent to your private address. I hope that's clear.
Thank you.
Anyone else has a question?
Anyone any pressing questions about the votes? If I'm correct, the vote will be open for the secretary soon.
I will announce when it's open, but
When it's open.
it's in a few minutes.
And it will be open until 1. If you have any trouble still with voting, please let us know. We try, maybe Emmerich, you can check out in the
break.
here to help out the people. So we don't have to do it collectively, hopefully, and then we can all vote, because that's very important. Then I would like to thank all the secretary candidates. The vote will be open in a minute, and I would like to go to the next block, which is the policy block. And I would like to start with Bram telling us about the Volt vision and our priorities policy process. Yes.
Thank you, Xander.
Thank you.
So I will log in into the laptop to show some slides. So before we start, I will shortly explain what we will do today. There are 3 policy sessions. But I need to click later.
I can do it for you.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. So there are 3 policy sessions. The first session is a general presentation about the vision and also the process. So last General Assembly we got many questions, to especially that new members often don't know what Volt stands for, and that if we can explain the vision on the GA, so we will do that this time. And second, I will explain the process of the development of the electoral program. And after that we will have short pitch presentations of each of the 10 priorities chosen in the winter referendum for both the federal and the regional elections. It's clicking a lot. So first I want to thank everyone who was involved in the policy process in one way or the other, because if you talk with, for example, other European chapters, even the bigger chapters like Spain, they often have only 2, 3, 4 people writing the entire policy programs and electoral programs for Volt. But we had more than 35 people contributing to our electoral program. So I would say thank you everyone for contributing. And now we will shift to the presentation about the vision. Next slide. So the vision that was earlier developed also with a task force where more than 30 people participated in 2000, starting in 2020, end of 2020, and approved at the Autumn GA in 2021. So for who doesn't know it, it's good if you are a new member, if you're even not, you can go to www.voltbelgium.org/vision, and there you can read our basic vision that we developed for Belgium specifically. So there's also a European one on the Volt Joker website, but this is our vision we developed with the Belgian Task Force in 2021, and also discussed at GA back then, and voted on back then, which remains an important document if you want to know the basic vision. Then I will try now to couple the basic vision to some actual topics to illustrate the vision. The first is the relation between economy and climate, which is linked to the challenges economic renaissance and global balance. So we see, if you look to graphs and figures, that there is not necessarily that economic growth does not necessarily conflict with solving the issue of the climate change, because you see in recent decades that in many European countries there's a decoupling between the CO2 and the GDP. But of course, you have to have the right policies to enable to reduce the carbon emissions in cooperation with maintaining economic growth. And one of the costs is often overlooked is, for example, the healthcare costs, which are not directly linked to climate, but often to, for example, environmental factors like air pollution, and also more lifestyle factors like smoking. For example, what often people don't realize is if, for example, you can see there 1 on 5 of the heart attacks are associated with environmental risk. 1 on 10, about 1 on 10 with air pollution, a lot of with smoking, and there's a lot of costs with ambulance costs, expensive hospital treatments, paid sick leave, lifelong medication, doctor visits, and those are all to a large extent paid by the taxpayers, of course, because it's covered by social security. And if you reduce the people getting sick in hospital, you will also save a lot of budget. For example, in Barcelona, they calculated, a city of 1.4 million residents, that they could save 9 billion euros per year if they would meet the World Health Organization guidelines on air pollution, physical activity, and green space availability. And that's about 7% of their GDP, what they could save by doing that. Yeah. Also, cycling very good for the economy because it also improves your health, and each kilometer cycle provides a benefit to society about €1, a bit less for the electric bicycles, but still a lot. Well, each kilometer driven with a car costs about €1 to society. And for example, you also see that, for example, there are often record traffic jams on day with public transport strikes, but even then most people stay home. If you would decrease public transport, as some parties propose, then that would be bad for the economy because we have more congestion, more healthcare costs, which will result in degrowth instead of economic growth. So that's an example. Investment in public transport is an example where economic growth can be combined with climate change mitigation. Yes. The second proposal, similar to that, can go to the next slide. This is how we position ourselves on the global balance spectrum, where on the one hand we favor nuclear energy to be part of the energy mix, and on the other hand are for more massive investments in public transport. This was our most successful Instagram post ever, with 900 likes on the Volt Belgium Instagram. If you don't follow the Volt Belgium Instagram, you can do it still. So how we position there ourselves, benchmark ourselves compared to the other parties there, is that at the one end of the spectrum we have the Green Party, who is quite dogmatically against nuclear energy. On the other part of the spectrum we have, for example, the NVA and Vlaams Belang, who are against more public transport investments and even want to decrease the investments in it. And both are of course quite dogmatic stances that will not solve the climate crisis. So yeah, you have actually let's say the left green wing of the spectrum that chooses a selected number of topics they prefer to solve the climate crisis. Same on the right wing, so they make an ideological selection, but we say we are fact-based and we don't make an ideological selection, and we support all solutions to combat climate change, including nuclear energy and public transport investments. Yes, next slide. Also, our first priority chosen by our members is investments, long-term investments in infrastructure. If you look to the long-term investments in infrastructure in Belgium, we're doing quite bad. I can go to the next one. Quite bad compared to other European countries. For example, this is a graph for the railway infrastructure, but it's actually also the same for other infrastructure parts. You see, for example, that countries like France, they spend around 0.5% of GDP in railway infrastructure, but Belgium only 0.28%. And yeah, you see the top one is China with 0.85%. But compared to a lot of European countries like France, Austria, Denmark, we are investing poorly. And this is the graph for the railway investment, but it's actually also the same if you look to other infrastructure investments in other domains. And therefore, it's quite unique that our members have chosen to be long-term infrastructure investments and green infrastructure as the number one priority. And if you look from that to a benchmarking perspective, really unique, because if you read the electoral programs of the other parties, there are not that many parties. Actually, there are basically no parties that emphasis on long-term investments in infrastructure in their program. The latest example is a totally different one, related to the citizen empowerment and EU reform. So yes, the slide is in Dutch, but this is that Volt wants to introduce a federal circumscription where all members of the federal parliament are elected nationally, but it also applies to the Flemish election and the Walloon elections and the Brussels elections. That also we want the vote to be on the geographical level of the Flanders election for the entirety of Flanders, the Walloon election for the entirety of Wallonia, the federal election for the nationally. So the reason is that we don't want to institutionalize conflicts between regions, but on the other hand, of course, that doesn't mean that there are totally no problems. Next one, please. For example, if you look to the employment figures, then you see that actually Flanders the activity rate is above the European Union average, while Wallonia and Brussels is far below it. So of course we are for more cooperation between regions and for example the election the national circumscription. But on the other hand, it doesn't mean that we can accept that the activity rate is so low in Wallonia and Brussels, and of course also propose policies that they catch up with the activity rate in Flanders. Because also that generates a lot of economic benefits. Then we go to the process. Yes. So if you remember, or if you are a new member, you will not remember, but in December we had a referendum, and in the referendum our members from a list of around 30 main topics and more than 100 subtopics, our members have chosen 10 electoral priorities for the federal and the regional elections. So I will quickly go through them. So on the first place was Belgian infrastructure and connectivity with an emphasis on investments in green infrastructure. Second, mobility and public transport. 3, tax justice. 4, energy transition. 5, European common defense for the federal elections and the future of education for the regional elections. 6, climate change mitigation. 7, equal opportunities. 8, electoral reform for the federal election and housing and city planning for the regional election. 9, EU reform and more competences to the European Union. And on the 10th place, citizen participation. Yeah, it's the same, it's just another visualization. So between the last year and this year, we had several policy events where we also discussed the drafts of that were developed by the electoral policy team. So for each team, there were 3 to 10 members working on the priorities, and we had physical events on the top 5 priorities, or at least on 3 of them. For example, we had, you see the auditorium, it was a presentation in Leuven by an external professor about mobility in Belgium and Flanders. We had a panel debate on tax justice on the upper right. We had the infrastructure event with also an external speaker. Yes. And we had the education in Antwerp. We had the education event, but also was well attended. And before that, we had also some gatherings in Café Merlot where we also discussed policy and gathered ideas. Yes, to go to the next steps. So the text that the more than 35 people who were involved drafted in the electoral policy team respected, of course, our basic vision, but also the referendum results, very important. Of course, we also look to the existing mapping of policies, which contains policies that are approved before. So it's very important. There's a difference between the electoral program and the mapping of policies. In the electoral program, we had a referendum. We choose 10 priorities. While the mapping of policies, there everyone can propose a policy and then request to discuss it. And if there is enough enthusiasm about it, it can go to the GA for a vote. Well, the electoral program we limit to the 10 topics chosen in the referendum. And there was also an editorial review process where the policies were read by several people. For the first 3 priorities, we had also input from external experts. So, what's important to know, we will today vote not on the priorities themselves, because prior to the European policies process, we propose that minor corrections to the grammar layout, finalization of the annexes, structure of the sentences, addition of the pictures can still be made after the vote if those corrections do not alter the content or meaning of the proposal. So if there are some grammar mistakes or spelling mistakes in the document today, you are not voting on the spelling mistakes, you are voting on the content, and we can still fix some basic things. And then last thing, there was also an amendment phase between the spring GA and the autumn GA. Dus between today and the GA in somewhere in the autumn. So it's not possible to propose amendments to replace a priority entirely, but the amendments can be to improve the text of several priorities. It can also be to add or remove a section that fits well within the current proposals. For example, add a sub-proposal to a main proposal, or if you think one of our current sub-proposals is very bad and should be removed in retrospect, you can also propose to remove that. But you will receive more communication about that after the GA. But it will be between this GA and the next GA. You have the possibility to amend the electoral policies. Yes. Okay, that was already the first presentation. We did it in 40 minutes. Are there any questions before we go to the pitch presentations? No. Yeah, done. We continue, I think.
Okay, so we now have 4 blocks of policies, 2 federal and 2 regional. Bram will also be helping with moderating that. We will have every time 5 policies. Then we have a little bit room of Q&A. Then 5 policies, Q&A, 5 policies, Q&A, 5 policies, Q&A, and then we have the next part, which is almost a break already. So I will say, Bram, please start.
Okay. I'll just use the timer. No, it's time. Yeah. Yeah. Again, thank you to everyone who participated. You should say it more often. So. So the order of the presentations will be the order of the priorities. So we will start with infrastructure and connectivity. Very important to note is that we will first deal with the federal elections. So it means that you think maybe why is this topic not being included in the presentation? Well, it may be because it's part of regional responsibility of the regions. So then it will only be presented in the next session about regional policies. That's very important to take into account. So yeah, I just show quickly the referendum results of the sub-priorities within the infrastructure. So 88% of vote members of referendum voters voted to certainly include more investment in railway infrastructure into the electoral policy program. 51% energy grids and energy infrastructure, 59% 5G, and 75% water infrastructure management. It's just to show you an idea, but all those topics will be included. But yes. We start with the railway infrastructure. That is the biggest part of the federal infrastructure program, and the regional program we will also focus on other things. So related to long-term vision, what we say is that we want to solve the bottlenecks of the train delays caused by the tunnel between Brussels North and Brussels South, because the trains go there through 6 tracks in Brussels Central, and if there is an issue that can cause a delay on the entire Belgian network, even in Antwerp, in Namur, in Arlon, and so solving this bottleneck issue, and not a short-term solution but a long-term solution, not only for our generation but the next generation to come, will guarantee a robust future for the public rail transport. There are several options for that, so we don't say beforehand we are only satisfied with one option. But for example, there was a study from the VUB. They evaluated 8 scenarios on scientific criteria, but also they asked their rates to the public transport operators, the government, and so on. And from that, they concluded that maybe an additional tunnel from Brussels South to Brussels Schumann was an alternative. But there are also other potential solutions mentioned in our policy document, like via flyover or viaduct train, and some other solutions. But what we say, the most important thing to remember is we will solve the issue with a long-term solution. It will benefit not only ourselves but also the next generation, and it will not only benefit people in Brussels but also people across Belgium, because so of course it doesn't make sense if you have a stop train that stops every 3 minutes, but for intercity trains we try to upgrade where technically feasible the speeds of the tracks. For example, currently they are doing that between Brussels and Luxembourg, but we want to do them more places where technically feasible. Also where it is necessary, because there is a saturation problem, or we could have much more trains, for example, a combination of stop trains and intercity trains. If we add a number of tracks, for example, double the number of tracks, or add a 3rd track or a 5th track, where it makes sense and where it is technically feasible, we want to do that. And then the second part is we want to increase and accelerate 5G rollout across the country, not only in urban areas, also in rural areas, to make sure we have very fast internet across Belgium. It has also some societal advantages. For example, in the healthcare sector, hospitals, ambulances, it would benefit them if they have 5G instead of 4G. Energy grids is also very important, but that's dealt with an electoral priority for energy transition. We have also in the regional program, we refer to water management infrastructure and also to bicycle infrastructure. In electoral priority 3 tax justice, we also say something about tax incentive to boost circular economy infrastructure. And of course it costs a lot of money what we are doing, the investments, but we have also credible ways to finance this. For example, reforming the system of the salary car subsidies and congestion charging in some cities, but that's not part of this challenge. We will deal with that in challenge 2 and 3 because it fits more there, so it's not part of the void of the infrastructure challenge itself. Yeah. Okay, exactly 5 minutes. So we go to the next one: mobility and public transport. You also see here the referendum results, so we will not go into detail into them, but yeah, of course, one of the basic visions is if you look to the scientific criteria, so as an evidence-based party, we want to boost economy, boost public health, boost climate. Then somehow we should realize at least a partial modal shift from towards less car transport and more active transport and public transport. So yeah, for example, also electric cars won't fix congestion. I will quickly go to some proposals, what we propose to do that. First, we say that there should be 24/7 trains in Belgium between the big cities with more than 100,000 inhabitants, but of course they stop where they stop usually, so also some smaller stations. And also more frequent trains at smaller places, and later trains, I mean. For example, if you look to the last train at the moment, so for example from Aachen to Brussels it's at 8 o'clock, from Hasselt to Turnhout it's 9:30, Antwerp Leuven before 11, so that's all quite early. And often people take already a car during the day because they think they may not get back home in the evening because the service ends too early. And therefore we want to extend the service later. Yes. And more internationally, we propose to have night trains from Brussels to 10 European cities by 2008. So currently we have one night train of, run by the OBB, so the Belgian government supports the night train, but instead of only supporting other initiatives, they can also actively invest in more night trains. Third and last point, I think, is affordable public transport. Because of course to reduce inflation, increase affordability, but it will also help to combat air pollution and climate change. We propose to reform the system of ticketing, because if you buy now single tickets, it's often very expensive. If you buy a return ticket from Hasselt to Brugge, or it can cost 40 euros. Of course, there are cheaper alternatives with the 10 journey day passes, month passes, and annual passes for public transport in Belgium. For the trains, for 5 euros a day, 25 euros a month, or 25 euros per year. If 3 million people buy the annual pass of 250 euros, the revenue would already be equal to the current ticket sales, because the current revenue is 750 million per year. There were also cost savings due to less administration, but on the other hand, increased operational costs due to increase in passengers. Yes. So here you can see the referendum results for the tax justice. It's too much to go through to, so this will be probably the longest presentation, but I mean not the longest presentation, but more slides at least. We have 6 proposals within the federal tax justice program. We start with the first 3. The first proposal is balancing taxes and labor income, and actually it is reducing the tax on labor and paying it with a capital gain tax. The second is increase the fight against tax fraud and tax evasion. And the third one is a fair tax system for single people. So those numbers are not set in stone, but of course we have to propose something to have a starting point. But of course during negotiations, during government negotiations or negotiations to give support to a government, it can be more flexible. But the vision behind the proposal is that we increase the tax-free minimum, because if we reduce the tax-free minimum, it will, in absolute number, be the same money increase, the same net wage increase across all wages. For example, if you added one of the other tax layers, it will, in absolute terms, benefit more the higher wages, but the tax-free minimum, increasing that, it's in absolute terms, it's the same amount for all wages, which will increase. And we will pay that with a capital gain tax, and the capital gain tax will only apply to people with more than 1 million euros in assets, which is less than 10%, less than 20% of the population. Yes. Here is written. So this tax for the capital gain tax is only 6% of the population, which enables to increase the net income of 94% of the Belgian citizens. The capital gain tax will generate 2.5 billion euros annually, which can finance 70% of our tax cuts on labor, and the other 30% we will finance with, on the one hand, the fight against fraud, and on the other hand, a little bit more taxes on damaging substances for climate and health. Yes. And then also, single people are treated unfairly in Belgium because, for example, through the marriage quotient, but there are also some other mechanisms that make that single people pay more taxes than people who live together or are married. And of course, that's a bit unfair, and we want to remove those unfairness and say everyone pays the same taxes. Of course, There remains a tax reduction if you have children, for example, but just living together will not give you tax reduction compared to being a single individual. For example, we abolished the marriage quotient. Then we go to proposal 4, 5 and 6. Proposal 4 is reduce avoidable debts from lifestyle and environmental factors through taxation. 5 is future of work with pilot projects for the 4-day work week. And part 6 is an ESG system for companies, but I will try to explain it this way. I will start with 6 because I think there is no other slide on 6. You make the corporate tax rate, which is currently 20 to 25% flexible, depending how well companies perform on providing employment, but also on environmental aspects, like the circular economy, carbon emissions, how well they are for generating education in Belgium. So based on those ESG criteria, the tax rate of 20 to 25%, which is the current number, will be flexible between 15 and 35%. With 15% for the companies who have a good score on all criteria. So 15% is also the European minimum. You can never go below the 15% because that's European law. And maximum of 35% for the companies that perform really, really bad on all those aspects. For then proposal 5 for the future of work. In Ireland and the United Kingdom were a successful pilot project on the 4-day work week. They saw, for example, that productivity even increased, but also that the health and happiness and well-being of people was much, much better, especially for female participants in the pilot project of the 4-day work week. So what we propose there is we do not propose to introduce a 4-day work week, but we propose to stimulate to the UK and Ireland to launch large-scale pilot projects into the 4-day work week to see, and if those pilot projects are also successful in Belgium, then we can consider to extend it, extend it also to implement it really. But yeah, it will be in the next government period. It will so only be the pilot projects we will want to introduce. Yeah, the slide we had. So yeah, I can skip this. But so to reduce avoidable debts from lifestyle and environmental factors, we propose a slight reform of the taxation system. For example, we propose to abolish the VAT on healthy food, on fruits and vegetables, on bicycle purchases, bicycle maintenance, public transport tickets, also more general fitness sport activities. And to be honest, actually, we developed this idea also some time ago, but in the current proposal of the current Minister of Finance, there is actually a similar proposal, but I mean, that's not a problem. And then to finance this, but of course, on the long run, this will generate a lot of money because those things, if you use that in abundance, it's good for society. Eating fruits and vegetables will reduce healthcare costs. Cycling, very good for society. It will also have economic returns. So in the long run, it will create economic wealth. And but initially, we finance it with a slightly increased VAT from 21 to 25% on cars, wood stoves, cigarettes, fast food, and spirits with an alcohol percentage above 20%. Yes. So last slide for the tax justice part. You see the current dotation to the NMBS and Infrabel together is 2.8 billion annually. So this is about 0.5% of the GDP of Belgium. So you often hear some right-wing conservative parties claim that they can solve the budget deficit of 6% with saving a little bit on public transport. But so with 0.5% of the GDP solving a deficit of 6%, it seems not very easy to do that, quite impossible. And also it will be a boomerang because you will have more congestion, more healthcare costs, which will then return very high economic costs, and it will increase instead of decrease the budget deficit. So again, as an example, that investment in public transport in the middle long run, it will even be benefit if you increase it from 2.8 to, for example, 4 billion. It will be beneficial after 10-20 years because it will generate a lot of economic benefits. The second figure, the investments, the tax incentives for salary cars, they are about 4 billion in missed revenue each year. And also important there is a bit social inequality. 50% of the salary cars go to the top 10% earners. More than 2/3 of the salary car owners are male. And the majority of salary cars is in urban areas with decent public transport. And there are much less salary cars in remote rural areas without public transport. So it's a bit unfair system. There's also no country in the world which invests that much money into fiscal incentives into salary cars. So we reform the system. So you see 4 plus 2 billion. The 2 billion, that's the external costs from the congestion, the air pollution, etc. Because also people with a salary car tend to drive nearly double the amounts than people without a salary car, with a private car. So from the 4 billion euros in missed revenue, about 1.5, there are 3 pillars. There are the social security contributions, there's the tax incentive for companies, and there's the tax of the employees. They're all 3 about 1.5 billion euro. For the first part of the tax incentives for companies, we say we take the 1 billion to invest in public transport. For the wage of the salary car owners, we say current owners of a salary car can get a mobility budget. That mobility budget can be used for maximum 60% for car related things, but more important, that mobility budget is also tax-free for the employees, so they will not have a financial disadvantage by switching from salary cars to mobility. And so also important to mention, so if you look to the excise duties on fuel, etc., actually it's important to realize that those are not sufficient to cover the real cost, because there's a deficit of more than 5 billion euros that's not covered by the excise duties to pay for the healthcare, for the congestion. So it's just important to know, but we don't propose a specific policy on that. But yeah. Energy transition. Priority 4, energy transition. You see the referendum results, but we'll go to the next slide. So there are 4 proposals within the energy transition. The first proposal is that we will repeal the law that forbids nuclear energy. So there's currently still a law that forbids future investments of nuclear energy. We don't necessarily say that we want to build a new nuclear reactor in the next years, but we want to repeal as soon as possible the law, so that certainly when also new technologies emerge, like small scale reactors, etc., that we can invest in them. We also keep open as long as possible as many nuclear reactors that are currently operating, as long as safe and technologically viable. But it doesn't stop there. We are also not against renewable energy. Of course, we invest also in solar and wind energy, especially where space efficient, for example, windmills on the sea, solar panels on the roofs, and we connect the European and the Belgian energy grids to have more cooperation and more efficiency. Then for the fifth, before we go to the Q&A, there is the 5th priority, that's common defense. You will watch. So I will share the slides. There is a presentation made by Frans Wiggers, who coordinated the team, but he's unfortunately not here today. So you can have a look to the slides yourself, but we have a 5-minute video of Giorgio Clarotti, who was also part of the defense team, and we'll show the video. So ask. No. We will show a video. Yeah. So we'll show the video. So he does it without slides, but you can still look the slides up.
My name is Giorgio Clarotti. I joined Volt Belgium this year, and my task was to coordinate between Volt Belgium and Volt Europa for the policy exercise that we are finalizing today for what concerns the General Assembly. I joined the group which was led by Frans Wiggers because I think that defense is the area where there was most work to be done. So despite being a dodger of the draft, I'm 60 years old, so I should have done the draft when I was in Italy at the time, and working in the Commission so as to build peace in Europe, civis pacem para bellum. My main contribution in the group has been to bring in an expert like Jean Martial, who is a high-ranking official in the Belgian army, now retired, and someone else brought in Baudouin Hennings, and I think who is also a high-level military grade in Belgium. And I think that their contribution has been really essential. Together, we, citizens, bottom up, were making proposals, and they were correcting and saying, guys, this is just not possible, or orienting us. What have we said in the paper? First, we start by saying that, like for the army, we think that our political contributions should be part of whatever vote Europe says. No point in having a whole Belgian particular policy, but we will have Belgian specificities in the policy. Second, armies needs to be democratically accountable, which means Belgian government, Belgian parliament will rule the Belgian army, but taking into account what a neighbor's government and a neighbor's parliament also are developing, working together, ideally in the future, what we advocate as a pan-European party is that the Council, the Parliament and the Commission, someone takes some responsibility for what we have called, and it is our first proposal, an integrated European defense force. Because we have realized it, Europe needs to be responsible for its defense. Yes, yet, this is still too far away. We are in 2024, we will be in 2024 for the elections, and we need a practical proposal. What we propose is, like for Schengen, like for the European communities, or like for the Euro, we have a core group, a core European defense force, which forms as soon as possible, and we propose that France, Germany, and Benelux get together, build that force, build it around some things that exist. Did you know that the Luxembourgese infantry is integrated in the Belgian one, that the Dutch infantry is integrated in the German one? We just need to bring all these people together so that they can fight together to, if needed, defend our countries. So that is really the main proposal that we are making. The second proposal we're making, that will take more time, it's going to be more difficult because it requires a change of culture. A change of defense culture which needs to be common and where we need to agree of what we want to do in common. We repeat it, Europe has to become responsible for its defense. It needs to raise its investment into defense to 2% as NATO requires. Belgium is a lot below 1%. On top of quantity, we need to improve the quality. We need to spend better. We need to have integrated weapons systems where we have common research, we have common procurement of weapons. This is going to be difficult. Finally, lesson learned this year, we need to produce a key system in Europe or source them easily because we cannot depend on weapon systems which are made or built by countries with which we don't share values. Finally, I think the third proposal is really something that makes sense, is that we have to interact with other international organizations in the sector. The European Defence Force has to be part of NATO, but let's not forget that we also have the United Nations, which operate for peacekeeping, and the OEC, the Organization for Security in Europe. It's much easier to keep peace than have to fight a war on it. I conclude with the 3 lines which conclude the document. It's important to recognize that we have to shift our priorities. It hasn't happened for the last 70 years, but for the previous 2,000 years, for every country, defense has been a priority. It needs to become a priority again. We have to accept the financial burden that comes with it. Anyone who has played the civilization game online or on board knows that if you do too much research or too much commerce, someone will come and take your goods and take your cities. So we have to invest in a strong army. We have, unfortunately, because of Putin's madness, to refocus our economies on the possibility that is going to be announced. For example, this is my own personal contribution which I'm making today. We are now considering closing some car factories. I think it shouldn't be too difficult to make these car factories into armed equipment, mobile armed equipment. I thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that you will support our proposals, and I wish you a nice General Assembly. Goodbye.
Alright, that were the first 5 policies. We are going to the Q&A now for...
Okay, yeah, before we go to the Q&A, I want Emily. So I explain it. So currently, the votes for the secretary, the candidate for the secretary are open already. Everyone has received a doodle. I actually received it on my Volt Europa account instead of my personal account, so do check both mails if you have them. And also the votes for the policies are also open. And Emmerich, do you have anything to add then?
Yeah, maybe it's better from here for the people watching online. So indeed, both votes are open. The e-doodle vote is exclusively sent to your Volt Europa email address. That's how it was decided in one of our first J in 2020, and in if you had preference for Tusker to receive on your personal mail, that's why you might receive that one. But I think it's only for a few people. Just a small thing, there is a small mistake in the e-doodle vote. In the Dutch translation, it's clear because there is it's the same text in several things. In the Dutch translation, I made a little typo, but it is for Jasper that we are voting, not for Jordi. It should be very clear. Yes. I'm sorry for this. I checked it 5 times and yet I still did not see this. So yeah, you should be able to vote for everything. For the e-doodle vote, once you voted, your vote is cast, that's it. For the policy votes, you may vote as many times as you want as long as the link is still open. So that means that if you want to already pre-vote on some stuff, not to forget, you can already pre-fill the link. Normally also your Google Drive should save it, so you don't need to submit it directly, but if you want to, you can, and you can carry on voting later. So you can already open the page, close it, when you reopen it, it should come back again.
Yeah, to add to that, if you are in the policy vote, there is also a link to all the entire documents included in the vote. Andre?
Maybe I have to add something. There are a few new members here. Everybody who's not yet a member for, let's say, before the 22nd of March, you don't get to vote, so you don't get those links. So only people who were officially a member before 22nd of March.
What Andre is saying, you have to be officially a member since about 3 months before you are allowed to vote. 1 month. Oh, sorry, 1 month. Yeah. 27th of March. 22nd, sorry. 22nd of March. All right. Thank you from the electoral board. If you have any questions, please try to get to Emmerich. He will help you out. He's already helping people, so he can help you out also for the rest. Then, Bram, you talked about infrastructure, mobility, tax, energy, and security. Now is the moment for people. We have about 5 minutes for this Q&A to ask questions about these 5 federal priorities. So anyone wants to ask something to Bram? Daniel.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, by the way, excellent. On the capital gains tax, do we have good examples from other European EU countries how that is being done in practice? Because I guess it's not an easy thing to do on assessing somebody's capital gain. You gain, lose, whatever.
Personally, I'm not an expert in capital gain taxes, but I know that in some countries it's in place. I think even in the Netherlands they have a sort of system for it. I don't know, Bernard, if you maybe know more about it.
Not really from the other countries, but I think the idea here is that if you look at the distribution of income across the population, you can see it's really skewed. Even for Belgium, there are statistics. You just look at the World Inequality database, where you can see that it's really skewed towards the top 10% of the population in terms of income. I think we looked at this. It's about like 30% of the income goes to the top 10%, and about 20% of the income goes to the bottom 50. So clearly, there is an imbalance in Belgium. Now, we didn't really compare to other countries, but we believe that this has to be corrected over time. Hence, the idea of rebalancing between income from labor and income from capital gain. In terms of wealth, it's even more acute. I think it's top 10%. It got 50% of the wealth in Belgium, and the bottom 50, I think, is about 15% or less 10% of the wealth in Belgium. So there's a huge gap between the wealthiest and the poorest in Belgian society.
I didn't question the principle, more how you're going to do it. But I mean, I'm sure during the election phase we'll get questions that very nice idea how you're going to do that. And we should see once we get there that we can point at something that we think will.
I think one thing that's indeed needed for it is a sort of I don't know the English term, but it's called vermogenskadaster to have that the government that you know what people possess and what gains they're made on it to be able to tax it. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
excellent. Super. This first part, already a pleasure to listen to all these points. On the tax also, do you know how other parties position themselves on these tax issues?
Yes,
because it's
a little
quite,
bit.
It's very good, but
so
it's
I think
very
well,
risky also to lose vote.
I think while on infrastructure and mobility we have a clear message that is different from the other parties, and also on energy, but that on tax justice there are more convergences with the other parties. For example, the tax reform, as I mentioned, the VAT reform is actually a similar thing as proposed by the current Minister of Finance. Actually, also the increase the tax-free sum is. We were first because we already said it in 2019, but now that's no problem, I would say.
Question regarding the singles and married couple comparison. Currently, if you are married, I believe that both incomes are added together, and then because of that, the tax-free sum is basically lower.
Yeah, that's a marriage question indeed, but yeah,
that's why they have the marriage coefficient to kind of balance that out. And so my question was, is there something included in the text to also then when people get married that their income is not added together unless
just pay taxes on every individually, not taking it together.
Okay.
Alexander, you can shoot 4 questions at the same time.
Jan was the quickest actually.
So a quick question on the VAT system. I really like the idea of differentiating, but I don't know anything about VAT regulations. Do you need any approval from Europe to change VAT rates, and should that also not be coordinated with neighboring countries? Because especially the 25%, which I really like, that if you do that on certain products that people can easily buy elsewhere, then you may actually not get the revenue that you need to compensate for the low or the zero VAT on the other products.
Well, I think on the 25% VAT, there are already some countries in Europe who have a basic VAT rate close to 25%. So, and we only propose it for very specific elements that are bad for environment, bad for health. And for the 0%, I don't think it's a problem if Belgium has a 0% VAT on fruits, vegetables, bicycle purchases, or public transport tickets. That would be a problem if that's not the case in the neighboring countries, I think.
Yeah, it's more for the 25% that you may increase it, but then people may go buy elsewhere.
Yeah, but it's also not very easy to buy something very big in the south of Europe, and you have to transport it to Belgium. So I mean, there is a risk, but it's also is a very limited increase. So I mean, it will be a maximum of a few €100. So I don't think the increase is sufficient enough to have that impact.
Right, I'll allow one more question.
Yes.
Or do you
I just wanted to
add something?
add something. This is indeed a good question, and maybe we should also coordinate a little bit on this topic with Volta Hoppa, because we're a pan-European party, so we could have also similar policy across Europe to even smooth this out. I also know that there is a European rule on how to set VAT, so you cannot set 0% for anything. That's fairly clear to me. That's the whole reason with the energy crisis that you could not put it to 0, for example. So this we should check it, but indeed it's a strive, and as we're a pan-European party, we can also try to coordinate this up to the European level and do this. And now I just wanted to say also, like if it's for fast food, for example, or for bad foods, let's say, it's very tricky to go buy your McDonald's abroad.
Okay, one more last question. Louise, I thought you had your hand.
Yes, I did. So my question is a bit pairing two of the measures that you had there, one on the 5G rollout and taking into a bit consideration of the values of territorial cohesion and wanting people in rural areas to also have this 5G. Were we considering also putting internet or access as a lower VAT, for instance, as one of the measures to boost access, especially to governmental affairs and to more close policies?
Yeah, I will just answer like it is. We didn't think about that, and there is nothing like that included in our policy at the moment. But I mean, it's interesting to reflect further on, but at the moment it's not included.
Okay, thank you. Are we excited to rebuild Europe?
Yeah.
Yes, with all these policies. How is the energy level? Is anyone in a break for like a tiny, really tiny toilet break and coffee break?
Yes.
Okay, then I will say 5 minutes, please. I will see you all here at 11:38. 11:38.
Ik dacht dat er zo 4 mensen gingen hebben die alles niet presenteren. Ik wist niet dat jij het alles ging doen en dan ik 3 dingen. Maar of is de bedoeling dat je alles doet? Zo?
Nee. De bedoeling was dat ik gewoon de eerste 2 zou doen, maar dan daarna was meteen om 3 en 4 te maken, want het niet georganiseerd, dus ja, dan heb ik het maar gedaan.
Ah, oké.
Ik ga zelf nu doen en dan Jordi gaat 7 doen en dan jij doet 8, 9 en 10 dan.
Ja.
En bij Regionale dus jij 9 en 10 en dan...
ja, die housing heb ik dan geskipt.
Ja, die doe ik. En dan Stats gaat Frans Wallen doen en 5 tot 3 om een video van doen.
Ja.
So if you have huge discrepancy,
If I'm really benevolent, then I can probably I can create something.
En fait, il y a 5, c'est 15, the basic rate has to be at least 15, c'est pour ça qu'en Luxembourg ça se fait. And then you have a reduced rate for certain products, so not everything that's Europe-wide, but it's 5% minimum, and then for 0%, I didn't see, but I mean, this I read.
Yeah, but we saw it on the, the supermarket, the bill of actually the decision.
They proposed this. But it's really strange because there's also a thing like I know Hungary has 0% on flight tickets, for example. No, it's true, and there are reasons for this because it's the flights are international, and so there's like it's a bit of a loophole that they exploit. But it's but I can't remember how they do it. And the thing is that other countries are not interested. So why Hungary is because they want they want this. No, I mean it's economy. It's always bad money. So it's bad money. They want more money, right? So it's not it's always bad money. So by putting it at 0, maybe they don't get revenue from the VAT, but they get revenue from something else. And everybody happy, right? But yeah, exactly how it works. Because for flight ticket it's complicated, right? It actually, for example, I flew to Berlin, right? And I bought it in the USA, and I actually really wonder now, where do I take my visa? Because the price was the same. So the only reason I bought it in the USA, yeah, online. But the only reason I bought it in the they have 24-hour cancellation period, which, by the way, I never understand why it was never a vote European citizen initiative. Yeah, so
for
flights, every
for
flight,
flight.
always you can cancel for free.
But he did it because he made a mistake.
If you book it in
And Pierre has cancelled an hour afterwards, no problem.
No.
So
But
it applies.
But the reason is that it's a very technical reason. When you book flights, technically they actually don't confirm. So they book a seat, but then you don't need to pay and confirm in the first like 48 hours, because this is how travel agents do it. And one of the reasons is travel agents do it manually, right? And then they can do mistakes. And then they can correct the mistake, right? And they can do it an hour later. And so technically they can do this. But a lot of booking agents these days are online, and then it's them. They can do it for free. It doesn't cost them, but they don't want to do it because then they get the money anyway. So
Okay.
Sorry, I pressed on the wrong link. I have approval of the non-vote. So it's because the form is only for vote members normally.
I'm not a vote member.
Well, yes, but you're like on Google vote member, right? You have to be logged in. Your phone, the Google doesn't know you're a vote member unless you're logged into your vote account.
No, I have to do a vote account. No, you have to log it in. Yeah, but I don't remember, so did you activate it? No, I'm not sure. No,
But it's fine. I took it away.
Maybe I took away the vote account.
No, I took away the restriction. That's why you can vote.
That's okay, boss.
Er was geen punt voor eigenlijk, maar ja. Ja.
Twee voorbeelden. Ik give two examples for the tax of other parties. One was the VAT that is being supported by the Prem, and you give another one, administrative. For the minutes. Do you remember?
De vermogenswinstbelasting. Vermogenswinstbelasting, verlagen van de belasting op arbeid en hervormen van salaris en subsidies.
Dat wordt ook gesteund door andere partijen?
Ja, sommige.
Dat was de vraag. Dat was de vraag van wat is de positie van andere partijen. En toen gaat er twee voorbeelden. De ene is dat de huidige regering ons VAT, maar het andere dat...
Ja, de VAT en de lage belasting op inkomen, dat is voor meerdere partijen wordt daar voorgesteld, maar dan in ieder geval de lage VAT met de hogere VAT, dat is wel een beetje unieker. En dan de hervorming van de salaris, subsidies, Groen heeft ook al een voorstel daarvoor, maar dat is niet helemaal anders. Denk het wel, ja.
All right, we're gonna start, everybody. Okay, we can start.
All right. I think there's still some people missing, but yeah. So we'll go. We'll continue with the proposal for the federal election. There is still to go climate, equal opportunities, electoral reform, more competence in the European Union, and citizen participation. We will start with priority 6, climate change mitigation. The federal part, because we have also regional. Yeah, Jan.
I just want to quickly follow up on the previous point because we talked about it during the break. Apparently, according to European regulations, you can only have 4 different VAT levels. So in Belgium you have 0, 6, 12 and 21. So if you want to introduce a separate 25 level, it's actually not possible.
Well, I think it's also in the current proposal of the current Minister of Finance, I think, is to merge the 6 and the 12% to 9% to have one less. That's something we could also
definitely have to specify that, otherwise you come across as not very knowledgeable on the topic, and that could undermine the value of the Sorry.
So we start with the general climate change policy. It's not a concrete policy because it mainly links to the earlier policies presented. It's very short introduction. So there are carbon emissions from several sources, including oil, coal, gas, and there are also carbon sinks. There are forests carbon sinks, for example. They take CO2 out of the atmosphere. They even take more. Also the oceans a little bit, but the land and the forest are even more effective than the oceans in taking CO2 out of the atmosphere. And of course, our general policy target in this document is to meet the Paris Agreement, to meet the targets of the Paris Agreement, and also to meet the Volt Europa target of being carbon neutral by 2040. So if you look, for example, to the evolution of the CO2 emissions by sector, you see that, for example, so it starts at 1 and then it goes up or it goes down. And in sectors like industry, you have already sharp decrease. There's 2 reasons for location shares of some industrial sectors to other countries, but also really that the energy we have, the industry we have, uses cleaner technologies than 20 years ago. Then we have residential energy, a very slow decrease. But yeah, there's of course the risk if we close too many nuclear reactors that it may go up again, but we want to keep it down. Also important for the transport sector is that people often think in terms of aviation, but if you look on population level, then only 13% of the CO2 emissions of transport come from aviation, while more than 60% come from cars, and in addition from trucks. So actually 72% of CO2 emissions come from road transportation, and only 0.4 to 0.5% from the railways, and also 13% from the water. But one example where it's also important, if we link to which is quite central in our climate change mitigation policy, the carbon sinks of the forests, that we want to increase carbon sinks by keeping good forests, increasing biodiversity, adding forests, is that for electric car batteries, you need a lot of lithium. And the lithium extraction, so only a few % of all cars are electric now, but for this few amounts, the lithium mining already surpasses the lithium mining of all consumer electronics together. So your phone, your laptop also requires a lot of lithium in the battery, but electric cars use much larger lithium batteries, and therefore the lithium mining is expected to increase exponentially. It's of course, however, important to say that over the life cycle, the CO2 emissions from an electric car are still considerably lower compared to a fossil fuel car. But if you look to online comparison tools, then they often neglect the CO2 emissions from electric car batteries caused by deforestation, because it reduces the carbon sinks. So yes, the electric cars have lower CO2 emissions compared to fossil fuel cars, yes, certainly. Most often it's a reduction of around 50%, but it depends on the model, it can be between 30 and 80. Of course, it's still not as good as, for example, cycling or electric rail on clean energy that requires much less CO2 emissions than electric cars.
They also reduce pollution.
And it's also important, thanks for reminding me. So the electric cars also reduce to an extent the air pollution. For example, there are two major air pollutants, nitrogen dioxide and particulate matter. Nitrogen dioxide is to a large extent reduced with electric cars. For the particulate matter, it's more complicated. There are 50% of the car emissions come from the non-exhaust emissions, the brakes, and the friction with the surface. So it's also with particulate matter a reduction of 50%, but not gone to zero. And there also the model is important because now 1 and 2 cars sailed are SUVs, and of course if you have those bigger cars, it becomes less competitive regarding the CO2 emissions and the air pollution. So in our climate change mitigation policy, we show some basic graphs and then we link to the other priorities. So we have investments in green infrastructure in priority 1, sustainable mobility in priority 2, as tax structure to support the development of circular economy infrastructure in priority 3, smart energy transition in priority 4, creating carbon sinks by supporting biodiversity is mentioned in this document. But in the regional presentations we also have specific agriculture policies, which will be in the next session. And we have also, of course, emphasis on international cooperation. So maybe one thing to mention here, yet of course those CO2 emissions, we can say that we can complain about other countries not meeting CO2 targets, and to an extent that's right, but of course those emissions from deforestation for the lithium mining, those often come onto a kind of Latin America and countries like this, so it's actually for our purpose that they generate CO2 emissions. Yeah, I just want to say again thank you to everyone who was involved, not specifically in this policy, but in general in all the 10 priorities. And then we go to Jordi, who will present the equal opportunities priority.
Yeah. Sorry. So yeah, thank you, Bram. And now Bram can take a little break and breathe a little bit. So I will say something about equal opportunities. Yeah, there is just a picture on there. I will just talk a little bit. So this proposal was written by only 2 people actually, Kim and myself. It's thankfully also a reviewer. I think Joachim reviewed our proposal. Now, what did we talk about in our proposal? So basically, we have 3 parts. So the first part for democracy, and we see that essential in 3 dimensions. So the first dimension we see there, why it is essential, is because of the ethical dimension. So first off, you have the ethical dimension, because, and where we actually refer to the Belgian constitution also, because it's actually included in Article 23 of the Belgian constitution, is equality included. And also to the Charter of Fundamental Rights. So those 2 aspects basically create our ethical dimension. Besides that, you also have the social dimension, why it is important to have systemic inclusion. And there actually it's more from the negative side, because if you exclude people in some sense, it has a cost actually for your society. And this cost can range from higher criminal rates to brain drain, to urban violence, instability and so on. So there are a lot of potential costs that you have from excluding people in some sense within your society. The third dimension that we defined is the economical one. Often it is perceived that including people would cost more than it benefits you. But there are some researches done, articles written about it as well, that actually it makes your economy stronger to include people. You have opportunity cost, you have also more competitiveness within your economy if you include people. From that, we went to tackling inequity. So how are you going to tackle inequities within your society? And there, basically, what we want to do is to use intersectionality. Basically, I don't know if everyone is familiar with that, but intersectionality means that you are going to look at it from different aspects as well. So people can be discriminated on different aspects. For example, if you are a black woman, you can be discriminated because you're black, but also because you're a woman. And a black woman is then basically intersectionality, that you will look at different aspects of it. And so intersectionality is something important that you need to use as a tool to see which kind of discrimination, which kind of inequalities there exist, and to tackle those. So yeah, you can read, of course, the whole proposal. You can also ask us questions. But so basically, what we in which domains do we want to achieve this equity, actually? Because we talk also about equity instead of equality. So equity instead of equality. So we talk about housing, goods and services, education, and so on. So we think in a lot of different parts of society, a lot of different domains in society. It is important to have this equitability. Finally, so the final part where we conclude then our proposal is that we actually aim to have no one left behind. So we do not want to leave anyone behind in society for all the things that were summed up, and yeah, so that we think are important. So this is in a nutshell a bit the proposal. And then I will hand the floor to Joachim.
Hello everybody. I'm going to talk about the electoral reform, which is part of the state reform, but we decided to exclude state reform for the priorities, not from the policy, but from the priorities. And we have three main points, and as you can see it on the screen, first is the national constituency, which Blom already referred to earlier. The second one is to change the party financing, and the third one is to lower the electoral threshold. So I'm going to start with the first one. The basic idea what Volt has is that the constituency for any election should be the geographical jurisdiction, which means for the Belgian government it's the whole Belgium, for the Flemish government the whole Flanders, for the provincial ones the whole province, etc. Currently it's separated in provinces. Each province has a different allocation of seats, which also results in different thresholds, and also it results that the elected officials in the parliament, they do not represent the whole population. So they will only go to the Dutch-speaking one, will only go to the Dutch-speaking media, and the French-speaking only to the French-speaking media, with some exceptions, because the others cannot vote for them. And also this reflects in their policies, because they will think about, I'm from Antwerp, I will build this infrastructure here in Antwerp, so I will push for that in the federal or regional government. If you have a constituency which is the whole of Belgium, they have to think different allocation of seats, which means that not each vote is represented equally at this moment. In Europe also Volt wants to have the transnational lists, which means that we would have not Volt Belgium for the European election, but a Volt Europa, which means that all of us here could vote in theory, for example, on Damien Buisselaar for the next election. This is what we want from Volt Europa, but this will take much longer. So as a first step, what Volt Belgium suggests is also on for the European elections to have a national constituency in Belgium, so that all the elected officials in the European Parliament from Belgium, the Belgian electorate, are from the whole Belgium, so that we could vote for Charles Michel from Ghent, Charles Michel in the Parliament, for example, if we would want to. It's a different topic. The next one is the party financing. As you might know, the current parties, which is sometimes referred to as a particratie, they have a lot of money. They even admitted themselves. That you go to the media, at least the Dutch-speaking websites, I read that. They say we have too much money, but they don't change it. And what we suggest from Volt is to change the subsidy system completely. First of all, we want to give less money to parties. And second of all, not only the big parties could get money, but also the smaller ones. There is some examples in neighboring countries. For example, in France, if you have only 1% of the votes, although the threshold is 5%, with 1% of the votes, you can already get some state funding. There is other ideas that were in the draft. For example, there is match funding, there is a subsidy budget that everybody would have, I don't know, €1 budget, and you can choose to which party will give that as a subsidy. So you could give it to any party, doesn't have to have any elected officials. These are a few examples how we could tackle this. But the main idea is that it needs to be tackled somehow. This would give more democratic feeling in the country, because everybody has a possibility to raise a new party. If a new party has new ideas, it's very hard. We see it in Volt, it's very hard to get there. That way you can get some funding and you can easily build something up. And of course, with this we also want to introduce some rules for spending. At this moment there are not a lot of rules, at least, and we want to increase this with the example of the European level. The European Parliament has very strict rules on how the parties can use their money, and there is also very good audits, and we want to introduce that in Belgium so that they do not become this real estate agents that they are basically now. So that's the second point, and the third one is the thresholds. In theory, in Belgium, it's 5%, which means you need 5% of the votes to get elected, which also means that if you get less than 5%, you have no people in the parliament, and in total, more or less 250,000 people voted for smaller parties. Those people are not represented by anybody in the parliament. That is one reason why we want to lower it. The second reason is that for a new party, it's very difficult to be elected, again, because you need to get 5%. People think, that's a waste of my vote. I will not vote for that party because they will not get elected, they will not get to 5%. If we lower that threshold, becomes a bit, the mental threshold becomes also a bit lower. Look at the Netherlands, for example, where there is no threshold, there's a lot of small parties. In Belgium, this was introduced in the past to prevent fragmentation, to prevent the extreme parties to get into parliament. If you look at the current parliament, there are extreme parties, there is a lot of fragmentation, so it doesn't serve the goal for which it was introduced. And what we suggest is to have a maximum threshold of 1%. If we get to agreement somehow that people say, we would collaborate in theory, we want to abolish it completely, make it just the practical threshold, which means 1 seat percentage-wise. If it is 150 seats, 0.67%. That's also fine with us, but the maximum should be 1%. And yeah, that's it from this topic. Yes. The next one is to get more competences to the EU level. This is divided. This is divided in 2 parts because some competences are regionally covered, some federal covered, and some of them are actually a mix of both. And I think about healthcare, for example, energy, climate, they have people eligible for some parts in the competences in the regional level and the federal level. But all of this, we believe, should go to the European level. Defense was already covered before. And the first one is the healthcare. If you all remember, as you COVID, you saw that we had problems in the beginning because each country put their own rules, their own restrictions. They were fighting to get the masks and the equipment. And then towards the end, they were collaborating to get the vaccines. And once they collaborated, we got a lot of vaccines, and everything was bring benefit to the whole European population. Yeah, that's one. The energy, current war in Ukraine. You also know the gas prices, they raised a lot. The countries separately were then discussing with other countries like Saudi Arabia to get this liquefied natural gas and things like that. It raised the prices as well. There were discussions for pipelines between Spain and France. Belgium is also interconnected with other countries, obviously. But each country was competing separately. If we compete as a whole, as Europe, we can get much more done. We can get better deals abroad. We can also be more interconnected that, for example, landlocked countries do not have access to the sea. They could get access to windmills that we put on our coasts that are then in windy days providing the whole Europe with wind energy. In the south, they could put much more solar panels to then provide electricity to us on such days as here. So this also again would benefit the whole population. Also the emissions, they don't stop at the borders, and this brings me immediately to the next point. Climate change. If you look at the border, Germany, Belgium, few months or a year ago, the big floods. This was also both borders, cross-border, and the impact of CO2 that we emit here. It also pollutes the air in Germany or the Netherlands. So that's why this also, I believe, or we believe as well, if it's voted upon, should be moved to the European level. And then the last point, actually, to be honest, I copied it from Volt Netherlands because they had it nicely written, and that's that we, as Europe, we want to have smart migration, which means that there is people outside of Europe that could be bringing a value to our working force in all sectors in Europe. We should allow them easily to come to Europe, and also the rules should be the same all over Europe. And that's why we believe this should be integrated. And on the other hand, we also have the very, very sad situations in Italy, in Greece, these islands of Lesbos and Moira, where all these immigrants live in these very poor camps, which is very inhumane and also we think Volt, or that was actually Volt Netherlands, but I think at Volt Belgium we should stand behind it, that this is something that should be tackled on a European level and on a humane level to help as many people as possible there. Yes, and yeah, the last one is regarding the citizen participation, and there we have a few points. So the first one is that currently EU citizens living in Belgium, they can vote for local elections. But we want to extend that they can also vote for your regional or national elections, because they still live here, so they should have a say in what happens in this country. They pay taxes, but they do not have anything to say what happens with their taxes. The second one is the petition law. Currently, if you want to raise a petition, you need votes in, I think, 14,000 in Flanders, 8,000 in Brussels. I don't know exactly the numbers, they're in the draft, and 12,000 or something in Wallonia. Which makes no sense because it's for the federal government, so you should need just a certain amount of votes from Belgium and as a whole. And it shouldn't matter where they come from. And yes, we also, with that, we want to introduce the referendums that are binding, because currently they're not binding. They exist but not binding, and introduce referendums as a possibility, as an alternative for the yes-no referendums. And the last one is to introduce a citizen council where people are drawn, like a lottery style, a bit like when you have a process in the Assisen. I don't know if it's in French or English, which word it is. Assise, yeah. So there people are chosen very at random with specific criteria. We could introduce similar criteria, and with this build a citizen council that then would represent the population. There is currently a bill in the federal parliament, and we want to support that bill. And we also want to start with smaller pilot projects to see if it's feasible, how it is possible to implement, etc., etc. And one example that was given in the priority policy was to use the state structure as an example as a pilot project. And yeah, that's all for this part.
Thank you, Joachim.
Yeah.
Alright, we have 5 federal priorities: climate change mitigation, equal opportunities, electoral reform, more competences to the EU, and citizen participation. We have a short moment for questions. Does anyone have questions on any of these priorities? Yeah.
Yes, about the national constituency, but right away the lady of the PS who was present there made it very clear that for her it was completely out of the question to participate in any debate where Vlaams Belang would also be present. So what would be the take of Volt on that kind of situation? Because it seemed that, yes, you want a national constituency, but PS would not be willing to debate with what is currently, unfortunately, but it's a fact, the biggest party in Flanders, at least in the latest polls.
Well, my opinion would be if they refuse to come to such a debate, they shoot themselves in the foot, because they do not expose themselves to the Dutch-speaking audience, who would be watching, so they will not be voting for them. And if then Georges-Louis Boucher instead would join, which he did recently in Ter Zake, then the Dutch-speaking people might consider voting for him, so the PS would lose their votes. It's their problem.
Yes, but the issue would be that on the Francophone TV channels, they would refuse to have Vlaams Belang participating in a debate, because they have a so-called cordon médiatique, and they would say this party simply cannot present itself on our TV platform. So what would be...
But in the case of Vlaams Belang, my question would be, is it relevant that they would go there? Because they represent extreme right-wing views, which might exist in the French-speaking part as well. But they also represent this very Flemish-minded. And N-VA and Vlaams Belang, these two parties, for example, I don't even see to go there. Why? Because they don't have electorate there.
Oh, but they would, because they have even submitted lists before in Wallonia. So, but that's irrelevant what their policies are. The idea is that if you have a national constituency and you said equal media access for all parties, then that issue needs to be solved. And if in Wallonia or Francophone RTBF they do not want Vlaams Belang, then I fear that a national constituency is impossible.
One more last response, and then we go to the next question. If you want to go more in depth, we still have the workshops.
Well, the second question on the national constituency is the quota.
Hang on, this is the second question?
Yeah, for the Flemish and Francophone seats, if there would be quota or not. Because that was another issue that was discussed. Should there be quota on how many Flemish and how many Francophone seats there should be in the national constitution?
I know, because you don't. The parliament should represent the population, so each citizen has one vote, which means that if I, as a Dutch speaker, vote for a French-speaking politician, that person is representing me, so he should, or they should be in the parliament.
Okay.
So there shouldn't be quota, because this quota would be irrelevant unless everybody only votes for people from their own region, but then you have the current situation.
Okay, we agree with that.
Okay.
The Gordon mediatique I cannot answer because I don't know the rules of that. So.
Okay, Emily, you had a question.
Yeah, no, my question is, we see to give some competence about energy to the European level, which I think is good, but also again in the current situation, we see that different countries have very different strategies, opinions, political opinions, and what did I want to say? Yeah, and also like realities. Like Hungary is not Belgium, which is not Spain or Portugal. How do we solve this issue? Because what Europe wants today is still to do more, but it's held back by national countries that they don't want to give this sovereignty because they see like Ukraine war has actually emphasized the fact that countries need to be more sovereign rather than less.
Well, or Europe as a whole could be more sovereign and less depending on foreign energy. You could consider that two ways. But the first point you made is actually a general point that this is a problem in the EU, and that is actually one of the reasons that Volta exists, to address these. So of course there will be issues, but that's with every topic that goes to the European level. There's always issues with the national parliaments clashing because their own priorities, and I think that this is a different topic, and we should not be afraid of that and let us led by that fear to not give anything to the European Union, because if that is the way that people would think, then we would have zero competences at the EU level.
Yes?
It's a little bit of a follow-up question, actually. I was thinking the same thing. How practically, for example, when it comes to migration, I mean, if you want to have more competence on the EU level, but how does that work? I mean, we'll start in Belgium with that, but I mean, at an EU level, they're not interested. Other countries are not interested to develop like a common policy in migration, which is a big theme. I mean, where do you start? I think you would still start in Belgium, but I mean, how does it work?
Yeah, maybe our BF that we can not only from Belgium but from other countries push our vision regarding that.
Maybe it's also good to say it's our vision as Vote Belgium, because it's the same across the EU. So we want to give this competence, and of course we want to also be represented at the EU level, so that we start to.
I want to make one small remark regarding the competences to EU. Nobody else was volunteering to help writing it, so I wrote it on my own. I did the review on my own. Nobody else pitched in. So I'm sorry if it's not 100% as you wish, but it's also partially up to you to pitch in and help with the drafting.
Okay, one more last question, remark. Olivia, you didn't put your hands up?
It was more of an example, I think, with we see with the Ukraine war, that if there's political will in Europe, I mean, it's the example of issuing 1-year residence status to Ukrainian nationals in one go. That was unanimously voted. So I mean, there is a political will to. They actually practically saw it, and it's maybe an isolated example. If in the broader picture of European asylum policy, but I think we do see it happening, and we need to accelerate it like for a broader policy, not ad hoc basis. So I mean, we've seen it happening. Like if the political will is there, like European, I mean, it was all the member states deciding it, but we saw it in one go, like that asylum was decided.
Okay, thank you. We go to the next one. Sorry for anyone that wasn't able to ask a question, but we will have our workshops with the policy ones also, so if you want to go more in depth, please be free. And then I think we go to the regional policies, and Bram, you can take the floor again. Thank you. Thank you, Joachim and
So, a new presentation. Yes.
Yes. So we will have now the 10 regional priorities, and to an extent they are the same as the federal priorities. Only priority 5 and 8 are different because of the division of responsibilities within the government of Belgium. But so we will start with the same 4 again. So I will say the last time. So thank you for everyone who contributed to the process. But this last time. And then go further. Going back. On the federal infrastructure program, we had mainly the railway infrastructure and the 5G connectivity. Now in the regional program, we will focus on three or four things. We have the light rail in the region, so like trams and buses and etc. The infrastructure related to that. Second, we have the bicycle infrastructure, and then we have also water management infrastructure, and then we refer at the end of the document to the energy infrastructure and the circular economy infrastructure, who are part of challenge 3 and 4. So yeah, just to do a short introduction, what you for example see, because related policies that come later, what's also important is the allocation of space, of course. We will build urban rail infrastructure that makes it able to be more efficient in terms of space use. So for example, also city residents can have sufficient recreational spaces, green spaces to live in the city. And you also see a graph of car-free Sunday, for example, and there you see that on a car-free Sunday in Brussels, which actually the largest car-free area in the entirety of Europe annually. There you see, for example, that air pollution drops around 70% on car-free Sundays in Brussels. Some people often question how much air pollution comes from traffic, but if you look, for example, to the traffic-related black carbon and nitrogen dioxide, then you see that in Brussels, concentrations are reduced 70-80% on car-free Sundays compared to average Sundays. And particulate matter is reduced to a lesser extent, around 30-40%. We will start first with the bicycle infrastructure, apparently. If you look to the bicycle corridors in, for example, Brussels and Flanders, you see that the numbers are increasing, especially in Brussels, there are a forced increase, but also in Flanders, the so-called bicycle high-speed lines, they attract more and more users. And certainly the bicycle high-speed lines in Flanders are a very good thing. But if you don't look to the cities itself, for example, the city of Brussels, but also Antwerp, etc., then the situation to cycle within the city is often not that good. Even if they are doing some things, I don't think if you take a bike and cycle an entire day in Brussels, that you would say it's a bicycle friendly city. For example, you see an example of Utrecht in the Netherlands. If you look to European best practices, so Pan-European Party will also look to European best practices. For example, in Utrecht, the situation is 10 times better than in Brussels. I did it. I cycled a day in Brussels and I cycled a day in Utrecht, and it's really a totally different world. So we want to invest more in bicycle infrastructure to be really friendly to bicycle infrastructure, but also at the same time, of course, regarding the stop principle, the pedestrians still come first. We want to scale up investments in bicycle infrastructure. And the second part is then investment in urban rail. For example, you see in a table of a tramway in Nantes, it's a city in France, and there actually they made a tram out of 4 bus lines, existing bus lines, I think in 1980 or 1990, somewhere in between. And there you see that the bus was actually not profitable. They had a cost coverage of 48%, not that many passengers. But when they converted the bus lines to tram, then of course its initial cost is a little bit more. That's normal. The investment is more initially, but then when they made those bus lines into tram lines, you really see that the number of users exploded, and that it's even cost efficient with a cost coverage of 113%. 13% profit instead of 52% loss. So which you see not only in Nantes but in all cities across Europe and elsewhere, is that a tram is really more successful in attracting passengers than a bus.
and therefore we propose to implement a tram system in cities with more than 100k inhabitants. Of course, you cannot do it in a very small rural place, but we propose to implement a tram system in all cities with more than 100k inhabitants, like Mechelen, Leuven, Liège, building something, Namur, and that creates also certainty and opportunity for businesses, because a bus, you can introduce it, the next government just in one day scratch it again and as a way, but once the tracks are built for the tram, it's difficult to remove it, and also there will be protests. Well, that will not be the case if you eliminate a bus. So it will also generate investment opportunities for the private sector, for businesses, and stimulate economic growth. For example, also if you look to the opinion of citizens, for example, in Mechelen, there had a citizen consultation long ago, around 2008, and there 88% of city residents were in favor of constructing a tram system in Mechelen. And for example, to give one specific example about Mechelen, currently the government of Flanders plans a tram from Brussels to Willebroek. But it would make sense to extend it to Bourg-Meerbeek via Mechelen, because then the suburbs of Mechelen could reach Mechelen via public transport instead of via car, because there are also trains, but those are only 1 per hour, which is of course not sufficient. Then the third part is the water infrastructure. So of course the infrastructure is in part the dams, the bridges, the wastewater runoff, etc. But also one important aspect that's often overlooked is actually if you want to maintain our consumption pattern of water, that's possible if we, without reducing water consumption, if we increase the infiltration in the surface, because there was a calculation of the University of Brussels, for example, that's VUB, that it was a case study by Limburg, and there they saw that actually, for example, increasing the infiltration could result in 11 times more water increase in the surface water table compared to reducing water consumption. So, for example, so that's some examples. It means if you have as less concrete surface as possible, for example, you also see some trams where even the tram tracks are in grass, which is very good, or some at homes. That's maybe a better example, but at homes that the area before your home is also a bit in vegetation and grass. That will increase much more the infiltration, and if we can increase substantially the infiltration, we can actually maintain our water consumption patterns without problems in the face of climate change mitigation. So this example of the calculation. So if every Belgian resident softens 10 square meters of their station, of course, it needs to be combined with better urban transport planning to also increase infiltration. For example, the green tram in France. Alright, so we go to mobility and public transports, priority 2. Sorry. Just to know, there are several aspects to it. Actually, is even not exhaustive, because of course one of the first aspects is of course the freedom of movement, the freedom of transportation, also social equality, to afford as much as possible transport options to the population, that they can move freely where they want, where they live. But in addition to that, there are of course also ecological effects, health effects, economic aspects, and so on. So we go through some smaller policy proposals. So this is a proposal that was earlier approved in our mapping of policies already, but we also put a reduced version of it in the electoral program. So it's to implement monthly car-free cities in cities with more than 50k inhabitants. Of course, it's important to say that there are a lot of support measures, so it's not that if you urgently need somewhere for a good reason, you cannot get there. But of course, 12 days a car-free Sunday per year is, of course, it will not solve the problems of climate change and air pollution, but it is also a sort of awareness campaign to make people aware what the city can be with fewer cars, and that has environmental and public health benefits. Because on car-free Sundays we breathe clean air, enjoy the car-free cities, and boost the local economy. But so I say we make now a reduced proposal compared to our mapping of policies, where we say that we are okay with a gradual implementation. For example, start with 1 car free Sunday per season, so 4 per year instead of 12 per year. Or have a monthly car free Sunday in spring and summer. We also say that we could support a corrective referendum, ideally 1 year after the trial period. So often what you see often with, for example, congestion charging car free Sundays is that before its implementation is about 50-50, 50% in favor, 50% against. But then once people experience the new situation, then you see that support increases to 70-80% with this kind of things. Therefore we propose gradual implementation, but also after 1 year we can do a corrective referendum where the citizens can decide if they want to continue or not with those car-free Sundays. The second part is congestion charging in cities. So many parties propose actually kilometer charging on the entire road network in Belgium. There are two kinds of parties. There are the parties who oppose anything related to that, and there are parties who promote the kilometer charging, and also more than 90% of mobility experts also in favor of the kilometer charging. But we have a more moderate proposal, which is in between the two, is a congestion charging in cities that have an urban rail network. The advantage is that we don't affect rural areas, so people in rural areas can freely drive their car without paying anything extra. But on the other hand, we say, because also a lot of air pollution in the cities generated by visitors from outside, is that yes, you can drive in the rural area where you want, but you don't have the right to lower the quality of life of the urban residents and make them sick or take all the space there. And therefore we do the congestion charging in the big cities, and the residents who live within the congestion charging zone, they get a 90% reduction, so they barely pay anything. So it's not to punish the residents itself, it's to limit the number of visitors from outside the city that come with car into the city. Of course, there's also not very high amounts, but for example in Stockholm and Gothenburg and London, they successfully implemented those systems. You also see the figure of Stockholm, as I mentioned. So before implementation, between 40 and 50% of residents favored, but after some years after implementation, more than 70% support the system locally. So because also it has benefits for automobilists, of course, because if you combine our public transport investments with the congestion charging, traffic jams will be reduced or even gone to a large extent. So it will be more comfortable also for automobilists to drive in those cities. So yes, it's a slight financial cost if you come with your car to the city, but on the other hand, you have a lot of benefits, and we improve also the health of your friends, relatives who live in the cities. You can, for example, see some figures with the reduction of air pollution due to the congestion charging zone in London. Taxes. Yes. Next level, but not that much. We want to reward working more with increasing the job bonus, and we are also not opposed to community work of 2 days a week if people are jobless for more than 12 months to increase employment. So increase the job bonus is already a system that exists in Flanders, but we propose to extend it to Brussels and Wallonia, and also increase it even a bit in Flanders. Now it's until €2,000 netto, but we propose to increase it until €3,000 netto, but of course in a progressive way. So that the difference between working and not working becomes bigger, because often if you now combine the money you get from the government if you are unemployed, if you combine that with advantages like the social tariff for energy, then actually the difference between working and not working is very small, and therefore you have mechanisms to increase the difference, to increase the activity rate of the population, including extending the job bonus system, and eventually 2 days a week community work to work if you are jobless for more than 12 months. However, there's some exceptions. If you follow education, etc., you can get exempted from that. Also on the regional level, we want to increase the battle against fiscal and social fraud. Also on the regional level, we want to reduce the avoidable deaths from lifestyle and environmental factors. One of the examples there is a low emission zone for cars and wood stoves. Because also wood stoves also contribute to PM 2.5 emission and health problems. And the last proposal is tax incentives for a circular economy. There's a small tax for companies not respecting the circular principles at all. But on the other hand, if you respect it, you get subsidies from the government, so you can get state loans for the circular economy up to 3 million euros for startups. And hopefully it will be successful, but I mean, it can also, if you go bankrupt, then you'll have the money to try to invest. Energy transition. So actually what's here is the same as on the federal level. The only difference here is that of course the nuclear energy part is more a federal responsibility and less a regional responsibility. So in the document itself is less emphasized because it's elaborated on the federal document. But of course the other things, the European and Belgian energy grids, also important on the regional level because, for example, solar panels or windmills on land are regional responsibility. On the other hand, windmills on sea are federal responsibility. It's a bit complicated sometimes. Nuclear reactors are mostly a federal responsibility. But to summarize, we want to connect European and Belgian grids also on the regional level. And also invest in solar and wind energy, especially where it's space efficient. So solar panels on roofs, windmills on seas, but yeah, also smaller projects, solar panels on parkings or wherever. Then for the smart education, we are going to listen again to a presentation for the fifth priority. So Rodrigo, who facilitates this, pre-recorded our presentation. So I would propose that everyone's quiet, then you can hear loud enough.
My name is Rodrigo. I'm the education part facilitator for both Belgium. Unfortunately, I can't be there with you today in person, so I pre-recorded this presentation.
Increase from the hardware side?
First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who was involved in producing this document. It was a long document. There were a lot of writing, a lot of editing, a lot of calls. So the list is there. Please thank everyone there in person for me. I have only 5 minutes to present our dedication lecture program for 2024. So I'm going to go through it really fast through all the policies. But if you want to look more in detail, please use the link here, and you have the whole education lecture program document with all the explanation and all the details of each policy. So 1 month, we based the document, we created a document based on the mapping of policies, the winter referendum results, and previous policies, education policies that you have approved in previous GAs. Just one detail, I always remind everyone in every GA that the education system in Belgium is as complicated as the political system in Belgium. So it's done at the community level, has many different kinds of schools, private schools, Catholic schools, religious schools, public schools, and we don't have enough members to produce an electoral program for each community. So we have each of the communities and kinds of schools. But the whole idea is to transmit our vote Belgium values, which essentially is that we believe we should focus on fighting inequality, both socioeconomic inequality through education, but also inequality in the educational system in Belgium. Promote innovative teaching approaches, be ready for the 21st century, that's already here, and to do so we need to empower teachers to help in this whole process. So, to make our life easier, we divided, because we have many policies, those policies in 3 different blocks. One, essentially about equalizing learning opportunities in the education. The second one, in empower teachers in their profession. And the third one, promoting transformative teaching. So, the main one, the first one, equalize learning opportunities in education. This is especially important because according to the OECD, Belgium has one of the highest levels of education equality among OECD countries. So we want to close this gap through, for example, supplying free lunches at schools, the schools that don't supply free lunch, so incentivize even more students to go to school. Cut school bills for families living in poverty, below the official poverty line for Belgium. Increases digitalization, make sure that every student has access to the internet in their home, hardware that they can use for remote lessons, and we saw how that was important during the pandemic. Reduce school dropouts through different measures such as make tutoring more affordable for those in need, promote more vocational studies. This is the same way they do it in Germany and Switzerland, for example. We will increase support to schools with high concentrations of students in need. Some people call those concentration schools, usually in poorer neighborhoods with less resources. We're going to, for example, give bonus to teachers, to the best teachers, to go to these schools to teach there. Expand free preschool and kindergarten, both through incentives. It's not compulsory in Belgium, but we want more students to go into the education system as early as possible. So through incentives and talking or working with the parents to incentivize this process. Enhance lifelong learning, both for adults, migrant adults who didn't grow up, didn't study in Belgium, so a little bit below the educational level, and for adults who need reskilling, the changing professions, so they need to learn new skills or upskilling. They still still in the same profession, but need to refresh their skills constantly, because education should be a lifelong process. Increase and to pay, to help paying for a lot of all these policies, because most of them cost money. We will increase cooperation between public and private schools, both receive public money, try to save a little bit there. Our second block is empower teachers in their profession. We want to reinforce teachers as the actors of change within education, give a little bit more freedom on how they teach, make teachers' job more flexible, so if some of them want to teach longer hours, they can get paid for that, so incentivize them to teach more. And reform teachers' training, so it's not so much focus on producing academics, but also producing actual teachers that can be in front of a classroom and teach. And the third main block is promote transformative teaching. So teaching become more exciting and efficient, especially in the era of AI that's upon us. And for doing that, we want to encourage innovative and future-oriented approaches of teaching. Again, the whole details are in the document, you can see there. Promote more critical thinking, media literacy, especially in the age of fake news through social media. We don't want to just raise workers, but also citizens. And to promote an entrepreneurial mindset, that go-getter attitude to create more resilient students. Essentially, that's it for me. Remember that those are only the education lecture program priorities, our lecture priorities. We still have the mapping of policies. We have some policies that were approved in previous GAs, but this is just to guide us through the campaign in 2024. Thank you so much, everyone. Now, voting time. Sorry for the GIF or GIF, I couldn't help. And enjoy the rest of it.
All right, amazing. Some new policies, regional level for infrastructure, mobility, tax justice, energy transition, and smart education. We have a short Q&A moment once again. Who's first?
Who?
Ulrike.
I'm watching Ulrike. I'm sure if it's infrastructure, possibly I missed it, so if I did so, please correct me. Infrastructure and energy, have you any perspective regarding isolation of houses? If I'm not mistaken, in 2031, 2033, don't hit me on the date, European is a decision that European law will be that all houses have to be isolated in a specific way. This, on the other hand side, means for many households in Belgium, high costs coming up to them. Do we have what is Walt saying about that? Where are we standing here? And what are we doing to have tax justice as well in this case for poorer people, possibly age 70, living in their
I think there are two things. First, of course, as you said, the European law is also something that in part should be dealt with at the European level. Then also we have to see how they will implement it, because they will have also a social correction fund to partially compensate for the costs. So we have to evaluate what they specifically propose. If we see it's really insufficient, then we can, for example, say we propose to give some additional funding for the isolation from the regional governments or the federal government. But I think we first have to wait on what the exact details of the European proposal are and what it will mean, because also what they will do with the social correction fund, and then we'll evaluate it then.
I think it might be very smart if we have some opinion already about this and can talk to people about that, because that is something that goes really to the heart of every Belgian voter, according to my opinion.
Okay. More questions? Judas?
Yeah, I do have a question on mobility, Bram. From a, say, a citizen perspective, obviously it's very priority, and I think it came clear also in the winter referendum. I could imagine that when people look at mobility, they do see the whole package, they do see the services that we mentioned, but they also see the infrastructure. However, in our approach, we have split that over two programs, and I just wonder if we could not have a more holistic point on mobility as such with all together, or is there a specific reason why we split that basically?
Yeah, there are some reasons, in part because they were both proposed for the referendum and then got both very high scores, but indeed we can, based on our electoral program, we will vote on the 10 priorities, but of course not only for mobility but also for other topics. We can make, if we want, separate documents that combine the aspects from different priorities into one document per broader domain, if that's necessary. But I mean, we will have the final document, and then we can convert it into different formats depending on our liking. But yeah.
Sorry, Emrik, you have had many answers already. Anyone else that wants to respond or has a question? Bernard.
I just saw one question. I feel that when it comes to transport and mobility, it's very city-centric what we're doing. There used to be a big network of trams in Belgium, vicinal tramways, and they used to go between different kind of villages or small towns. And now we talk a lot about cities, but what are we going to propose to people who live in rural areas?
It's indeed, it's been my fault I did not touch on it in the presentation, but actually in our documents, if you read our entire documents, we have some proposals. For example, you want to also improve, for example, bicycle infrastructure in rural areas. For example, you have the so-called steenwegen, where you often have the fietspaden or moorstrookjes also very close to the roads. So we also want there to have safe bicycle infrastructure. We also want to improve public transport in rural areas. In our infrastructure challenge, in the federal one, then we also emphasize, it was also chosen as one of the sub-priorities in the referendum to also invest in rural railway connection. For example, consider reopening old railways that are closed, but also on the regional level, improve the public transport. In so smaller villages around cities, we can extend the tram to there. In really remote locations, we can try to have the best bus system possible, etc., etc. But indeed, it's very, very good remark, and indeed, it's a bit my fault I didn't include enough in my presentation, but it's certainly present in our documents. Yes.
Emily, really quick.
Yeah. So the question I had about the congestion charge was what about access to train stations? Because for example, if you want to go to much bigger cities like Brussels or Antwerp, usually what you will do is, if you're from a rural area, you'll drive to a large city. Why? Because there are reliable train connections from there. But then if it's inside the congestion zone, how do you deal with this? I'll take the example of Leuven. I don't think it makes much sense to have a congestion charge inside the ring, because already there you cannot drive through anyway, so it doesn't matter. And then if you charge outside on the ring, well then the station is also included. So.
Well, maybe first to say, maybe it was not clear enough, but we start with implementing this in the first phase only in cities with an urban rail network. It means a tram or a metro. Okay. So Brussels, Charleroi, Ghent, Antwerpen.
En Liège ben de drums there. But, so, and I think in the larger cities like Brussels, you can often the congestion charging is really in the city center, and on the park and rides they are very likely outside the congestion charging zone. And you can go to the park and ride and there take the public transport.
Okay, thank you. So at the moment it's 12:42. We have 18 more minutes before the vote for the secretary, the candidates for the secretary will end. So please, if you haven't voted yet on the doodle, on your Volt Europa account, I believe, please do before the vote closes at 1 p.m. Now we have one more block, 4 more policies actually, to discuss and a little Q&A. Afterwards, we have a little moment to take a photo with everyone here. Carlo will say maybe where we will do that. And after that we will have a break, and then the morning GA will be ended and we will go to afternoon GA afterwards. But first of all, I want to welcome Francois for his regional policy 6.
Yes.
Yeah, that one. I know it's in the presentation.
Yeah, but
can you
just copy and paste it. Yeah, no, it's a PDF. I can confuse you. Yeah, I cannot copy and paste because it's PDF.
It's okay. Can you just lift this, center it like this? Okay. Just so that people are not.
Je moet inzoomen in het document zelf, niet in de browser.
Dat werkt volgens mij niet met...
Jawel, daar staat die 100%.
Ah, wat is het? Ja.
Boven die balletjes.
How do I do to just like just have this? Yeah.
I think it's okay.
The vote for the Brussels reform. Where is the document?
So the policy.
So are we already longing for the lunch after? Yeah. First vote up, of course, and first the policies.
Your presentation.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just.
There it is. There you go. Thank you.
Wonderful.
All right. Francois.
Thank you. Fine. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's pretend this is it. Okay. Sorry, there's a little bit of a spoiler there, but okay. So let me just explain a little bit the context and the why. First, so when you're going to be invited to vote, you're going to be invited to vote on climate change mitigation, so priority number 6, at the federal level and at the regional level. Now, if you look at the documents that we produced for the federal level, you will actually find all our electoral priorities, all the other ones, and I'm just going to list them here for the sake of clarity. You're going to have infrastructure, green infrastructure, which is electoral priority number 1. You'll have sustainable mobility, which is priority number 2. You'll have tax structure, which has elements of this. That's, in other words, are among the top 5 priorities of Volt. 4 are a direct consequence of this. They're actually subsections of the climate change mitigation. So we are definitely a very green, let's put it that way, like sustainable oriented kind of political party. Okay, so that's what you're going to see when you go to the climate change mitigation at the federal level. Now I'm going to present to you the climate change mitigation for the regional level. Okay, and before, no, not yet. But before we go to the next thing, I just need to ask you one more question. Do you know the name of our geological area right now? Carl, I know you know because you've been, if you're not a part of the board and you're a member and you're here, and especially if you're seeing me for the first time, and hello, my name is Francois. I'm 5th board member, least important, but still on the board. Yes, I made it. Anyway,
My question is, do you know the name of our geological era? Yes, Frank?
Anthropocene.
Not yet.
Holocene.
It's the, who said that? Oh, hello, and your name is?
Daniel.
Daniel, absolutely, we're the Holocene. And thank you, Frank, spoiler, it's the geologists right now are discussing about changing the name of our geological era from Holocene to Anthropocene. And what is the major factor behind that? It's not climate change as you might think. It's the one indicator is the loss of biodiversity. We are entering the sixth mass extinction event in the history of life on our planet. I say it again because I want to make it very dramatic, okay? And as dramatic as I can. We're entering the sixth mass extinction event in the history of life on our planet. Dun, dun, dun. Okay? So, so if that's not serious enough, well, just put that at the top of your priorities. And one of the big things I've been doing since I've joined Volt is to make sure that we understand that this is one of the biggest challenges humanity and life we're facing right now. And the reason why we're talking about changing the name to Holocene to Anthropocene is that this loss of biodiversity is caused by human activity. Now, there's a second question I ask, which is like, according to you, what is the major reason for this loss of biodiversity? Anybody wants to try? Again, it's not a trick question, and if you do the mistake, hopefully you're going to do the mistake I want you to do. So, sorry? Yes?
Let's say land use.
All right. Okay. No, well, that's climate. Normally, a lot of people will tell you that it's climate change. People will tell you that climate change is the major reason why there's all this biodiversity loss. It's not true. Climate change is approximately responsible for 7% of biodiversity loss. The two major factors who combined account for more than 50%, we're talking about 60% of all the loss of biodiversity. The two major factors are deforestation, so yes, land use, and overfishing. 70% of our planet is our oceans, 30% is land. On land, it's deforestation. In the oceans, it's overfishing. You put those together, 60% of biodiversity loss is that. And if you have to zoom into on the land what's happening with deforestation, 80% of the deforestation is due to agriculture. Okay? I'll say it again. 80% of deforestation is due to agriculture. So we have to understand that our food chain is the major culprit behind this loss of biodiversity.
2 more minutes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so let me go really quickly. All right, so again, it's always a question of why. All right, so, but the thing is that I'm always inviting people to say, okay, you have to think biodiversity. If you start thinking biodiversity, you might actually you might not. You will actually solve the climate crisis, but in a different way. You see here on the left, these are the sources of CO2 and these are the sinks of CO2. Turns out that forests on land are one of the most powerful sinks. It's something that takes CO2 out of the atmosphere, okay? So you have this taking CO2 out of the atmosphere. This, in reality, is not the 30% of land that is emerged. It's 1/3 of that. 1/3 of the planet is covered by natural habitats, ecosystems, forests, wetlands. And that third of the surface of the planet is doing more than half of the job of taking CO2 out of the atmosphere. I'll say it again in other words, 10% of the surface of our planet is doing 50% of taking the CO2. How does this translate into our regional policy? Okay, no, it's not this slide, so forget it. Now you just have to listen to me, okay? So, for us to tackle this from a Belgian perspective, there's two things we should encourage our politicians and parties to do. The first one is to have a cohesive, coherent strategy to create ecosystems. When I say forestry or reforest or like plant trees, I'm not saying planting trees, and I'm talking about forests. In reality, I'm talking about ecosystems. But for you to understand what I mean, we're talking about reforestation. We're talking about dealing with the forests, okay? So, in the current policy that we're proposing for the regional, I'll try to finish it really quickly, okay? But if I understand, we're already a little bit over time, right? So yeah, okay.
So that's why.
So yeah, but to be fair. Okay. And so the goal is the following: is first to have a cohesive forestry preservation policy, along a forestry conservation policy, and a coherent forestry reforestation policy. Put those three together, we want to hit 30% of the surface of Belgium's surface. FYI, currently 22% of Belgium's surface are forests. So we just have to increase that by 8%. So it's not unreasonable. And it's still coherent with the international treaties that we have signed within, the IPCC and all the COPs so far. So that's the first thing. And if you go into the policy and you read it, then you should understand why this is relevant, because we're actually contributing to what I just mentioned here, which is like increasing the number of ecosystems that allow to suck CO2 out of the atmosphere.
Okay, closing remarks, sorry.
Second point,
Closing
agriculture.
remarks.
It's going to be very quick. That's the easiest point.
Okay.
We need to help create a new forms of agriculture. There's new forms of agriculture that are CO2 neutral and who actually are sinks of CO2. These are new forms of agriculture. You've probably heard of, permaculture, natural agriculture, syntropic agriculture. So these are very innovative ways of doing agriculture that are very, very, well, first they give great quality food, and also they suck CO2 out of the atmosphere, and they create ecosystems. So you'll have water, you'll have birds, you'll have insects who are all going to contribute in creating these ecosystems. And it's those ecosystems that, well, first support biodiversity and also suck the CO2 out of the atmosphere. So
Okay,
we need to
thank you.
create, well,
Yes.
10 more seconds. We just need to create a subvention policy structure that will allow people who are in agriculture here in Belgium to transition away from the traditional methods to the new methods. That's it. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Yes. Right. I think the next policy will be skipped because it's the same as the
But we
federal
need to go
policy.
back to the regional
Yes,
slides
right.
because we're not in the federal slides.
So the next priority is equal opportunities, which is priority for the federal one, and for the regional one, it's also the same. So we will go to the next.
Yeah, it's one integrated document indeed. So we go to housing and city planning. No, yeah, wait. To start with one little question. Who owns a home or apartment? About half of the room, I think. But if you look to the numbers, and there's also, so the policy has two parts. It has housing and city planning. The first part about housing is, indeed, if you look to the numbers, then we see that, especially for people in their 20s and 30s, it becomes more and more difficult to buy a home or apartment because, on the one hand, the prices of housing increase much more than the general inflation prices, and on the other hand, also, the ownership of one home ownership decreases firstly, while people accumulating multiple homes is increasing sharply, and that's mostly concentrated in the hands of more wealthy and older people. So yeah, here you can see which I said on the graphs. So you see, for example, that the prices of housing increase sharply in the European Union, much higher than the general inflation rate, and also here you see a figure also of Europe that home ownership, especially among younger people between 25 and 40, is much lower the last 10 years, the last 10-15 years than it was decades ago, when more than 75% of, at least around 60% of people born in between 1965 and 1979 own a home around age 30. Well, it is now decreased to less than 40%. So yeah, so our policy focuses on European best practices to make housing more affordable, both renting as well as buying a home or apartment. And also one of the priorities on the European level, also where it's dealt with also at the European level. The second part is about city planning. If you look, for example, to parameters like green area availability and also traffic-related air pollution, nitrogen dioxide, then you see that Belgium is a champion on many places. For example, the city of Antwerp gets the silver prize for having the worst traffic-related air pollution in Europe. is as the second worst traffic light air pollution of the entirety of Europe. But Brussels is also very bad, but we're in the 10th place. The small difference between Antwerp and Brussels is in part because of the port in Antwerp, but and also green space availability. We are not doing great in our big Belgian cities. You see, for example, that Stockholm with about 1 million inhabitants and a much more denser population density compared to Antwerp, has much more green space and much lower air pollution compared to Antwerp. So the second part of the proposal, besides affordability of housing, is to make city planning more inclusive, more sustainable, more common sense. Yes. Yeah, I already said that. So you can here see our specific proposals. Affordable housing, we follow European best practices. It's not that we necessarily have all the solutions at hand, but we look to European best practices and are open also to engage with debates and citizens what we can do to lower prices to rent and own a first home and to reduce multiple home ownership. We also want an inclusive city. So for example, for people with disabilities, we want the city to be inclusive, not only the city but also the public transport in the cities, etc. And also, of course, for the very poor people, we want social support like the social housing, etc. We want, as a second main proposal, livable and healthy housing in cities. So here comes a bit the sustainable housing. It includes, for example, the isolation and also just the better urban and transport planning. A study from Barcelona showed that Barcelona could save 20% of premature mortality if they had better urban and transport planning. And also clean cities, so no garbage on the streets, etc. And reduce the effects of urban heat islands. So there are often urban heat islands in cities, and they tend to worsen with climate change. And we want to more increase the vegetation in the surface or paint the surface white to reduce the effect. Yes, then we go to presentation 9 and 10. That was it for housing.
Thank you. Alright, so regarding the first one, we talked about this before on the federal level. I added this here as well because a lot of competences are shared between federal and regional level, which is why it's one document to vote upon. However, it's part of both. And I will not go into details for healthcare and energy anymore because I did that before. However, the agriculture is something which is currently regional in Belgium. And one issue that there is that the rules that all the farmers have to follow around Europe are not the same because they're regionally or nationally applied, which means that there is actually competition between farmers from different countries for their produce to be sold all over Europe. And if we put that in a European perspective, this could reduce this competition and make it also more fair and also encourage people to buy even more locally. Because now if you buy apples from Poland, they're cheaper than those from Limburg, but so people will buy them, but they have traveled 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers. And then reform Brussels. This is one that is only part of the Brussels regional policies, because of course it's only about Brussels. And the main topic is there that currently Brussels is a region, plus it's 19 municipalities. And there is also the provincial responsibilities, which is shared between the minister-president of the region and some kind of person that's called the hoge ambtenaar or the fonctionnaire haut or something like that. And the idea is that we look at other countries where in Europe how they tackled this. And usually what they do with this capital city example is that they take it as a whole, which means that there is one city which has all the responsibilities, all the competences of the region, of the province, and of the municipality. For the current municipalities, the 19 that there are, we would then look at Antwerp for the example where we would turn those into districts and basically copy for the districts and the model of Antwerp towards Brussels. So that's all. And citizen participation, again, there is a few different topics here that are more locally related, which is the first one, the referendums in the Wallonian and Brussels region, I believe. Yeah, I'm looking at Yves. He was drafting it. This exists already, but in the Flemish it does not. So we would like to introduce this in the Flemish region as well. Also introduce the panel like we talked about before, like lottery style, where there could be a could be citizen council, or they could look into the proposals to see if they make sense to put into referendum. Also, then the right to petition, which exists in the federal level, which we discussed before. We would like to include this also on the regional levels, so that people can start petitions. They will also, if you start a petition, you also have the right to speak in the parliament about it, and this is also a reason we want to include this. And then there is currently, apparently, I'm not a specialist in that, I'm just presenting it. There is a municipal decree. So each municipality has their own decrees regarding citizen participation, regarding transparency, and we would like to make one on the whole region, because the municipalities fall under the region. On the whole region, we want to align this so that all the municipalities have the same decree regarding transparency and citizen participation, that there is no misalignment anymore, and that the democracy will be basically improving all over the municipalities in the region. And I think that is it. Yeah.
Thank you, Jochen.
Before we go to the Q&A, I will add just one general remark about the amendment phase. As mentioned, we will have an amendment phase where everyone can submit amendments. I will give one example of what an amendment can be, because actually we received already a few amendments, and first plan was to already vote today on the amendments we received, but because the time was a bit squeezed available for policy, we will shift it to later, to next year. But one of the amendments we received, for example from Yves, is amendment to the municipal decree to add there that we want to re-obligate the voting in the local elections in Flanders. So there's an amendment that fits within one of the main proposals and improves the municipal decree. And so that's an example what you can think of if you want to submit an amendment. That's a possible amendment indeed. So we will certainly keep those amendments and vote on them in the next month. So for everyone, that's a sort of amendment that could be possible.
Right, thank you Bram, Joachim and Francois for your speech about the priorities. We have a short Q&A, after we'll take the video, and then we have our break. So anyone has any questions for these kind three men? Yes?
Yeah, when it comes to affordable housing, how are we trying to tackle that? Because from personal experience, I've noticed that finally the house markets are cooling down, but the loans from banks are just skyrocketing.
Yeah, that's indeed true. So the housing market is cooling off a little bit, but it's still very, very high compared to some years ago. And indeed the loans are increasing. I think some governments, like the Flanders government already, they provide you a loan if you have below an income threshold. So we could certainly look into extend those systems if necessary.
Social loans.
It's possibly, I don't know the name, but I mean, so that's something we can look into, and further we also look to European best practice. For example, Vienna is an example that often comes back, where housing prices are quite low, especially for renting, because it's very much regulated by the government. So we will also, because also at European level is also worked out as a priority, so we will also look there what they propose specifically, and then see how we can implement it.
Ulrika?
I like all the programs very much, but I have one general question, basically regarding more priorities. What I'm missing there is the link how we are going to pay for it. So what is our perspective or our link between our politics to our Belgian economy? I think that we should, I don't ask you now to really answer on that, because yes, it's quite a lot of work to do, but what I want to say is that we really should work on that, elaborate how we are thinking that this is linked to our economy and what we think for the economy is based.
Yeah, indeed. And actually for some of the priorities, at the end of the document we have a section funding, how we will fund the proposal. For example, for infrastructure, we have the reform of the system of the salary cars. We have for mobility and public transport, we have the congestion, because on the one hand we lower taxes, but on the other hand we introduce a capital gain tax. So it's also explained in the document. So overall is net and budget neutral.
But I wanted to say, if we are losing trade, if we are losing industry, for what reasons ever, then we have a problem to get the tax income to the state to pay for all this. So we have really to think about the economy. What do we want for the economy? That we have some money to spend on all the things, neutral or not, it doesn't matter. We have first to generate the money. We have to generate the income for Belgium.
Yeah, but we have several mechanisms that will generate income. We will increase activity rates. We will have investments that will generate economic growth, we will create economic wealth in several ways. That's quite emphasis in our program.
And combat tax fraud.
And
That
combat
is
also,
also a huge revenue that is lost. And combat tax fraud, for example, that is not directly linked actually to the activity rate of companies. I mean, let's say those who pay the taxes, right? So it's a bucket, right? It comes together. It's really
Yes, I know it is a bucket, but we should really make a point of it. Otherwise, we will get the comments from other parties. And how are you paying for it?
Yeah, I agree, but that's quite. I agree, but it's really emphasis in our program where we do
We
this.
have to be strong on this. We have to know what we are still talking about and what the situation is.
Okay. The last question for the kind sir there.
One of the factors that link up housing, mobility, and even land use actually is the huge dispersion. So people kind of live everywhere in Belgium. Is there something in your policy, especially on housing, you mentioned how to protect, because it's very sensitive. People on the countryside they don't like that actually. That they might be forced to go living in the cities. Can you say something like that?
Yeah, I think our program is quite moderate in that sense that we can certainly support through tax incentives and other things to have sustainable housing. So new houses not necessarily are high flats, but I mean I think a good mix between all types of housing, from apartments to also new forms of living, which is something between individual house and between an apartment and etc. So we don't forbid people to live in a separate house or something like that, but we can stimulate through softer measures. We can stimulate it in the right direction.
I mean, where they live actually. So you
Ah,
have
right, sorry, yeah.
villages that spread out and
Yeah.
spread out endlessly. What do we think about that?
Yeah, I think also one of the things we saw regarding that is on the presentation on the 22nd of March, when we had the external professor speaking, and indeed what he also said is that in most countries they, for example, first built the tramway, then they built the schools, and then they built the houses. But we in Belgium, we first build the houses and then we'll see what we'll do. And so, but indeed, I think certainly for new projects we should also do it the right way and first build the infrastructure and later the housing.
It doesn't have to be in cities, it can be in villages that you go around the village center, right?
Yeah. So it's not only about city planning but also about countryside planning.
Yes. All right. Bram, if you have any closing remarks for this complete policy block, now's your chance. No? Then I would like to thank all the policymakers and definitely Bram for our work. Do not forget to vote. The votes are out, the votes can be cast, and they have to be cast. So,
Until what time?
Until what time?
Shall I do the announcement now?
No.
Yes. No, about the voting. The announcements will be later. So the vote for the secretary of the executive committee has already concluded, but we will look at the results later together with all the results. So we have a little bit more time now for the lunch break. Before we release you into the lunch break, a big thank you from Johanna, me, and the entire board towards Bram, the policy team, and every volunteer that has been involved. We are so proud of where we have come from and where we are now, and we feel very comfortable and also very excited to present those policies to people in the streets, to people in our networks. Our political campaigning lead, Frank, will give us an entire session in the afternoon about it. Before going into the lunch break, we wanted to inform you about the lunch itself. One of the main points, of course, today, the lunch is completely offered. There are wraps and bagels. Thank you to everyone who contributed to financing this. There are drinks. At 13:30 we are planning to take a picture downstairs in the main entrance hall. So do grab a flag, do grab a t-shirt if you don't have one. Let's make a cool picture, and then we will reconvene at 14 o'clock with the afternoon program. Yeah.
And we will extend, of course, our gratitude at the end of the day, but just so that we are aware that Ulrike, there you are, has been organizing everything from A to Z, from the lunch we will have now to the venue, so already a big thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
short thing about the voting. If you haven't done so and you want to give yourself some time, you can, so the vote normally closes at 2. What you can do is you can click on the link already before 2 o'clock, because then the link will disappear on Vote Now on your personal voting page. And then the Google form, I will keep it open until we reconvene. So you can still have like some time to read through the document. So as long as you have the Google sheet with your personal voting token open, then you can keep it open on your phone or on your laptop.
Thank you. Thank you. We will see you all here at 2 p.m. and 1:30 downstairs, by the way.
Vegetarian food is indicated with a little stick on it. you unlock your computer, please?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Oui, je vais débarrasser. Mais il fallait que je remette un peu de jus dans les machines. Elles avaient faim aussi.
Pardon?
Il
fallait du jus.
Oui, elles avaient soif aussi, et faim aussi.
Dat komt wel op het einde.
Jordi, can you send a reminder in the WhatsApp chat that we are restarting with the afternoon session?
I was just making an Instagram post.
Okay.
Alright, dear lovely people. It is time to commence the second half of the Volt Belgium GA here in Namur. Welcome all once again. Yeah, let's immediately start. The next part is going to be about collaborations, Volt in Belgium, and Carlo will take the word. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you all enjoyed the lunch as much as I did. I had at least 3 or 4 bagels and I feel well nourished. Don't worry, there's still some snacks and cookies for afterwards. Thank you again to our dear Ulrike that has organized the General Assembly and the catering so well. We are starting this afternoon with a short presentation of one of the aspects we have been working on in the last few months. So, as we already mentioned at the General Assembly in Leuven, Volt has been working over the past month in Belgium, but also across the continent with other parties from across the democratic spectrum. So, just to give you some food for thought. Exactly. Perfect. So Volt has, in its short history over the last 5 years, quite an extensive list of collaborations that we worked in across the continent. So the most recent collaboration that we've been working on was Volt working in Greece on a list called Green and Purple. So they've been collaborating in putting together a list with the Greek Green Party, and they've been receiving a lot of traction. Similar, also staying in the Mediterranean region. There's also Volt Cyprus that has successfully run in the Cyprus elections with Neokima. We also see some other coalitions that Volt has been working on, most frequently in Germany, where Volt is not only been running in lists, but also sitting in factions within the local municipalities. So for instance, we are sitting sometimes in the opposition coalition, but sometimes even in the ruling coalition, such as, for example, in Frankfurt, we are sitting within the ruling coalition. We are also sitting in a ruling coalition in Bonn. So we can draw a lot of inspiration, a lot of good practices from them. What you'll notice is that there's not one specific party that that Volt has been working with. No, what you see is that sometimes, and also very much depending on the context, they have been working with the Liberal Democrats, sometimes with the Social Democrats, sometimes with the Greens. Can anyone tell me why Volt might be running or has been running with elections with other parties? Any thoughts, any ideas, very briefly in 1-2 words, anyone? Why would Volt run with other parties for elections? I'll take you here.
Maybe to get more visibility.
Very good point. Visibility is definitely very much needed point for Volt. Also, am I standing in the camera correct? Okay. Talking about visibility. So visibility is definitely a point that the Volt has been so far lacking
in many instances. Volt is very new. It has only been around for 5 years. We don't have the network that other established parties have. We don't get media coverage as the other parties that are elected because we are not considered newsworthy as of now. We also don't have any scandals, luckily, but that means we also don't get into the news once again. Any other points, any other reasons why we might be running with, I will take a female attendant if anyone wants to have a little bit of diversity. Rebecca.
You can make use of symbiosis, so even if your norms and values are not very aligned, you can stretch the differences as well.
Exactly, that's another reason why parties might work together, why Volt has been working together, is indeed, as you said, parties will never 100% align on every single policy aspect. I mean, that's why you have different parties. That's why Volt has definitely been working with other parties because we are aligning on certain core topics. So, for instance, one core topic that they have been working with, these democratic parties, is empowerment of citizens. Right? So, of course, it does not necessarily translate for the federal parties in Germany, for instance. It does not necessarily translate to the federal parties, let's say, in Belgium. But for local or regional level, there's definitely ways and topics that a lot of parties might actually align and that needs to be brought together to find a consensus in improving the system that we have. A third, last point, there's a very important point in Belgium. You've been speaking a lot, Emmerich, so I'll take someone else. Olivia. Indeed, the third point that I was going to mention is the 5% threshold. So as you may know, and it has been also mentioned earlier already by Johanna and some other people standing in front of you, the 5% threshold is indeed a huge practical threshold for Volt. We are so young and often we are reaching the people 2, 3, 4%. But in many levels in Belgium, you need 5%. And that's a huge barrier to entry. It's, of course, a way to keep power consolidated in parties that already exist, that already get media coverage, that already have the power base across the country. But for new parties with new great ideas, it becomes very difficult. So, for instances, to reach the 5% threshold on the federal, on the regional level, you need to work together to get the 5%. So that brings me to the next slide. So these were indeed the 3 main points that I wanted to share with you today. Reasons why Volt has been working together is to reach a 5% threshold, because in Belgium on every level except for the municipal there's a threshold. So on a municipal level there is still a threshold, but that's a mathematical threshold depending on the seats that a municipal council has. So in certain municipalities such as in Antwerp where you have 55 seats I believe, it's the effective threshold is 1.52%. While as in other municipalities where there's perhaps only 12, 14, 15 seats, it might be actually higher than 5%. The second reason, working together for stronger citizens' participation, for political plurality, and the third point was media attention and resources. The last point that has not been mentioned here is complementarity. We are a pan-European party and we exist in all of Europe. But here in Belgium, we do not exist yet on every single level. We do not exist in every municipality. That, of course, is our goal for 2029, so in 5-6 years' time. But 2024, we need to be realistic. We are not there yet. So in order to cover throughout Belgium the voters and to cover the list and have sufficient people on the list, and also very important, sufficient women on the list, we need to work together and source our people, our finances, and also the visibility that we can create together. So for that, and we can go to the next slide, we have been working over the last, almost 1.5 months, so also already thanks to the previous executive committee, with parties and movements across Belgium to get a feeling what is possible, what are the opportunities here in Belgium. And we have identified 2 parties or movements that are very much aligned on certain topics. One of them, as I mentioned before, is basic democracy. Citizens' participation was a big common denominator for the parties Vista and PO. We have here our dear members also of Volt, but also leaders of Vista, PO, Jan and Yves. and they will talk in a few moments about their respective parties, what they are about, what their main points are, where their power bases are, and then you can bombard them with questions and ask them everything you want to know about them. But before doing so, we have been working on a couple of events since then. So one major event that we had was in the summer of last year. We organized a workshop on citizens' assembly by lot. So it's actually one point also that we presented in our policies. We wanted to learn how it works to get citizens to do policies. And so we invited the people from the Wakkere Bürger, so the awakened citizen, to give us a workshop and what it entices to draw people by lot. Another event that we did, next slide, was an event about local democracy. It was in Märchen, it was in December of last year. We invited also, so not only Vista, Volt and Po, but we also invited people from Blanco. We also invited people from, I think, what was it? Yeah, exactly, the Referendumpartei. So they were mostly focusing on direct democracy. Mehr Demokratie, exactly, Mehr Demokratie. And we also had the pleasure to welcome locally elected representatives. So for instance, we had from Ibn Po, we had Erwin de Klerk, who is elected in Meze, right? We also had our very own Martin Heer from Maastricht joining us and telling us about his work and the factions work in the municipality of Maastricht. We also had people from, I think, Transparencia, was it called? About building transparency and also the means to also hold accountable locally elected representatives. And overall, it was a very interesting day where we talked with people from across Belgium about how we would like to have more citizens participate on a municipal level. A third event I would like to mention, and a fourth, was on one hand the Winterpreferendum that was organized by Volt, but with also the help of Vista and Po, where we invited citizens to participate, to give their opinion, to give us a reality check of what for them priorities would be for the 2024 elections. The outcome of the Winterpreferendum have then flown into our policy work, and it has greatly inspired and enriched the work and the content that we delivered and also presented to you today, and that you voted till 2 o'clock. And one last event that we then also organized together was debate events. We had one about education in Antwerp. We had one event in Leuven about mobile infrastructure, mobility and infrastructure. And it was very interesting to get to know better also the individuals behind those names. Voila, this brings me to the parties themselves. I would like to invite Jan and Yves, perhaps Jan first or Yves first, to the floor to present Ibn Po. I would like to give them already a round of applause for coming today and presenting themselves.
Is dat goed dat ik in het Nederlands spreek? Alleen mijn stem laat het ook al een
beetje... Is it okay if Yves talks in Dutch?
Ik zal traag spreken, dus dan...
English.
Ja. Dus Pro is eigenlijk een netwerk van lokale politieke partijen die onafhankelijk zijn van een nationale partij. En waarom, sorry mijn stem, en waarom wilden die onafhankelijk zijn? Omdat die zich niet erkennen in de manier van politiek voeren die de nationale partijen voeren. En daarmee heb ik ook ineens eigenlijk ongeveer een gemeenschappelijke doelstelling met Volt. Volt is ook een reactie op het populisme in Europa, de anti-EU-discours. En dus wij willen ook, net zoals Volt, eigenlijk een andere politiek. Een eerlijke politiek en ook meer inspraak. Hè. Nu is het zo, en dat wil ik nog meegeven, er zijn verschillende onderzoeken die aantonen dat politieke vertegenwoordiging, ik spreek nu over het onderzoek van de stemming, dat al 2 keer is uitgevoerd en dat tot dezelfde conclusie komt. Politieke vertegenwoordiging is een prioriteit van burgers. Die vinden dat er iets aan moet veranderen. En 2, En dat is wel een belangrijke, dat is dat politieke vertegenwoordiging, dat is een thema die op dit ogenblik nog geen eigenaar heeft. Hè. Je weet, klimaat, de Groenen zijn daar eigenaar van, migratie, Vlaams Belang is daar eigenaar van. Maar dus politieke vertegenwoordiging, niemand, geen enkele partij is op dit ogenblik eigenaar van dat thema. Dat wil dus zeggen dat we eigenlijk een bal voor een open doel hebben staan. Dat we eigenlijk maar gewoon binnen te koppen hebben. En dat is denk ik ook het voordeel of de sterkte van een samenwerking. Als we ons daar rond profileren, dan denk ik dat we wel echt veel kans maken om te slagen. Nu, ik wil wel verwittigen, het is zo, de concurrentie zal hard zijn. Verkiezingen is geen bollekamp. De concurrentie is ook oneerlijk, want de klassieke partijen hebben grote budgetten. Die hebben wij dus niet. Dus we zullen op een originele manier uit de hoek moeten komen. Nu, bij ons was de vraag, en ik heb denk ik met jullie contact ooit gezocht, van waarom Volt? Ja, wel Volt, ik zie dat jullie goed georganiseerd zijn. Dus we hebben al samengewerkt. Ik heb jullie al ondertussen goed leren kennen. Dus de mensen, dus de organisatie, maar ook de mensen. Dat zijn allemaal mensen die hun verantwoordelijkheid willen nemen als burger om de samenleving te veranderen. Te grote ego's enzovoort. En dus, ik ga nu mijn liefdesverklaringen een beetje stoppen. Maar dus, bij deze is het vanuit Pro de vraag om dus, geen huwelijksaanzoek, maar toch wel een vraag om samen te werken voor de verkiezingen en wie weet ook daarna. Dat is dat is onze vraag dus voor de vergadering.
Thank you everyone. Thank you. So I'll briefly translate the love declaration that Yves gave to Volt. Thank you so much for coming and presenting Pro to our members. So just to translate in 2-3 sentences what Yves said. IBM Pro is a network of locally independent municipal representatives. The reason why they went for independently was they did not feel themselves represented and did not want to also support this particracy that we experience in Flanders, in Wallonia, in Belgium overall. One of the main aspects, of course, is citizens' participation. So that's why they aligned also very much with the idea of Volt, because they recognize and they also saw themselves within our pillar of citizens' participation of our 5+1 challenges. So they want to work together to source the resources and hope to get the results, more fairer, more pluralistic political representation of our citizens. Was it a good translation? Excellent. Thank you. Then I would like to invite the second person, Jan from Vista. Please take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo. I will do it in English so that you don't need to translate a second time. So very nice to meet so many of you here at this event. It's not the first time I meet Volters, because we have been doing several events together, but it's the first time I meet that many Volters. So very nice that you all could join today here in Namur. So a few words about Vista. Vista basically was founded about a year and a half ago. But the thought for Vista already originated, I would say, after the elections, the local elections in 2018, and basically stemmed from three main observations. The first one that we saw both in Flanders and Wallonia, that extremist parties were gaining ground. In Flanders, of course, Vlaams Belang, in Wallonia, Brussels more PTB. And this became very clear during the local elections in 2018, and this has not subsided since. Actually, they gained further strength because of new scandals that we've seen more recently now, just with the pension scandal again, this helping these parties a lot. And of course, they have an easy ride because they never need to take responsibility, and they're very much helped also by social media, where these algorithms sort of make people more angry and hate each other, and that's what helps them grow. So that was the first thing that we thought, okay, this is a dangerous evolution, because we do not see how either of these parties can actually bring welfare and harmony to our society. A second observation was that, especially in Flanders, what we call the traditional parties are really lost steam. So whether it's the socialists, the liberals, or the Christian Democrats, I think 20 years ago they had more than 2/3 of the electorate. Now they're about 30% together. So that's a huge change. And the reason is, I think, that society has changed dramatically and that these parties are no longer adapted to it. In the 19th century, you could say I'm a liberal or I'm a socialist or I'm a Christian Democrat, but today I think young people don't really associate themselves anymore with those terms. So that's why they're also looking for new parties. So we really wanted to bring some new oxygen, let's say, in the political center, because we saw that the parties who are there simply do not have the credibility anymore and seem to have lost touch a little bit with the change in society. So that was a second observation. And a third one was that, especially in Flanders, we see also with a group of people, we felt there was a political void in the sense that if you are on the one hand progressive, but on the other hand also feel that maybe a degree of more local autonomy or regional autonomy would be helpful for the country, that actually you have no place to go to. Because if you put in importance on the let's say regional autonomy aspect, you need to go to N-VA or Vlaamse Belang, so you end up with very conservative parties where actually I don't feel at home at all. But if then you sort of more guided by your progressive ideals, then you end up with Vooruit or the Greens, where there are huge other issues that I see, for example, with the Greens around nuclear energy, but with Vooruit also this idea that the state has to do everything and sort of no longer people are in charge. At least that's the impression I have. So these three observations led us to the idea that actually there was need for a new party in Flanders and a form of particratie, la particratie, which is really making it very hard, I think, for democracy to function properly, because the parliament doesn't seem to have so much to say anymore. It's the party headquarters that decide everything. There is the electoral threshold, there is the huge financing. We also thought that that was another reason to start something from let's say, grassroots new political party. Now, what do we stand for? I would say three values mainly. First, progressive, which is also on the folder of Volt, so we definitely share that. Secondly, we have a social liberal philosophy. And third, a regionalistic or regionalist approach. So the first one, progressive, for me, that's really at the core of what we do, and that's something that I recognize a lot with Volt, is to put this idea of progress back to the center. To come with a positive story again, because there is so much doom and gloom from different parties. The Greens, there it's all doom and gloom. The president of Groen recently said it again. We only have 7 years left and then the sky is going to fall on our head. It's gone, the earth no longer exists. That kind of doom stories, I think people are not interested in that. But also other parties like N-VA, they have a lot of doom now around woke. And they say, the president even said that maybe there's going to be a civil war due to the whole woke discussion. And I think, okay, we don't need that kind of visions of the planet being destroyed or a new civil war. And then with Vlaamse Belang, you have the issue, of course, that they look at a large group in our society and say, we don't want these people. They should be out because they're destroying our society. I don't agree with that either. So I think it's really necessary, and this I recognize a lot also in the policy priorities, to come with a positive story again, to show that indeed we can improve society, and this is what progressives, I think, stand for. The second thing, the social liberal philosophy, I would say, is to find the right balance between the individual and the community. The liberal aspect, of course, is that we put a lot of importance on the freedom of individuals, the freedom that individuals should get to shape society, as we are all doing here today, by forming a new party, by standing up as individuals and take our responsibility. And also in terms of entrepreneurship, that this is very important, this economic freedom, but at the same time that this is also has a goal, namely to improve society, to improve our community. And so that's not something where maybe liberal parties would place a lot of emphasis on the individual and you can get as rich as you want and the rest will sort itself out. No, we think you have a responsibility towards society as well, because after all the education we have gotten until now was pretty much free. When we fall ill, we get health care. Later, when we retire, we get our pension fund. So we owe a lot to our communities as well. So that's where these two aspects should be really balanced. And then the third one, the regionalistic approach, that's really the idea of subsidiarity, that political power should be built bottom up. So we start at the very local level, which is then where we have a very good understanding with PRO, because we see that at the local level, this whole notion of particracy is already being eroded. Because a lot of people on the local level say, I don't care whether you're green or you're socialist or you're Christian Democrat. Let's just work together to build a better community here on our local level. So that's where really the base of political power should be. And then this should be built up logically bottom up. And that's of course where then we find Volt, because unlike NVA Vlaams Belang, we attach great importance to the European level as a political level as well. Because the main issues of our time, like migration, like the climate challenge, I think we definitely need Europe. But also in terms of defense, we definitely need Europe. So these are sort of the three main aspects of where we stand as a political party. For those who are familiar with the landscape in Flanders, I could summarize it more briefly, maybe saying that we are definitely more progressive than NVA of Vlaams Belang. We are definitely more regionalist than Vooruit, who prefer to still simply keep the Belgian status quo as it is without questioning it. We're definitely more pragmatic than the Greens, with whom we really, in terms of nuclear energy, have a profound disagreement. I think they really took the wrong course, unfortunately a bit inspired by what happened in Germany, I think, but they're also, I think the Germans now realize that maybe that wasn't the best policy after all. Definitely more clear and consistent than CD&V, who seem to change their opinion every five minutes, and less opportunistic than VLD, which has been in power for 25 years and changes, I think, their policy based on who they can put in a certain ministerial seat. So that's in a nutshell where what Vista stands for. I see a lot of cooperation possibilities with both Pro and Volt because of the local democracy, which we think is very important as well, and then the European dimension. And as Carlo mentioned also, this electoral threshold really is a huge challenge in Belgium. The 5% means that per province you need to get in Flanders about 40 to 50,000 votes. That's really a huge threshold to start with. And we really discussed and said, okay, I mean, we're both, all of us, the three of us are new parties. If we present separate lists at the next election and we in a way compete for voters who are willing to consider a completely new party, maybe we end up each with 1%. So what's the point of that? Or maybe each 2%, or maybe each 3%, great, but you still have nothing. So we thought, let's work together. This makes so much more sense. Of course, there will be some areas, I think, where we diverge. Maybe we don't agree 100% on everything, but I'm sure of everybody here in that room, all the electoral policies, there will be a few things that you maybe also don't agree with 100%. So for me, that's really not a reason not to do this cooperation. I think there's a lot of common values that we share. And the electoral situation in Belgium is such that to reach this threshold, I think we really need to work together, and I see a lot of complementarity between the three of us. Thank you very much.
To ask questions to both those parties. There won't be any vote to say today we're going to decide whether to run or not. This is not the purpose. Today is the opportunity for you to ask questions, for them to take these questions and feedback also with them, and then the leadership of Volt will be going into talks with the respective leaderships. Now, Vista and Po are just two parties that are very, very interesting to look into cooperation. There are also other parties, like for example, Les Engagés in the Wallonian Francophone communities. There are also other more grassroots movements that we should talk with. But for the time being, these two parties were the parties where we had the most substantive cooperation until now. So I'm just going to look at the clock. We have, it's 2:30, so I recommend we have 20-25 minutes of Q&A, and I leave the floor now to you. If there's any need of translation, I'm available. I'll stay standing here. I'll look with lovely eyes at you all, and I leave it then otherwise to Jan and Yves to answer any question that you have. Xander, would you like to moderate?
Yes, of course.
Great.
Any
Thank you.
fingers that will go in the air to ask any questions? I saw Francois being very quickly, so I will give you the word.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming here and for your presentations. I have a question for Jan in particular. So if, let's see, just to see how your vision of the future looks like within, let's say, a perfect scenario where Volt grows all around Europe and we are able to create a federal Europe. How would you look at what will Belgium be at that moment? Will it be Belgium within a federal Europe, or will it be a composition of regions or a composition of linguistic regions? In that future scenario, what, according to you, would be kind of the goal within a European federation?
Yeah, That's an excellent question. Unfortunately, I cannot look into the future, so I don't know how exactly this will evolve. But I think what matters for us is what I mentioned, this principle of subsidiarity, is that power should be built bottom up. So certain competencies, we definitely think they should be at the European level. We talked about defense, they should be further integrated. Climate goals and so on should be at the European level. But other competences, I think, for example, about education, is very closely linked to people's culture, to people's let's say, their own history, the way they see society, I think should always be at the regional level. And then, of course, in Belgium, you have the situation where you have these different communities. So when I hear certain people say that, oh, we should re-federalize things, then I think they don't really understand the history of Belgium very well. They don't seem to understand very well why, over the past 50 years, so many competencies have been brought to the regional level. And this is simply because it was no longer, I wouldn't say not even possible, but also both sides sort of realized that it didn't make sense anymore to force each other a policy on the federal level when actually each of us have different views on how it should be done on the regional level. And in terms of education, for example, I think generally speaking, the Flemish are quite satisfied with that. I think both the Walloon or the Francophone side is quite satisfied as well that they have education as their own competency. So I don't see, I don't have a goal as to what should be the state structure of Belgium. I think this is something that should evolve naturally. But when you see that at the federal level there is a disagreement, I think at some point it's better to say, let's agree to disagree and then each implement the policy that we think is the right one, rather than to keep blocking each other on the federal level. And this is where sometimes I think other parties are being too conservative. I think there is there's nothing intrinsically bad about bringing a policy to the regional level if on a national level you cannot seem to find an agreement. But for some policies, it would be a mistake because the idea should be to bring it to the European level rather than to the regional level. So I think this depends very much from competency to competency. And for Belgium, I think it's very clear. As long as Belgium has an added value to its regions, Belgium will exist. But if Belgium keeps blocking the development of its own regions, I think in the end people will turn against Belgium. And that's where the last government now, Vivaldi, has unfortunately shown that it's not able to put through many reforms because on so many issues there's just no agreement. Then I think it's better to move forward on the regional level rather than to be blocked on the federal level.
Jesper?
Yeah, my question was very related to what you were just talking. So also a question to Jan, let's say, okay, the perspective of federal Europe is very interesting, but it's going to take a few decades before we hopefully get there. So if we look on the more shorter term, there are in media driven by the existing parties, there are discussions like NVA wants to split the refederalize climate policy or maybe mobility as well. Yeah, are you pragmatic in that as well, or what would your opinion be on those?
Pragmatic, definitely, which is another common trait, I think, or something that we share with Volt, is definitely pragmatic approach as to some other parties. But for the examples that you mentioned, take, for example, labor market reforms. Belgium, at least that's often said, I haven't checked it myself, is the only country in Europe where you can be unemployed without time limit. So you can be unemployed for 40 years, you would get paid by the government, and that's just the way it is. Okay, in Flanders, there's a very clear majority that would like to abolish that. If you look politically speaking, there's a very clear majority. In Wallonia, I don't know. But if the result is that because we don't agree, we just don't change anything on the federal level, I don't think that's a good idea because we want to get to 80% employment rate. So then I think, okay, if Flanders wants to limit that to 2 years, that should be possible. If Wallonia doesn't want to limit that to 5 years, that should be fine too. I don't see why these kind of rules should be harmonized on the European level. I think this is still something related to regions. The second example about justice, there also I see there are very different views on justice. We even see it in Brussels that the French-speaking judges have different sentences than the Flemish-speaking judges. Okay, there's some cultural aspects to that. So there as well, the specific implementation of justice, whether, for example, a sentence should be applied, whether somebody has to go to jail or can be at home, I think this is something that can be done on a community level. That doesn't necessarily have to be done on a federal level. But for other areas, I think it's very clear that this should be done by the European level. So I think I'm very pragmatic. When you mention mobility, for example, that's where it's a lot more complicated, because you clearly see that the border that has been drawn between Brussels and Flanders and Wallonia actually creates a lot of trouble. For example, when you talk about, I think it was Bram who talked a lot about the implementing I forgot the levy per kilometer. I forgot the term you used in English. The congestion charge, for example. There you see, okay, this border between Flanders and Brussels makes things really complicated. So there may be, okay, at the end what we want is a city without congestion, right? Because it's Flemish people, as well as Walloon people, as well as Brussels people that are suffering from that. So if we can find a solution on the federal level for that, I would be totally in favor of that. Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any lady that has a question here?
Andre needs to change.
No, first of all, I saw someone in front of Andre that had a question before.
I guess it was me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess more for Jan. I think on the why I hear we definitely share the same concern about how politics are done and what could be much better and so on. It's on the how that I do see that we kind of diverge what's a primary way of doing things. I think we navigate more to a pan-European or a European direction, whereas when I hear you, it's pushing the power to the regions when it makes sense, of course, the subsidiary level. My question is, how do you deal with the perception that we actually have two diverging ways of solving the same issue? And that's, I guess, my first question.
Yeah, it's a good question, and I think there's a little bit related to sort of the paradigm that's been set in Flanders, especially, is that everything needs to be Flemish, and then Europe, oh, we don't want Europe because Europe is deciding this and that, and we don't want any of that. I think there is no contradiction between regionalist and European federalism. I don't see any contradiction. On the contrary, I think they need each other. Because as you federalize more and more things on a European level, there is a risk that citizens actually start feeling alienated. Because they feel everything is happening in, okay, we are familiar with Brussels because it's not too far, but if you live in Greece or Italy and everything happens there in Brussels where you feel you don't really have a direct impact, where you're not really involved with what's happening, I think you will start feeling more attached to your own local democracy. And then we're talking even about the local democracy, maybe first at the city level, and then at a more regional level. So having very strong direct democracy on the city and on the regional level, I think will help also for people to accept that there is also this European level where things are decided a little bit more, I would say, undemocratically, but people feel maybe there's a very large distance from the decision takers to actually the citizens. But people realize that it's important for certain areas to have a cooperation between 27 member states, to have a cooperation between all these different regions, also within the national boundaries that have their differences, and that they feel we have a shared destiny as Europeans. But in order to accept that shared destiny, I think it's very important that Europe also recognizes the regional identity of so many people in Europe. And that's, for example, in the case of the Catalan crisis, I think Europe failed. In Spain and we looked the other way. I don't think that was a smart way, because I think Catalans are Europeans. They're very pro-European. And they were beaten by Spanish cops, and Europe just said, well, you know, we'll talk about it some other time. So there I think there is also a mission for Europe to pay greater attention to what happens at the local level in Europe in order to support that European democracy. So I don't see that in opposition. I think these two actually go together.
I want to give the word to Yves, and then afterwards, Joachim, I thought you had your hand, and Andre, and then I'll make perhaps.
Just a little question, Jan. Is Vista comparable with Scottish regionalists, who are social, progressive, and pro-EU?
Yes, I would say so. Actually, Flanders is a little bit the exception in Europe in terms of regionalism, is that only in Flanders it's very right-wing and even almost racist if you look at certain parties, whereas most regionalist movements across Europe, whether it's in Scotland, in Catalonia and Bretagne, often actually are much more progressive and much more putting this emphasis on auto-determination of their own local community. Yeah. So I see a lot of similarities with the Scottish movement, absolutely. Yeah.
Joachim, I
was just taking the notes for
I have a little moment.
Yeah,
we have to give him the opportunity.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to when you said that if things don't work out on the federal level, you think it should be split to the regional levels.
was wondering what if the opposite is true, because lately we see more and more things that on the Flemish government don't work out. They do not make an agreement. They don't manage to get things moving anymore. What is your take on these policies, these competences? Should they be moved then maybe back federal? Should they be moved to the European level? Should they be moved provincial, more local? Yeah.
Well, I think again there's a little bit of perception there, because specifically speaking, what competencies on the federal level are not well managed that would be better managed on the federal level? It's not very clear to me.
But one example is the sticks of nitrogen issue. For example, farmers in Flanders, they are not too allowed. They have too much nitrogen, so they have to scale down. While they could sell or move their manure, they could move it, for example, to Walloon farmers, because Walloon farmers, they have to import manure from abroad because they do not have enough manure. What happens in Flanders, they have too much, so they have to scale down, and they are not allowed to sell it abroad because it's considered export to move it to Wallonia. If this would be federalized, you would have internal movement of manure, and then the Flemish farmers would have less of a nitrogen problem. The Walloon farmers would have this manure to use on their fields, and they don't need to import it from abroad.
Yes, but I don't think I don't think you need to federalize to have that kind of cooperation. That cooperation is perfectly as well possible between two regions. I think the big issue you would have if you refederalize agriculture, because you would have to refederalize the whole competency, is that at some point you will have to fix a certain threshold. And what you will always see is that one region benefits from it and the other one is hurt by it. And this is why, in the end, this was split. Because if you look at the geographical setup of Flanders and Wallonia, it's so vastly different that it's very understandable that in terms of agriculture or forestry, you would have different policies in Flanders and Wallonia.
But you can make that same difference within Flanders. If you look at Limburg, where they have the fruit farms, right?
Mm-hmm.
They call it the Toscane of the north. And then you look at West Flanders, where they have the polders, these wetlands closer to the sea. They have a complete different type of agriculture as well.
But that's where I adhere to the principle of subsidiarity. I think if it can be done on a regional level, there is no need to put it on a national level. Only if you see that there are actually effects of scale, you could say, okay, it should be done on a national level. But as far as I know, the Flemish government did reach an agreement on nitrogen. It was very difficult, and what was behind it, honestly speaking, was a lot of political games. This is something that maybe not everybody will know, but during the week that there was the biggest crisis, actually what happened is that every party thought that some media institutes were taking opinion polls during that week. So they felt a huge need to actually show what they stand for. Only later it turned out that actually this was fake news, that no opinion poll was being held, and so that they made all the fuss actually for no reason. So I think what you see specifically in the Flemish government is CD&V is in a very difficult position, has a new president, feels it needs to reassert itself, and does that through various policy issue, like the nitrogen crisis, but also the child allowances, for example, was another example where they feel like, okay, we need to show level to deal with this kind of crisis. I have also not heard any voices in Wallonia that say that agriculture should be refederalized, to be honest. I think the Wallonian side is also quite happy that they can decide how the land use is managed in Wallonia, because it is so different from what it is in Flanders. Yeah. But I'm pragmatic and open to that. Like, I'm open to all valid arguments that people say, no, this makes so much more sense on a national level or a Benelux level, or we should do this together. Like, for example, some tax issues, we should do this together with Benelux, France, and Germany. I'm often in favor, because there you really have the issues of tax avoidance. If, for example, Belgium implements a tax gains tax, and the result is that all rich Belgians flee to the Netherlands or to Germany or to France, then you don't achieve anything. If you can harmonize these rates between the neighboring countries, and I think especially the old core Europe, let's say the Benelux, France, and Germany, can often be a driving force for new policies that could be later implemented over the 27 member states. Yeah.
And before I go to Andre, is there anyone that has a question for Yves? Yeah. And that's Andre.
Ik zal het in het Nederlands doen.
Ja, ik versta het.
Yves,
Ja.
Okay, you can answer in Dutch. I saw on your website from Ik Ben Pro a very nice concept. Meerderheidscoalities zijn niet democratisch. Can you elaborate on that? So what does it mean that a coalition of, let's say, the majority is not democratic?
Well, that's, it's a big explanation. I don't know how much time I have, but
you wrote a very nice opinion piece on
We still have 10 minutes. So.
Yeah, but it's first of all, it's against separation of powers, because the majority has power in the parliament and also in the execution power. Next, you have power here and power in the execution power, so that means that the parliament has to control the execution power, but these are the same people, so they are controlling themselves. And second point is there is no free concurrence of ideas, because a majority coalition, it's a push of the power out of the parliament, and then an inner circle, secret inner circle, decides everything, and within this circle there is, let's say, some free concurrence of ideas, but not in the parliament. And then the consequences are a lot of problem consequences. So that's a brief.
How would that translate to, let's say, European level, where you have currently 27 countries?
Well, we have also, but that's a personal text of me. So in Europe, you have, or you do have three powers. That means that Commission has to be the execution power, the Parliament has to be legislation power, which is not at this moment, not fully, and that means that the Council of Ministers has to be abolished. That's quite, that's simple. Okay, thank you.
All right, Bernard?
Yeah, I couldn't help making a parallel between what you say and what I experienced in the UK, because I lived there for 15 years and I went through Brexit. And one of the things that I was hearing from people there is very often that decisions are being made at the European level, and we don't agree with them, and if we don't agree with them, it's better that we manage that ourselves and bring it down to the country, and it led to the result that we all know about. That idea of not seeing a common kind of objectives or commonality between people and thinking this is a noble goal and we need to be able to compromise, if we don't agree, we bring it down, lead always to fraction. I think that's the impression, and Brexit is a perfect example. So I was just wondering, forgetting about the question of Belgium, but just the idea that you will at the European level you sit with different countries, and we talk about the east west difference, or north south, and so you will find situation where you don't agree, but you think that making it work is worthwhile, and therefore you have to accept that sometimes the outcome is not exactly what you want. But if your reaction is always to bring it back down, say I don't agree, or bring it back down to the regional level, and if then keep that, it could lead ultimately to even the fragmentation of Europe to some extent. So it's a contradiction with the very idea of a federal Europe.
Yeah, I think the key here is economies of scale and benefits for people. When I look at Flanders, 6.5 million people, the decisions that are taken on the European level are for, used to be 500 million people, right? So there, as a Flemish, I can see that the benefits of certain policies apply to 500 million people, and the economic benefits will be so big that actually, even if I do not fully agree, it will still be to the benefit of Flanders, right? On a Belgian level, I do not see always that economies of scale. When we profoundly disagree on issues, but the idea is whether to implement a policy for 6, for 7, or for 11 million of people, I think no. If you both have a different view on how things should be, do it each your own. And the very interesting thing is, by bringing it back down, sometimes actually you reach the result that you wanted on the federal level but couldn't agree on. I'll take the example of school holidays in education, for example. In the Francophone system, this has now been changed. I'm in favor of that. I think it's a good change. But of course the Flemish nationalists don't want to implement this because they don't want to be seen as imitating the Francophone side. But still, there is scientific evidence there. By trying it in Francophone Belgium, I think in 5 years it's very likely that Flanders will implement it too. But if this had been at the federal level, and the holidays would have had to be decided at the federal level, I'm sure that no change would have been made because both sides would not have agreed. The same with tax policies or migration policy in Europe. We try to agree with 27, but often the interests, the views are so different that sometimes we don't get through. So what happens, just like we had with the euro as well, a group of countries will implement it first. And the others say, we don't want to be involved, but you can go ahead and we'll see. And what happens later, one country after the other actually also wants to join because they see the benefits being implemented. So I think it's in the interest of Europe to allow this divergence also of policies between groups of countries, because if it's the right policy, I'm sure other countries will follow suit. And if it's a wrong policy, maybe it's a good thing. It was only implemented in a few countries, and maybe a few years later they will say, well, we tried it, but it doesn't work. So thinking about fiscal policy, for example, I think to harmonize something at 27 countries at the same time is very difficult. Same for migration policy, very difficult. But if the core group of 10, 12 countries agree that actually these are the principles they want to adhere to, I think they should be given the chance to implement that. And if the others want to follow later on, that's great. But they should not be forced. So it's an important lesson also, I think, for federal Europe. I'm in favor of that, but you have to be very careful how you implement it. It's a little bit similar to the situation with Macron. Macron can enforce the pension policy in France. Legally, he can do it. But people are so outraged about it because they feel this is just a decision that's taken without respecting them, right? So therefore, they actually act against that policy. So maybe if he had taken more time, if he had done it more carefully, if he didn't push it through people's throats that much, actually he would have much more credibility. I think this is a lesson for Europe as well. European policymakers may think they have the right policy, but if they cannot convince people, if they cannot win the hearts and the minds of Europeans, they risk actually ruining the European project by doing so. And it's a parallel with Belgium I see as well. When a federal government that is not democratically represented in either side starts implementing policies that have huge impact on the side that it's not fully represented, this will create some resentment by people. And this is something that politicians should avoid. I think you should be brave in implementing your policies, but you should make sure that people also following you. Yeah, so I hope that answers your question a little bit. Yeah.
Thank you. Can everyone that has a question still put up their hands? Okay, sorry, we don't have enough time for questions. I will give two people an opportunity.
Jan, Yves, are you staying for the afternoon? Also for the workshops sessions later on?
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, awesome. Because then we can also offer that Jan and Yves will be available to answer any further questions later during the voluntary workshop sessions. We can even give you your own table.
I'd love to join the workshops, actually.
Awesome, too. But you will definitely have the opportunities to ask the questions in the case we won't have the time now.
Okay.
So perhaps like two last questions?
Two last questions, I agree.
Woman, man?
I was wondering indeed, I only saw male hands. Are there any female hands?
Or non-binary?
Oh, non-binary, indeed, yeah.
No? Okay, then I think Laurent was the first one of all.
It was not a question, it was an answer to
Jan.
Jan, you can just call me Jan. Yes.
About the question of limitation of work-less allocation in Wallonia. MA is
Limitation of what? Sorry? Of?
About you have speak about the limitation of
unemployment benefits.
Yes.
Yes. In Wallonia, MA is totally in favor. Les engagés are mainly in favor. PS and Groen are mainly against, and PTB is totally against because they estimate that it's the companies and auctioneer fault, not job seekers' fault.
Yes, so that's 30% of the political representation, whereas in Flanders it's about 70%. So it's a huge difference.
In fact, it's the opposite.
It's like a mirror image. Yes.
A mirror image.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now I wasn't sure if Jens or you were before. I don't know if you know. Does any of you have a very important question for the plenary session?
No one anymore?
I just had a very pragmatic question.
Okay.
Take the floor.
Yeah. So, in light of the fact that we have been seeing policies in the morning, is there in that list a policy that you say that would be a very hard sell for either of your parties, or something that we would be missing if you want to work together?
Good question.
I don't have seen things that I personally I do not agree with, I don't think, there are not, er zijn geen speciale dingen.
No.
Dus dat zit er wel op.
Same here. I haven't seen any major obstacles. In terms of priority, I mean, I think you guys did a really very profound work with the winter referendum, take a lot of things. Of course, what happens if when you choose priorities, you lose some. So there are some aspects maybe that some people could say they should be more discussed. Like somebody asked a question about justice system, wasn't there? Somebody you made a remark of also about industrial policy. That's not really in there, but I think that's a little bit the nature of choosing priorities is that you will focus less on some other things. So in general, I think all our members also would be totally in favor of everything that was mentioned here. Yeah, because I really feel a progressive view on society, on getting ahead with all these policies rather than pulling the brake. Yeah.
And Yves, did you saw something you thought were missing?
Missing? No, not. There are some proposals that maybe
need to be amended.
No, described more deeply, but for the rest.
Well, maybe if I may, like migration policy, European migration policy, I heard a bit about it, but not.
It's more on the European.
Yeah. Okay. So it's more for the European elections. Okay, but there is an elaborate policy on that. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
It's also in the development of the European process.
Okay.
Yes.
So there.
So if I may just take.
No, I just wanted to respond to Jan that, or maybe also to Yves. So to give a bit of a context for the European policies. Actually, I will stand up. It's easier, I think.
These policies are discussed on the European level, I guess, with voters from all over Europe, right?
Exactly. So basically what we have here at the Belgian level with the policy team, we have exactly the same, but at the European level. And what's very interesting about that is that you have people from all across Europe who work on those policies. So the perspective, of course, we sometimes between ourselves, we clash on some issues or some problems. I mean, the nuclear question was also tough within Volt because we had to find a compromise between especially the Germans and the French. And we did find that. So, but to sum up, I mean, questions like, obviously climate change, migration, defense, these are all policies that are even more elaborated at the European level because we believe that the European level is the best to tackle those. So this is actually how we see the subsidiarity principle in creating the policies.
And for Belgians, it's key that Germany and France get along. Otherwise, we get squeezed in between. Yeah.
All right.
So let's say we will read the program of Volt, and we like to translate it to a community level. So yeah, of course.
Super. So just to allow me to give a conclusionary remark, I found it personally super interesting. I mean, I've been working with both you, Yves, and Jan for quite some time already. We've gotten to know each other both on a political level, but also on a personal level. I found it super useful. Also, all these questions that perhaps for me, I kind of had them in the back of my head, but having them voiced out by you and having been answered here in plenary, I found them super useful. I would like to ask just a raise of questions. Who found it very useful today to have these presentations, to have the opportunity to ask those questions? I see a lot of raises of hands. As mentioned before, there won't be a vote about are we going to work with them now, under which conditions. That's not the purpose. It was very good to see that you had the opportunity to ask, they had the opportunity to answer, and they will take all these questions, all these discussions that they had so far, but also later, back to their respective parties and discuss it with them. And we will then convene again as a leadership of Volt, leadership of Vista, leadership of Pro, and discuss it further, especially with also Frank, our political campaigning lead. And then we'll come back with a proposal in the coming months where you can then bring it to voice your opinion about it. And also what we would like to know is, well, the local level. In the end, we also have local elections in the autumn. So currently today we are focusing mostly on the federal and regional, but that's also something that we promised to our local teams, is to at least mention that we will also have to find candidates for the local level. We need to write policies for the local level, for the municipalities. And that's what we will need to work hugely with, also with the local teams. And there we also will invite the local teams of Vista, the local teams of Pro, to engage with the local teams of Volt, so that they together can decide on what is important for them, what the priorities should be for them in their program, as we did for the federal level, as we did for the regional level, as we did for the European level. So thank you very much. Thank you, Yves and Jan, for this very interesting session. I'll see the time now to the next session, and Frank
Thank you
and
very much.
Lucas.
Very shortly, Jan and Yves, if people want to reach out to you for questions, how can they reach you?
Yeah, good question.
By email. Maybe should put my email somewhere on the slide.
We can put it on screen actually.
Well, in any case, here and now.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm indeed
We
the
will-
Volt Belgium and the Volt Brussels
Yeah.
WhatsApp group, so you should be able to find my name with my number there as well,
Yeah.
actually. So you can call me as well if you want.
We have two excellent volunteers today, Daniel Plas and also Joachim Bonat, who are writing the minutes. So also a big applause to them for taking this legal aspect. We'll make sure to add the emails of Jan and Yves into the minutes. We will also add the links to the website, so that once we send out the minutes to you, you can also find ways to contact them. And they are also always available for a call. If you want to engage more in a one-on-one discussion, it's totally possible. And there will be also more events that we are going to organize together about democracy, about particracy, and how to make it more pluralistic. So thank you very much. Back to you, Xander.
All right,
and Frank and
lovely
Lucas.
people. Thank you for them. Now we have a very exciting moment, because it's going to be 2024 very soon. And we have Frank here to talk about the political campaigning, as he is part of the political campaigning task force.
Thank you.
Take ground.
Thank you. Frank and Lucas. Lucas is joining me.
Frank and Lucas, sorry.
How is the energy doing? Yeah?
Come on.
Nah, come on. Now, we'll make you move. I can already promise you that. So, thank you for having our session here. My name is Frank, Lucas, and we will host you on the election task force that we've been working on over the last weeks. Maybe a brief introduction of who we are. Lucas, you want to shoot?
So I'm Lucas, I'm from Kasterlee in the province of Antwerp, and I'm still a student, I'm 22 years old. And I'll shortly say why I joined Volt, because that will be important later on. I joined Volt mainly because of the European dimension. Facing global challenges, we need bigger solutions on a bigger scale, and also the new vision on politics that Volt wants to bring to the fore.
Yes, thank you, Lucas. And my name is Frank. I've been joining Volt since August last year, so quite new. I was already busy with some time thinking about, how the future could look like, and dealing with the global challenges you just mentioned. I could only imagine that a better and a more Europe would be really the solution. It was actually triggered by two experiences. I had the chance to live 10 years abroad, Portugal, 3 years in Romania, and then 6 years in Philadelphia. And when I moved to the US, everybody said, oh, that must have been way better than Romania. And what happened was, it was not. I felt way more connected with the people from Portugal and Romania than US. It was almost like a culture shock, and I felt like, why do we in Europe always magnify what makes us different? I mean, we celebrate in every country a battle where we kick the asses of the country next to us, right? So why do we never talk about what we have in common, right? And that's kind of, a moment that triggered my feeling. But there was another one. Living in the States was kind of a very interesting experience to live the mightiness of such a vast continent, a vast country, and then you see what power that generates. To bring it back to the level of Flanders or the different regions we talked about on their own, it means nothing really when dealing with China, when dealing with those big continents. So I felt like there's no future if we stick to our tribal reflexes. We need to work together. So that's a little introduction on the why. But yeah, so both of us lead or are part of the Polka team, the political campaign team, with a task force of more people, of course. And we have a promise. This is not a free ride. On the next, there we go. We will make it a bit interactive. So we worked our asses off, I can promise you, but I feel like we should share a bit the burden, and we have some work for you as well, or at least some ideas, some suggestions for action. So yeah, let's see this. I think we've experienced over the last hours, the last months, but definitely today, how much of a vision and content we have been generating within Volt, right? If you look at the policies, I went through them. I was really impressed how much work has been put in there. I think Volt as a European organization, there's a very clear long-term vision of where we want to be. I think that's very strong. But in the end, what really counts, all that, I mean, we're not a think tank. We're a political party. What counts if you're a political party? Yeah, that's the next slide. Yeah, I could make it more dramatic, but this is vote. If people don't vote, then yeah, we have great jamborees and lots of intellectual exchanges, but in the end, if you want to be a movement, if you want to make change, this is what counts. Of everything we do is having people vote. There's a lot of people out there. A lot. And of course, not all of them will vote for us. That's clear, or are potentially voting for us. So within this swarm of people, we need to reach those who potentially could vote for us, right? And so we will need to find ways of communicating. And look, this is I told you I started in August. This was my brain in August when I joined, and I started to understand Volt. I can tell you, they throw me websites and links and platforms and Google Drives and whatnot. And I spoke to so many passionate people, and I don't know, who is new here? There's some new people here. Can you raise hands? I feel you. I feel your pain, really. That was me sitting there, 8 months ago. But the good thing is, and that I really like, Volt is very open for, people like me, like a lot of us here who feel like, hey, I think I can contribute something. And I love the spirit of being able to be part of reflections, of thinking, and eventually we started by discussing with some people, hey, what if we organize a bit the room? What if we structure a bit the whole narrative, we say, about all the information we get, all the intentions that there are. Sometimes we are lost in the words. What is a vision? What is a style? What is the value? I mean, all that sits here and there. So we said, we had a nice workshop in Brussels with quite a number of people here, and we started to get that organized. Like, okay, how can we organize that narrative? I'll come back to the elements of it. But the point, one sec. The point is that we don't want to tell you how to tell the story. We just wanted to clarify where are the drawers. And the idea is that we want to invite you to look into these drawers, right? And to be inspired. We started the presentation by saying, why? But that's what people buy. Why are you enthusiastic about your project? I think Jan and Yves did a nice presentation about why they are inspired. I think that's the key element. So we will see later where these drawers are to make it very concrete. But indeed, what are the elements? Well, we talked about the vision already, our long-term dream about a federal Europe. But these are building blocks, I would say. Why Volt? Why do we have Fever Volt? Why are we there? Why are you sitting here? And I'm sure everybody has a story there, and that's the beauty when you start to put all these stories together. The second one, that was too fast. The second one is, how are things done? Like, how do we do things? We talk sometimes about the Volt way, or we say we're pan-European, so we'll come back to it. Then there's the what. What we do, the policies, the programs, and it's important to understand what this morning, basically, we discussed this block, right? But what you have there is two main families that you hear, or two main themes that you hear under the whys, because first of all, we believe in better politics, better democracy. We believe it could be better. People are tired of that politic. I think Yves said there is a goal open there. We just need to kick the ball. And also because, in our introduction, we also believe that a more and a better Europe is really necessary to deal with global challenges we face, right? You might have others, and that's fine. I mean, again, this is not a dictate of how you should tell the story, but it's inspirational of how to structure your ideas. How things are done, we found like three big groups here. First of all, it's pan-European. That means we exchange best practices. We look how other countries do. We truly work across countries and collaborate much more. In terms of positioning, I've heard a lot of the words pragmatic, progressive, we're sustainable. So these are elements that come back really in how we do things about our position. And then the style and the values. And I think that's something really deep that I felt when I also joined. It's very constructive. It's very bottom up. Everyone who feels like they want to bring in something, you hear it. And I think that's very important also for anyone new here. It actually is very motivating to be part of such a movement. All right. And the last one, where is Bram sitting? Bram, where are you? Yeah. Ah, here. Yeah. Bram is the advocate of evidence based, and I think the policies really blew me away when I saw all the data behind. I think that for a group of volunteer people is actually very impressive. So, all right. So, what does that generate? What we do is then really the output. What are the programs? What do we want to change in society? On European level, we have what we call the 5+1. I will not go here in detail. And clearly, Bram and the rest of the team took us through the programs on what the policies were for Volt Belgium. Okay, so that's on the what. Now, let's do a little. So you know where the drawers are, and now Lucas will walk you through a bit of something, right?
Yeah, we're in a university, so we'll make it a little bit more interactive and university-like. So now you know why, how, and what we do. But now I want to fire your brains up again, and you may think about what does this picture represent? Is it the why, the how, the what? What does this mean as a Volt narrative? What does this indicate? Does somebody know? A why, a how, a what? All of them?
Yeah, exactly. In what drawer are we here? I heard somebody say?
I said why.
Yeah?
And why?
Yeah.
Because you see these big dogs, they're trying to attack that lady, and the small dog is Europe, it's still small, and Volt wants to make it bigger so it can stand up against the other big powers.
Indeed.
Geopolitics,
yeah. So this is one of the why pictures. It is the geopolitical situation of the world. The world is getting more multipolarized by the minute, and Europe has to stand together, what Volt says, to face these global challenges, and this is one of them. And now we have another one. What does this picture mean? A why, how, what? All of them? None of them? Indeed. Yes.
It's more of a how there, because that lady's gonna get a big electric shock in her head. Wake up. So maybe it's more of a
Gaglo?
The interesting thing I see this for the first time, this picture, apart from the presentation I saw before, was that it doesn't really show in which direction the hand goes.
Yeah.
Right? So depending on how you look at this picture, it can either be, are you the one taking out energy out of the democracy, or are you the one re-energizing it, putting a new perspective to it, a new vision to it?
Alright, your brains are all fired up, I can see.
The small detail people might not realize, but the colors of the electric things are the flag of Ukraine.
Yeah.
So it's the flag of this electric thing. So yeah,
all right.
It took me a while to
Let's not overanalyze it.
It's open for debate, but we were thinking re-energizing European democracy, but you can see all different things in a wake-up call. There you go. So yeah, you can go to the next. But now we have discussed the narrative, but why do we need this narrative? And it's, well, we need it to communicate our message to people, and we need it especially for our communications material. So right now we get a lot of critique that our communications material is much too broad and it says everything on the flyer, but just to be more specific, get a narrative in there. Get the narrative in there and make some one-pagers or flyers or stickers using the narrative and getting the message out to people more easily.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we said that we need to reach a lot of people, so we will have to invest in communication material even more so. We talk about also website. The website really needs a revamp. We need to update it with content, with new pictures and so on, so we know that, and this might cost money. If you go further, we talk about, you know, videos, and it's the new medium that really can go viral as well, so we need to reach masses of people. Because, you know, that needs to be promoted, and the platforms on which that all needs to be promoted will cost money. So at some point, that money will have to come from somewhere. So there is a work group busy with some people, Francois is in there as well, that really is reflecting on how can we collect that money, right? This will be crucial. We cannot compare the money that we work with, that established parties, we saw it this morning, that they have disproportional funding because they're already in the game, but we're not, and so the funding is zero. So that's going to be a critical and a big action, and there is a workshop also later in the afternoon for those people who really want to help reflect on that. Francois will host you on the table where he will be. I don't know exactly where. All right, so that's okay. Look, we said that this would be a bit interactive, so there is a first invitation for an action. It's really to invite you to reflect about the narrative. I'm sure you all had these conversations already with friends, with family, and you know those questions often come like, yeah, why do you do that? Or you know, what are they different than all the others? I mean, another party. Okay, so well then, we invite you to look in that cupboard, to open the drawers, and I'll walk you briefly through where you can find it. So every Vault member, and maybe the new ones don't have access yet. I don't know, Andre, if everybody has access to the Google Drive already. No. All right. So, but after, yeah, we go to the Google Drive now. Yeah. So I'll show you where it is. We will send out WhatsApp messages and intra messages later to invite you to go to the, and I'll show you where it is. If you go to the Google Drive of Belgium, you will see this overview. Then you go to Elections 2024, and you will see a number of folders there. Now, I would invite you to go to Communication. We'll have a look immediately, and later in the exercise here, there is another one called Voter Segments. Voter Segments, that's the other one. So remember those two, all right? So everybody have access to that. But let's not do it now, Andre, yeah?
Yeah, just to get access to it, you need to use your Vault account. So your Vault email address, your private address won't work.
Okay, but let's not do it now. I just invite you to explore that at any given time. So if you go to Communication, you will find here the workshop, but forget the workshop. That was our exercise in Brussels with everybody. The one that I really invite you to look at is the narrative document. And the narrative document, I will not open it now, it might take me too long, but it has everything worked out. It's very easy read, it's slide format. And the good thing is, everything you saw this morning, we have summarized one slide per policy. So you get a really quick snap view. Okay, mobility, what's that look like? Equality, what's that look like? The reform, what does that look like? So it's one single document, and I suggest every active member also, if you feel something is not right, it's an invitation to you to let's further optimize that document. I would say it's the base of our narrative from which we will create all the material that was just shown, all right? So that's, I guess, action number one. Can you go back to the PowerPoint? Als je die dingetjes, maar jullie wilt uitdelen. All right, good. Let's go to the next one. So we said we have a lot of people to reach. You remember that picture with all those people, right? They're all a lot of different people. Our potential voters are very, very diverse. They're young people. There's people from other origin. There is people who work, young professionals, women, men. There is a lot. So yeah. So we did an exercise within Volt, and you'll get a paper now. We identified 16. I can't show 16. I only have 10 fingers. Sorry. 16. Yeah, 16 profiles. All right. 1/6 is quite a lot, but it's an invitation. Now we're going to do something with this. I will walk you through those. You have the paper because it's quite small written. And you find those profiles also where I shared you before on the Google Drive. Alright? No need to read this. I will walk you quickly through. Okay. Everybody's with me? Everybody has a paper? Almost? Not yet?
Thank you.
Alright, we're almost there. Good. I need one too, I can't read mine.
Give us also one.
Yeah, I have, thanks. Okay, so the way it goes, we have a funny name in the left column, funny name, kind of a resume of that profile, and then on the right there is a description. Of course today we don't have time to go through this whole description, but my question is, we will go through those 16 very quickly. And my question to you is, you've seen these numbers already, you'll have to move your asses. I will invite you to go to the number that you believe corresponds to you. Alright? Once you're there, we'll ask you to pick a pen, and for those who want to say anonymous, this is not a mandatory exercise, just write your name, your full name, and stick it to the number. Alright? So we get a bit of an idea what's our public here in the room. Okay, so what we have first-time young voters. First-time young voters is people that are between 16 and 20 years old, more or less. They haven't voted yet. So there might be secondary students, university students. What's that?
Raise your hands, huh?
Raise hands? Yeah, do you have some? Well, we'll see if we have them here, right? Great. Students discovering the world. These are already a bit more established students. Third, fourth year, already in masters if they do. They've already a little bit unrooted from their villages. Busy young professionals. Yeah, young people starting work. Yeah, it's very challenging. We saw the challenges, the housing, the work, the kids, blah, blah, blah. The committed midlife folks. Alright? The dansar Vlamingen. I thought it was funny for those from Brussels, but don't misunderstand, because the equivalent is the bobo. Well, the dansar Vlamingen is because there is actually a strategic reason why these people are very important. Flemish people in Brussels are kind of disproportionately represented in the voting system, so that's why we have a specific focus on them. Les Bobos is established people, middle to high income, more on the French-speaking side, the east of Brussels, and then go further to the axis of Namur, which is a more wealthy, rich area, let's say. But it's people with more progressive / liberal / green ideas. That's what you find in these groups. Then the Brussels bubble European fan. I would say these are people that work in industry, private industries, in lobbying groups. They work in institutes. They work in volunteering groups. But in that Brussels bubble, right? There's definitely a big group. Even at my company, there's quite a lot of those people that I would fit there. We have the established European migrant community. There's two kinds of people in there. It's the Dutch and the French. I would say relative, well-established, higher income. And then there is I would say, the second generation from the Italian, Portuguese, and Moroccan, from these migrants, who've kind of managed to raise the social ladder a bit. Because let's face it, we're looking at our potential voters. This is where you might find quite some people there. Recent European immigrants, like in my village, there's quite a lot of Romanians and Polish people work there. We see young people coming from Spain and Portugal now just recently to migrate because of work reasons. So this is group number 9. Then we have probably a huge group is the people that are disconnected from politics. They say, I'm not interested, there's nothing I can do. It's that big middle mass but in a way, those people are committed. They are engaged. They are active in their community. They contribute, but they just don't feel that like they connected to politics. All right. So that's what I said. Just number 10. 11 is then the conscious elderly people. It's people that are happily getting older, that are good in life, that have a positive view on life, and really want the best for their kids and grandkids. And so that's this group here. Then we have the pragmatic Flemish federalists. Well, I think we had a bit of a discord from that, so there is no reason. But we have the equivalent on the French-speaking side. It's the fed up traditional PS voter. Like, see, okay, your heart is left, but you see nothing really moves, and you want a more constructive politics than that. All right, we're almost at the end. 14 empathic technocrats is people that really are for social justice, human rights, and kind of angry or even disgusted about the politics. So they want to, they have that energy to really make things happen there. Then there's a big group, actually for millennials, even 1 to 5 in certain studies feel like they tend to belong to this group of queer people and allies. And the last is young, empowered woman, active in life, very self-conscious, and wanting to make this society a better place for everybody. 16, you have 1 minute to run to your place and stay there, right?
What if we're 2 numbers or 3?
That's a good, no, that's a very fair comment. You might fit in, look, this is not science, seriously, this is not hardcore science. You cannot cut people in silos. It's kind of a dominant where you feel most connected to, and yeah, it's a very good one. But if you take age, that doesn't mean nothing. If you take income, it's only one parameter. So what we did was we took all these variables, we put them in a mixer, and we saw how the whole thing separated. That's how we got there. So yeah, put most of your body in the number that you feel is dominant, and stay there. But just stay there, okay? I love it. Ja, het is wacht, ja, oké, ook mooi. Ja, ziet dat ze hun namen opschrijven. Nee, vraag dat ze hun namen opschrijven. Oké. No, figure it out. 7, what is 7? Oh, yeah, no, but you could also be busy. I know, it's anything, right?
Yeah, I'll go to
What number? You're 9. Wisdom? Okay, fantastic. At least, yeah, at least, and then your whole name, yeah. Okay. No?
But I still find it more difficult. I think I feel
How long is it ago?
well, it's been 20 years now.
You might be established European migrant, but
Oh, sorry.
yeah, I think you're an established one.
European.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. How does that look? How does that look? Some people don't. Okay. I hope everybody found a home. All right. Let's quickly go. Wow. I see we have a way better. All right. So, do we have people from number 1? Yeah. We have 1. Yeah. Okay. Good. And applause for our Look, this is a huge group coming in. Right? It's a very, very big group. All right. So write your names on the post-it and stick to them. Okay, good. Then we have students discovering the world. Where are the students? Guys, this is the future of Volt. All right. Then we have very busy people there. Okay, good. I see myself there. Applause for those guys. So we have Generalversammlung. Nobody? No Generalversammlung. But then we have Debobo. Okay. 1, 2. That's it. 2 more Debobos. And sorry if you no. Okay, we have only 2. Yeah.
This is the big 7.
The big 7. The Brussels bubble. Can I hear the Brussels bubble? Yeah. Ah, there. Andres, European immigrant, established. Hey, Andres. All right. Yeah, where's Louis? Are you? There he is. Brussels bundle. Yeah, you're right. Fair enough. Yeah, it's clear you can be in two. Let's not make this a. I feel sorry for you, Laura.
6 and 13 at the same time.
Yes.
Impossible to choose.
You have to.
Okay.
You must.
No, look, we will see why that serves. This we will use in a bit, alright? I won't go through, so we have then... is anyone here disconnected? I don't think so, huh? Who is at 10? Nobody. That's good. I didn't expect anyone here to be disconnected from anything. A conscious elder. You were proud, guy, smiling. I love it. Good. Happy. The pragmatic Flemish. Yeah, there he is.
I could be in 5 other
Yeah.
words, so I thought I should be here.
You'll see we have a job later to do, so I'm not sure you will be so happy in 5 minutes. 14, 13 was the fed up traditional PS voter. Anybody fed up? No?
No, I don't want.
No, just say you're fed up. No.
B.
C'est l'héritage, on peut pas le renier.
No, c'est bon. Then we have empathic technocrats. Anyone 14 there?
Yeah.
There we go. Queer people. We have anyone? Proud and queer. There we go. Yeah. And young woman empowered. There she is. Right. Alright, good. Yeah, just if you don't put your name, then at least just write a number of how many people there were, because I won't remember. If somebody wants to write the number of how many people you were in each of the groups. Bram is amazing, eh? Bram, you're a machine. Okay, just stay one more second. And because I forgot my next slide. Where are we? Okay. Good. Oh yeah. Before you go back to your place, right? You take a form of this. These guys stay because I have to give it manually. All right? Just stay there. 1 second. You can go to your places, but take each a form of that. The form that corresponds with the number. All right? So. Yeah, everybody. So this side, take each a form. It's there on the near the windows, and then please have a seat. In the meantime, I will distribute this here. Thus,
There are some more pens if you want to give them out. There are more pens if people need them. You too?
Zijn jullie een beetje op tijd?
Ik weet niet hoe wij de tijd tot wanneer hebben. We zitten nu... Iets
Lucas, are we supposed to fill them out then?
Not yet.
Okay, that's good.
Okay. Kom maar naar plaats.
Bon. Dat is... Ja, doe maar.
So we are not supposed to fill them out just now.
No. I think, yeah.
Op zich.
No, not fill in that. Nothing to fill in. We will explain. Please sit. Everybody sit. Jij zit nu, hè?
Nee.
Nee? Wanneer zit hij, hè? Ik heb toch niet alles zitten door.
Action 2. Waar zit ik nu? Hier, dit. Nu zit je hier bij dit.
Alleen hier. Ah ja. Het is juist, ja. Sorry, ik zit hier. Alright.
Come on, huh?
Okay,
Yeah,
my
yeah.
parents, I use
Okay, everybody sit. All right. I want you to choose a partner. Somebody. Yeah, you have. The next thing is you need to find a partner. So just rearrange if you want. Doesn't matter. You know what? It doesn't really matter. Just let's not. Just find somebody. Victor, you have someone? Hello, here, Bram. Can you do it, Victor? All right. Guys, I feel thunder breathing behind me. This is very bad. So, everybody has a partner? Okay. All right.
In the middle?
Yeah. Okay. Looks like a Tinder session here.
Speed dating.
Very good. Okay. Right. So remember, one was the narrative. Two, we said people are not just one type. We have many different types. We had 16 persona, right? 16 people with potentially different interests, different needs, different way of looking at things, different connections also to our narrative. All right. So I think that's quite important. The question only is, what do those people really need? I mean, some we didn't have even people.
Do we have to pair with somebody from our group, or
No,
we
it
pair
doesn't
with
matter.
anybody?
Just pair with the person next to you.
Okay.
Yeah, we won't make it. So the thing is, we want to connect to those people, but if you want to connect to those people, it's very important to understand what really drives them, what really makes them tick, what makes them, awake at night. So that's, and okay, we try to know it, but we don't really know. So the only way to know it is what? Yeah, ask them, right? So for this, we'll do a little exercise. Now, Lucas and I will do this exercise kind of like together, but what we suggest is that exercise, use it, go outside and talk to people. That's really the core message. We said we need to reach people, right? That's what we said? Yes. And a lot. So, what? Yeah. So, we will show how this exercise could be done with the interview card. So, the first thing is, in that paper you have, wait, let me take the paper. Sorry, I missed my train of thoughts here. The first thing you have is a section that is the connection. All right? So you see somebody, it could be, your daughter, your sister, your aunt, anyone from your circle. And the first thing you do is you kind of try to build a connection about the subject you want to address. So I see Lucas and I say, hi Lucas, how you doing? Hi, I'm doing fine. He looks fine, right? So Lucas, we're from Volt. Now Volt, you might not know, we're a movement that really is going into politics, and one of our key things is we want to understand better what people, what triggers people, what is important for them. So if you have 2 seconds, I would love to, get a bit of your thoughts about that.
All right, I have 2 seconds.
Yes, all right, good. So of course, first of all, I want to know if you fit this segment, because we have like different groups. Are you kind of a student, like more an established student already, and I think you're somebody open to the world. That's how I see you. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm a student.
Yes.
And I have a lesson to go to.
You have a lesson to go. No, but very important. People don't have time. So I will now. Volt, you've heard about Volt?
I've heard about them a little bit. Yes.
Okay.
Pan-European.
Pan-European. There you go. So I can skip that part, because yes, indeed, we're a pan-European movement. The reason why we're there is we feel politics could be much better. Also dealing with global issues. I don't think we'll manage it here locally. Yeah? Now, I talked enough. I would actually hope you would, and now we come in part 2. If you were in charge, what would be the top 3 things that you would say, I would like to see this changed? Was there anything that comes pop of mind? And with that, you would really help us a lot. So I would appreciate your 3 more seconds there.
I think for me, very important right now is
housing and student housing more in particular.
Okay, yes.
Because that's a very big problem.
Yes.
It's all getting very expensive for students to pay.
Yeah.
Education.
Okay. I thought maybe if you don't, we'd have a number of couple here. We had 5 already thought about, but what you're saying is climate. We have that. Student house. We have that. And what was the third one?
Education.
Education. Okay, good. So if you were to rank them from 3 to 1.
Student housing would be the most important right now.
3 points. That's the 3. So the most important is the 3. Remember.
Then it would be climate and education.
Climate 2, education 1. Okay, good. Thanks so much. This is very helpful for us. You know what I'd love to do is to give you a little flyer. I forgot it, but yeah, here a little Volt flyer, and there is a QR code. You just scan it, and you get access to our website. And by the way, I know you're busy, really, but you have to understand one thing. We're a party that can only go to the elections because we're very small. If we have enough signatures, people giving us the possibility to go. So would you willing to help us support and be able to go to the elections? Is something you would like to do?
I would love to support a new party.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, I thank you so much. And in this case, would you mind sharing your email? Because now you can't do it, but we would send you an email and basically then inform you that if you want to endorse us, that this is how you could do. Is that something you want to share with us?
I can do that, yeah.
I love that. Thanks so much. So your email is this. And any information you want to keep being updated of what we do, or just the signature?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's a no. Very good. Thank you very much. And to Lucas. Okay. I asked you just, we will not do it in depth, but I really would like to invite you to do one. To choose who will invite and who will be the invited. Okay, just choose a role and just spend 5 minutes. Just do it now, and I really hope that you will then also try it once at home. And because I personally felt it was the most difficult was to start talking about it. And so I hope this document will help structure those ideas, because you will see in the document when you read it, there is a why. Why I'm asking you that? Because of that. There is a how. Well, we pan-European, or we want to do positive politics. So depending on who you talk to, the how might be different. If you talk to a young student, we say we want to make politics back, exciting and modern, because, for them politics is boring and So the why and the how you can adjust, right? So 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 4 minutes.
We krijgen dat af. Krijgen we dat af? Allee, dit. Maar dit gaat niet meer zo lang duren, hè? Wat zeg je? Dit. Ja, moet we. Want we hebben tot 5 jaar.
Ja? Ja, toch, zij doen het wel.
Je moet wel zien dat ze het eerst kunnen.
Ja.
Dan hebben we dat al, hè? Dan kunnen we nog eens naar horen. Allee, de prioriteiten van de eerste.
I'll show you the selfie mark.
Ja, dat maakt ze. Wat zeg je? Dat maakt ze.
Kom hier.
Echte influencers.
Ja.
Misschien op het einde zeggen, hè, gewoon schrijf je de prioriteiten neer op dat blad. Of moet je dat blad bij, ja. Maar ja, op zich.
Ja, nee, ze mogen het wel, dan geven we die data in. stoppen, want anders gaan we... Alright. I'm sorry to stop you. Let's go to the next. No, wacht, de volgende. Ja. Okay, you guys having fun. Alright. I'm sorry to stop you here. It's just the microphone. What? You're the microphone. Microphone. Alright. No, I don't have a voice anymore. Alright, but thanks for participating. This was but I also added this because this is also about listening. It's not about just talking. I'm sorry I'm talking so much here now, but I think the interaction comes when people can talk. Right? So the whole goal is actually to push people to talk, and then at the end to give something to go home and to think about. Something, you know, a flyer, a link, a QR code, so people can start to think about. That's basically the whole goal. Alright, so Lucas, it brings us to...
And now we're having a second action for you. So just to kick off your campaigning.
Can you remind us how many signatures we need?
So for the signatures, it depends on the lists. So the hardest, or let's say the most signatures we need for the European elections. But so again, the European elections in Belgium is not one single list, but 3 per language. And for the French-speaking and Dutch-speaking list, it's 5,000 signatures respectively. So this is where the 10,000 comes from.
Yeah.
But then if we move to basically any other level, we are at the maximum of 500 per list again.
We haven't figured out yet how to get the endorsement, so the email could serve for the endorsement, but also could not, depending on how we will solve that issue. But indeed, it's a whole other discussion. We'll not drill down in this one now. And it was a nice try not to get to action 2, but Lucas will have no mercy. Lucas, there you go.
To kick off our campaign right now already, and slowly get all of you into the campaigning mindset, and also gain a little bit of visibility and info. We have a second action, so the pre-campaigning interview. And what we're asking of all of you is to get out there and talk to people using this sheet, which you can also find in the drive that Frank just showed. And we're asking you specifically, just first go into your personal network, your family, your friends, talk to them, ask them what are their priorities. And you can also pitch Volt a little bit, but probably most of your family and friends already know about Volt. Because mine are sick of hearing it. So yes, and we're also asking the city leads next to that to organize some city events, maybe to go out into the streets, interview some people, gain some visibility and also some information, and maybe a vote in the next election already in a pre-campaigning phase. So just to go out, get some information, what are people really caring about, and what are their priorities. We would like to have a minimal goal of 100 interviews per persona, which is ambitious, but I think we can manage it if everyone already goes into their own personal spheres.
Yeah, in some groups we have 5-6 people. If you just ask within your group already to 10 people, you have already 50 candidates. I think for Jan it will be a bit of a challenge, but we will all work to that. I think.
A bit of attention today. Yes. We came up with the idea last Wednesday, based on what Frank already told me. In Leuven, we're gonna have a street action at the end of June. The idea is that we just go out the street, we do flyering, and we use this format to interview people on the street. It's a bit different because you can't ask somebody on the street, hey, are you gay, or are you a high earner, or are you female? Yes, okay, sometimes it's obvious. But still, you can ask people on the street, what is your top 3 priorities? Okay, you need to think about in which category you fall. It's of 3 things. One of them, flyering, putting Volt out on the street, show that we exist. The second one is getting feedback from the people locally as well. And what we also try to do is get some photos, videos, etc., put it on social media. So just in one afternoon, you can do quite a lot. And I would encourage my colleagues in Antwerp, in Brussels, in Ghent to do the similar thing, because that's the only way you can actually reach people. Talk to them. Go
Thanks.
out.
Thanks, Andre. And you know, is there a lot of people to reach? So yeah.
It's faster.
So with this interview, we have a triple win. So we get input from our voters and live by our standards, asking the people, and we promote Volt in a fun way. But we also have a backup for endorsements if need be, if you have the email. But the most important purpose is to get people to know Volt and eventually vote for Volt. And that's why we call this a pre-campaigning action to do.
All right. So we will reach out to you. The idea is, like Lucas said, then to collect that information. If you have those sheets, you can either send them to one of us. Eventually, it will come to us. Or even more simple, you go on the Google Drive in voter segments. You find the Excel. You go to the tab, which is the profile, and there you find the columns. Just the only thing you have to do is to type 1, 2, 3. And if a proposal came that is not in there yet, there is 20 more lines you can add. I mean, I did with my Doris. She said, yeah, pollution. I said, yeah, pollution was not on that list of 4 or 5 that we selected. So I wrote down pollution, and there she goes. Very good. So, so either you fill it in ourselves as the easiest thing, then I don't need to bother or Lucas in plugging in data. But the invitation is there. Go out, please. I think it's big time. All right, because in the end, that is what counts. All right. So, which brings us to the, where do we heading to? Yeah, I could bore you with lots of details about every single criteria on every of these blocks, but this is the agenda, and this is what counts. The elections in May, European, federal, regional, and then the local elections somewhere in, what is it, September, October, right? So these are the deadlines, and then from there you calculate back. There was really heavy work done the last the last year, basically on the policies of the program. So we have the substantial content now, right? We worked on the narrative, so the drawers are there. The building blocks are there. The purpose now is that we spread that into our community, right? And then we have here the communication strategy, the content, and the fundraising that goes along, because we know this will cost money, right? This is what Lucas just shared. It sits here. What Grégoire will start working with us on communication. It really sits over there. The pre-campaign is the interviews. It's a really first step. It's a very, how would I say? It's a very low entry way of engaging with people. Hey, I would like to have your opinion. What?
A warm-up.
It's a warm-up. Hey, can you help us? People like to help, and we're a little dog. We can make those big puppy eyes and ask for people. Can you please help us? Because I come to you first, right? Can you please help us? So make your big puppy eyes. Just ask people for help, and they give you everything. Really.
Can I suggest that we do the questions and workshops?
When?
During the workshop.
During the workshop. Is it okay? Yeah. Okay, good. We'll do like this, right? Pre-campaign. Then, of course, we go into campaign mode. Honestly, we haven't fleshed that one out yet, but it's clear that we will have to gear up with the chapters, with initiatives, activities. So there's a lot of noise we will make. We're thinking in having the GA of Europe in Brussels. That will be a massive incentive on our campaign trail. So, and then this here, the endorsement. That's what was just mentioned. We need the endorsement to even come up with, for the elections. So it's either signatures from people or from parliamenters, okay? But there's one that is missing, a very big important one, and that's the candidate. If you don't have candidates, you have no party, right? And we have a bit of a challenge in Belgium. It's been 5 years that we have had elections. So that doesn't help us. In other countries where every 2 years, everything kind of got grouped now, a bit exceptionally. And now all of a sudden we are for the huge side, for 5 years, we have no practice, we have no So no gym room of building candidates, and all of a sudden we need to build from scratch. So that's going to be the big challenge. And I would say at the same time it's the opportunity for everybody here in the room, for everybody watching. This is the opportunity to stand up, to mean something, really, to be part of the change that we feel, to be an answer to the why we are sitting here. Remember the why that Lucas was mentioned, and to dare. So the question really is to you: did you ever consider to be a candidate? And I look all of you in your eyes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So it's an idea that needs to mature. I mean, I couldn't imagine standing here 8 months ago, to be honest. I was still digesting. You saw my brains 8 months ago, right? That was me. So anyway, good. Let's.
Can I add a very short?
Yes. No questions. Sorry, we'll get the end, but we will get there. So action number 3 is it's a very simple action. Is look in the mirror tonight. And just and watch yourself.
With your Volt t-shirt.
Yeah, with your Volt t-shirt, and picture yourself with some people around you, and say, well, is that my way to contribute to society? Because in a way we're all a bunch of stupid idealists who believe we can do something, and the next step is seriously is this, huh? I think so, right? Boom. Which brings us to a wrap-up. I'm sorry for the spoiled paper, but I just want to give a little handout, and it's just take it with you. Just keep it with you. It's basically a brief summary of the 3 actions we want to share with you. I started with that. We had 3 actions. Master the narrative. It's really go on that Google Drive, and the new people, as soon as you have access, we will see with Johanna and the team that we can, with Grégoire, that we can send out the link. So you don't have to search in that nest. I don't want your brains to fry like mine were, all right? So you find the information, go through it, and make your own narrative, right? Second is, ask, your family, ask your friends, ask your neighbor, and start to have that little conversation, okay? Don't ask them if they are, kind of know already, right? I think it was quite obvious, these groups, and sometimes people may feel more in one than the other. But just, that's not the point. The point is that you have something that probably connects most to them. That's the whole idea. And then the last one is don't forget to put your t-shirt and look in the mirror. That's really voila. Now, just one more. I think we're a small group. We're really small. But I think the ideal is huge. I searched for years and I found somewhere a home, and I'm very happy to be part of this energy. But in the end, you need a lot of people, a lot of efforts, and I know we're all very busy people. This group thought they were the only one, professional, busy, whatever, but I think we're all very busy. So it's really a call for whatever you can do, please step up. We will not pull you into whenever you say it's enough, I can't do more, but that's already so much, really. So it could be just small things like, interview your family and load up the numbers. Or it could be joining our team, our campaign team. We're having every now and then meetings. It's thinking, hey, what can I do in my chapter? Like a flea market. And when I took a picture of it and I shared with some of you here, when I saw the public there was thousands of people, probably 2,000 people over the day. But when I looked at it, I could put those people, because I only looked in persona now, and there was, the Brussels bubble was huge there, the Dossard-Vlamingen were there were some Bobo's, and then there were migrants, established migrants. So it was our public, was right there. 90% would be potential voters. So this is what I ask you, is to find those places where it would make sense to to go and fish and tell the story, right? Thank you so much.
But I think it's important that you say picture yourself as candidates, and also it's time to recruit more diversity, more women. In Belgium, it's a specific rule compared to most other countries where the lists have to be absolutely paritary, so they have to have the same number of women than men. Look around the room, you will see that this will be the limiting factor for creating lists, not actually finding male candidates. So recruit around and talk to and it's the occasion to actually get also more women engaged involved, which I think it would be great for the movement.
If you want to go home, you can take and you say, well, I have some people in this bubble or in this. I will put the papers later on the here. There is already, this site has the numbers, but take them home, and if you need them more, they're on the Google Drive. So yeah, but thanks a lot.
Yeah, check your map.
Alright, did you like this interactivity? Yes. Alright, now we have 2 more sessions that are very interactive. Can I ask all the people that lead a work group, stand up please? Okay. And that's Frank and Lucas also. Jasper. Francois.
What is Francois?
Francois is gone. But we have 3 work groups. I don't know if we also have a work group with Iken Pro and Vista. 4 for the moment. Yes. What do you mean with the 4th one?
So we have 4 work groups that will be now available for the next hour. There will be 2 sessions, so 2 times 30 minutes, where you'll be able to also switch around and also cover 2 of your most wanted work group sessions. So we have the first one about the campaigning, again with Lucas and Frank, where we go more into detail, where it's a little bit more one-on-one session. There will be a workshop with Jasper about local city building. We'll look at the guides that Volt Netherlands has created, successfully also implemented, where you can ask Jasper any questions about how can I set up a team in my hometown. There will be a fundraising workshop together with Francois and Martin from the executive committee. There's Francois and there's Martin. And the 4th one will be about the policy.
No, it was the purpose was we have policy debates, but we can only do that if it was well prepared before, so people have to prepare for the session to come, so we'll do it as a separate activity later.
Right, but do you mind talking people about the policies themselves?
No, everyone who has questions, you can come to me and I can answer them.
Cool, so if you want to delve more into the policies that were just presented today, Bram is your man.
Where does everyone go to?
I would suggest 2 sessions will take place here at opposite ends. We also have the room across the floor where I suggest 2 other groups go. So perhaps I see campaigning, policy, you go to that room. Or would you like to go to... Okay, so fundraising goes to that other room. Who wants else to go? Policy?
I think it can be useful to stay in the same room as...
Okay, so policy and campaigning stays in this room. And then we have fundraising and city building with Jasper in the opposite room. We'll distribute big white sheets where you can also write on, put post-its, and then we can show them on the side of the room at the end of this hour. Thank you, and have a lot of fun in this interactive session. We come back at 17 o'clock. 17 o'clock. Yes, if you want to eat or drink, please drink in the corridor outside. Thank you.
We have to swap half
Tu vas partir? Ah, c'est un plaisir d'être venu, merci beaucoup. J'espère que tu as trouvé beaucoup de choses intéressantes aujourd'hui. Et on se voit la prochaine. Tu es encore où? Dans le sud de la province. Tu passes à la maison alors ici. Super. Rappelez-moi ton nom de famille.
Alexandre Desjeux.
Alexandre Desjeux. Ok. Desjeux.
Écrire quelque chose.
Ouais, écrivez ici. Belgique, ok, parfait. Parce qu'en fait, une chose qu'on doit aussi vraiment travailler, c'est la présence en Wallonie. Alors, si tu as des copains ou des copines, si tu as des personnes dans ta famille qui sont intéressées, fais-nous savoir, parle eux avec sur Volt et on va te mettre en connexion. Ça va? Ok. Hey, merci beaucoup, à la prochaine fois. Colin, tu vas aussi partir?
Non, je reste ici. Je voulais juste savoir si juste quand j'avais déjà parlé. 4:35 le soir. C'était le next one. 4:35 le soir.
Alors, qui apprend les comptes, tu as l'application?
Je me l'oublie là, c'est sur mon téléphone échappé.
Je vais retourner ton stylo.
Ah, merci. Voilà, c'est ça. Tu changes donc comme ça et puis tu vas message. En fait, tu trouves la page.
Ik heb zo'n message. Als je kunt werken met formules, ik heb zo
C'est avec qui les Anglais?
Après, je voulais aussi regarder sur CivXLV parce que vous avez contacté avec mon compte perso, mais à un moment ils ont arrêté de répondre.
Je vois, ok.
Il n'y a pas
Non, tu vas aller sur la page.
Als je dit doet, ja, zie je die tekst is te groot.
Ok, va ça veut ouvrir Messenger comme le compte.
Als je daar hier doet, dat is in orde. Als je daar hier doet, dan vervangt dat je
Ok, type ici EYE.
Ja, dat was alleen zo.
Maar wat moet ik insteken?
Ok, sur ton téléphone, il charge pas?
Non.
Ok, il va prendre le mien et on va le regarder ensemble. Ok, alors. Sur l'application, c'est déjà beaucoup plus facile. C'est avec votre c'est tout.
Ça prend différentes étapes de s'inscrire. Je pense que tu as sign up. Et voilà. Mais le système de sign up peut faire.
Ok, oui.
Celui-là, dat is.
Un mois ou 2 mois avant le sign up.
On est dans le couple aussi de participer. Le 16,
alors là, dans ces cas, tu écris une email.
Voilà, c'est ça.
Ou ce que tu fais, et tu écris une email, et puis tu laisses un commentaire, et tu dis tu le dois utiliser l'email brussels@belgium.org. Demande à Brieux, il peut t'ajouter à cette groupe. Et puis tu peux l'envoyer comme brussels@belgium.org.
Ok, ça marche. Au fait, j'ai vu là un des potes de Grégoire, il est membre, il n'a pas accès au chat WhatsApp. Et comme il est étudiant, ça peut être pratique aussi. Tu vois.
Oui, et il n'a pas accès à WhatsApp?
Non, il n'a pas fait tout. Ah,
Tu veux dire, il n'a pas un WhatsApp du tout?
Il n'a pas WhatsApp, je n'ai pas de WhatsApp.
Ok, là il y a le lien. Alors, là il y a pas ce chat invite. Tu prends ce chat, tu lui envoies et puis on va le recevoir. Merci pour toi.
Very interesting because if Volt manages to choose a topic that you would like to gather signatures for an initiative in Belgium,
The only disadvantage is
Where is
like
Sander?
doing it through the website
To
of
say
the
it.
parliament.
Huh? Sorry?
Where is Xander to
Ah,
say
yeah,
it?
he is coming.
We have to round up.
You can have it online, that's really great.
But you can already go sit.
You know, it's me to confirm
Ja,
your
bedankt.
identity.
Ik zal dat allemaal in een Word documentje. Ja,
Dan zijn ze ook nog aan het kunnen
It's in a way, it's nice that it can be done.
goed
If
dan
you
stuur ik
reach
daar
25,000 and you don't have the
de
contact,
laatste.
you'll be like,
in this case it's
zal
way too
goed zijn.
pragmatic, right?
De
Like it's
laatste.
very,
En ik denk dat we nu
it's very
ik denk dat we nu
useful,
naar
very
de
convenient, but then you miss the personal
volgende
links
stap
that make
van
it
ik zou nu wel
the
willen
ability
dat
to
we wat
reach out
interviews
to them again
gaan
to get back.
Maar ik denk dat we dan
The
inderdaad
big value could be that if you
elkaar dat
succeed,
communicatie
you're actually invited in the parliament to discuss what you propose, and then you may get some reactions.
Cool, merci joh.
But you won't be able to get back in touch with the 25,000 people. That really sucks.
Oh, jongens. Mijn batterijen zijn helemaal plat.
Het is bijna gedaan.
Ja, dat is ook wel toll.
Waar ben je actief, Lucas?
Ik ben van de kant bij Kastelen. Ik ben nu student
in Leuven.
Dus ik ben mee verder. Internationaal en vergelijkende volken. Maar ik heb al geschiedenis gedaan. Ik heb al
Dat is een extra eenjarige master.
Ja, dat is ook eigenlijk een volledige nieuwklas. Dus dat is, nu ben ik eerst aan het schakelen. Vorig jaar. Ja.
Maar de master, na het schakeljaar is de master zelf één jaar. Internationaal vergelijkende politiek.
Dat kan u voor de soms geweest zijn.
Ik denk binnen Volt veel relevanter kan je geen opleiding vinden dan dat.
En ook bij mij altijd gezien. En dan doe je later gewoon meer in de internationaal opleiding.
En hoe lang bestaat het schakelen? Wat vind je dus in dat je niet had bij geschiedenis dat je nodig?
Vooral de methodologie. Op zich hebben we ook een statistiek, want daar ben je
Ik kan hier niet zo.
en dan ja, inleiding op internationale Europese politiek, ja, dat hebben we allemaal gezien bij geschiedenis. Dus op zich is het wel nuttig, maar het is ook wel, wij zijn allemaal geïnteresseerd
Je moet sowieso in Vlaanderen geschiedenis is een goede vooropleiding.
Ja, dat schijnt toch.
Please all come inside and sit down.
But it's the wrong one.
All right, Emery, sit down. Everybody sit
No,
down.
actually stand up, please, America.
All right.
coming to a close now. But first of all, before we're going to close, we're going to have the announcements of the votes of the policies, announcements of the votes of the candidates of the secretary. Then we'll have some closing remarks of the executive board, and then we'll officially close our GA.
Woo!
And then
Yes!
So I would like to give the word to Emery Masson, the electoral board of Volt Belgium. If he's ready.
Watch out for the camera.
Yes. So,
Which board? Which board? The electoral board? Executive board?
A board, the board.
The European board.
The board responsible for the votes.
Brieux, check the camera.
It's all good.
So, yeah, no suspense here. The result is
You
here.
did touch the HM.
So yeah, the infrastructure here is not as good as the railway one, but so this is the result for the policy vote. As you can see, lots of votes. Thanks a lot for people voting. I counted, I think, 38 individual votes, so that means you all very well participated. Red ones are the rejections, and abstentions are in yellow. And as you can see, they all passed. Yeah, I don't know if we have to go through all of them, but it's because I think it will be a bit long.
But a big applause for the past
Yes.
policy!
Thanks for everyone who's worked on the policy, and for Bram as well for the amazing work he's done into consolidating all this, motivating everyone to work on the policy. There's a lot of policy, as you can see, and a lot of people will always say, but it's not enough and we don't have a policy on this and that. I just want to make something clear, because I had a small discussion with someone during the break. Very, very short, but it's just that when we say that it will be dealt with at the European level, what we usually mean is that there is already a European policy that can be implemented simply in Belgium, and that would be our position, that we don't need to develop a specific position for Belgium, which is important so that we can go to the election saying, yes, we do have an opinion on this. It's just that we didn't do within the Belgian team also a separate policy cycle for this, which is a lot of work. And as you can see, this is the end result of this. So yeah.
Just one thing, these are the priorities.
Sorry, there. Yes.
Your policies as well, right? So there could be things that are in your policies which are not in the priorities.
Yeah, that's possible. This is the electoral program. But we have also mapping of policies. The electoral program is more important during the elections, but we also have to.
Sorry, these are only the policies which are linked to the priorities that we collectively decided in the previous GA as being the most important policies to go forward with, and thus to communicate a lot about. That does not mean that there are other policies that we also have about other topics within Volt Belgium or within Volt Europa that we can always agree. But thank you for the comment. Yeah, it's important to clarify so that everybody knows what it is. But this is the priorities and thus the policies that you just voted upon for the priorities that we collectively decided to go through and to go with as a campaign during the coming elections. So yeah, thanks a lot for this. And now, without further ado, I think we can also announce the result for the candidate for the secretary of the board. So the board will be complete again. We had 5 people. I do not have a slide. I mean, no, actually, you can do this.
The A-doodle.
The A-doodle. I have a lot of links here, but
yeah. Your browser, please. I can.
I will put in a new one like this, and there we are. And Jasper has been unanimous. So, welcome to the board, Jasper, and now I leave it to Carlo and Joanna to
join us. Join us. So, dear Jasper, we are so happy for you to join the executive committee. You've been already part of our team for a year now, and we've been really growing together. We are so, on one hand, sad to see you leave the provincial committee, but we are super happy to have you join us, and we are looking forward to all the fun adventures that we're gonna go on in the coming year towards European federal regional elections, and later on also the provincial local elections.
Yes, no, actually I want to leave the floor to you if you want to
Yeah,
express how
so-
you're feeling.
So relieved. No, it was a tight battle. Yeah, camera. Thank you everyone who supported me. It's great to see that there is confidence in my abilities to take this position for the next upcoming year. I'm really excited about it. Like I said already this morning, I've been working with Johanna, Carlo, Martin, Francois already for the past year. They're a great bunch, and I'm very happy to make the move and be part of your group and be part of the executive committee. So I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
So let's go. Thank you for the flowers. Very nice.
All right. Can I just say maybe that there's still open positions as well
Yes.
at the electoral board. So if you feel inclined to come and help me do what I do during GAs and also behind the scenes, which will be more and more important during the election and candidate selection process, please feel free to come. And if you also have ideas on how to improve or what you find that it's not working well for you for the election process, please come forward, join the electoral board, and I'll be happy to do this collectively, as it is important for Volt to have a good electoral commission to be able to function properly. So, yeah.
Thank you, Emmerich. You're hitting the nail on the coffin. No, not on the coffin. It's a tiredness. I'm ready for my bed. No, jokes aside.
Sorry for you, Rob.
Emmerich is hitting the nail with the hammer on the head. He's hitting the nail on the head. He's hitting the nail on the head. The electoral board is searching for candidates, but we are also looking for people to join our other teams. So we are specifically looking for a policy lead to join Bram. We are looking for a secretary general to join Jordi. We are looking for an events lead to join Ulrike. We are looking for all kinds of people wanting to get active on a local level. There was a super interactive session with Jasper here about how to build city teams. We are also, of course, now looking for provincial committee members that want to join us and to be the link between our city teams and the national level. And very important, it's a very good announcement. VVB, the Volt Values Board, our mediation board, so to say, is also looking for people. But very important also because we have been very excited about it, but we wanted to wait to announce it to you. Volt Belgium will have its first full-time employee thanks to Volt Europa. There will be... So thanks to some very generous donators on the European level, the European team was able to allocate the funds to hire, I think, 10 full-time employees to help with expansion. There will be one dedicated person for expansion for Volt Belgium and for Volt Luxembourg. That person will be traveling back and forth and will help us to develop our teams on a local level. So we are very excited for it. That person has not been selected yet, and the application period has been extended. So if you know someone who is mother tongue francophone, but Dutch speaking is also great, and definitely also English, and that likes to help young organizations, please send them the vacancy. You can find it on the volteuropa.org/vacancy page. Or if you have any questions, you can also reach out to us. Having the most amount of candidates for that position would be great, because then we can have a great pool of a lot of very good potential candidates for that full-time employee. And we are looking forward to then welcome that person to Volt Belgium. Voila. Perhaps just to tell you the next steps following the closure that we will give to Xander in just a minute. We will invite you to have a last final coffee with us outside. There are still some snacks, there are still some biscuits that are just waiting to be devoured by our vaulters. And then afterwards, we'll slowly wind down the evening. By 18 o'clock, we will have to leave the venue. So if you can help us, give us a hand, help us with sorting the trash and getting some of the tables downstairs into the cars, the help would be more than appreciated. So thank you very much, both from the executive committee, but also from the Secretary Generals, Ulrike from the events team. I'll give it just to Johanna for 1 second.
Yes, no, I would also like to express once again to everyone here, first for coming. We also have guests from the Netherlands, from Baden-Württemberg in Germany, who came extra to this GA, so also thank you very much for coming here. But also a big thank you to everyone who decided to come on a rainy Saturday. It's important, and I personally hope that your day today has been very interesting, very exciting, that has made you enthusiastic about what's coming next. And I really hope that you shared also contacts between you, found people that you might think, oh, it's fun to actually work with them. And there's actually one thing that I would like to pitch, but I'm not going into detail yet because I think the energy level is low, but to get it high again.
But the motivation is higher.
Exactly, the motivation is high. So we talked about candidates, and you probably are wondering what is the timeline here. And I'm going to give you a very quick answer. We are looking for our lead candidates for the regional, federal and European elections, and we intend to close the procedure for applying by the end of July, so that we have the screening and the interviews of all the applicants in August, and then by mid-September we have an extraordinary GA where we vote on these candidates. So we are going to send out in the next weeks the documents that establish all the legal criteria that you have to meet to run as a candidate on any of those elections. Also, again, reminding that you can only be a candidate on one list because all 3 elections are taking place on the same day. And we're also going to, with the electoral board, send out a note or notice for applying to become part of the candidate commission. And the candidate commission is precisely that body that will screen and interview the candidates. But this will also be the body who will decide on what constitutes a good lead candidate. As you can imagine, you cannot be part of the candidate commission and a candidate yourself. So if you really think, okay, no, I don't want to be a candidate, then please consider joining that commission. But more to come in the next weeks. I think first we want to enjoy all this energy. So again, you already said it, but massive thank you to Ulrike for making this day possible. A huge thank you as well to Grégoire, who has been activating our social media all this day, has been taking pictures, and is also now really working together with the rest of the team on a comprehensive communication strategy. So if you're also passionate about communications, reach out to Grégoire. Then, of course, I would like to thank very warmly Frank and Lucas for running this amazing workshop and presentation. It's also a pleasure working with you. We enjoy a lot as well in the executive committee, as myself also personally, for all these enriching ideas. This is really the body that thinks strategically. So if you're interested in strategy or campaigning, or you have experience, or you know someone that has, send them Frank's way, or you may also consider yourself to be a co-lead, because we're still looking for at least, well, for 2 other co-leads, but at least 1 woman. So also a call for action here. Or diverse, of course, yeah. And then, I mean, I was just sitting here saying like, wow, I'm really impressed by all the work of the policy team. So Bram and every volunteer who has been putting so much work into that. A very warm thank you, really, for all this work, and I think we can all applaud ourselves. A big thank thank you goes as well to the man behind everything, the brain of the party, to Jordi, who is sitting here in the Secretary General's office. Also in the Secretary General's office, we are looking for support. So if you are really interested in coordinating all the different teams across Volt Belgium, this is where you can find your happiness. I think it's a very interesting work to really touch upon everything that is happening. You get a great overview of where Belgium stands, and you work also very closely with the executive committee. So Jordi as well, thank you for everything, because it's a lot of work as well. So yes, yeah, you can applaud. And then as well, a very warm thank you as well to our local leads. So we have André, Rebecca, Brieux, Jens, and Vicky, who could not join us today. And we really appreciate all the work that you do to really keep the membership activated, to keep it motivated, and we really count on you as well to help further Volt Belgium grow, and we are very excited to see developments on that side as well. So very warm thank you as well.
Thank you both. Thank you both.
And to complete, it's a lot of thank yous, but this is really, I think this is so important, because we repeat every time, like, yeah, this is a team's effort. We're not doing this alone, and this is so true. I mean, Volt, what I appreciate so much about Volt is that it's not a one man or one woman show or one whatever show. It is really a team effort, and you can see it. You can see it when a team fits, when a team works together, and we come forward together. And yeah, I'm just super happy. So also thank you, Xander, for chairing this General Assembly, for Brieux, also for your assistance to the chair, and to Emric, of course, for the electoral board and organizing all those votes, and also the candidate commission soon. So voilà, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Martin, Francois, and Jasper. Are you ready to finish?
Yeah.
Are you ready for one last drink there to have like a finishing talk?
Yeah.
Are you ready to look into the mirror to see if you're a candidate?
With a Volt t-shirt,
Right.
yeah!
And now, at 5:25, we will officially close the Volt Belgium ASBL General Assembly Spring Assembly by this board.
Dear watchers from home, thank you for joining us from online. We wish you all the best. We look forward to seeing you soon in person. We're gonna now hit the kill button. Bye bye. Take care. Thank you.
Bye. Take care.
Ciao.